Yeah, enough of that. Okay, so I bet you thought I was done streaming. Well, no. I'm just. I had to dedicate myself to this that you see in front of you for a week. It is a website for uh, my production services through my company. It's a long story. Beginning of this year, I came up with the idea of having a website dedicated to our video production services. Because last year, it occurred to me that, well, when you type in video production services near me or whatever, we don't even come up in a list. We're completely invisible online. So I'm like, well, that's got to change. I mean, how long has it been like that? I've been with the company for 20 years, and you're telling me we have no online presence whatsoever. It'd make it a lot easier to get, contracts or clients or things like that who are looking for services if they can find us instead of being a local word of mouth kind of thing. So I took it upon myself to build a website. Not this one. Initially, the website I built was through Squarespace. This is when we got the ball rolling. I was talking about it. It's like, oh yeah, we can do all that, because I used to make websites a long time ago, and I dreaded the idea of having to go back and do websites. I mean, it's like things have advanced over the years, and they do all this different stuff. And now you got to take into consideration. Well, I mean, back when I was doing websites, mobile wasn't even a thing. This is back during the days of the old SMS protocols and web, like looking at content on the online through your phone was like, it's like, whoa, really? I mean, it was like dial-up was still a thing. You know what I mean? It's like broadband was just brand new. So in a lot of ways, I mean, shit, it even predated YouTube when I was making websites. So the idea that, you had to create these dynamic websites that, would look different on mobile devices was like, oh man, I don't want to get into all of that. I really don't. That's just a lot of headache. It's not my forte. It's just something I did on the side. But I'm like, we got to have this. So we started asking. And before I jumped in and started making a Squarespace site, we quoted a company about making one, and they were like $6,000 to do it. And we're like, oh no, we're not going to pay $6,000 for a production site. It's like, that's just bonkers. So I'm like, I could make it. I always do this. Like, I'll hear something like that, and I'll be like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like, I could make it way easier. And so I got on Squarespace and I start, developing a website, kind of showcasing it and looking at it. And I just want to show my boss what we're capable of doing. And I explained to her, like, oh yeah, well, we can do all this. We can do this. We can set up all these modules to be able to, or allow access to streaming content. Like we had this idea of doing recruiting videos for kids in high school who play sports, who are looking to get into college and want to send videos out to, prospects and, scouts and things. I thought it was a great idea. My boss had the concept, and she said, it'd be an interesting thing to provide, because she's known other family, parents and whatever who've paid for it. And like, well, you could do that. I was like, well, hell yeah, we could do that. And so I was like, we could sell those online, or we could set up accounts through a database through this site and have customers log in and set up a whole billing scheme, and then they can pay for access to these videos, and then we make it available through our web server, and then they can utilize that and send links to people, and bada bing, bada boom. There's no physical copies. We don't send them a download or anything. It's like, it's all handled through our website. And she, doesn't really know what the hell I'm talking about. So she just kind of like, yeah, is it? And then she starts talking to the company and they're like, well, no, it's got to be this and it's got to be that. And we got to do it this way. Again, nobody knows what they're talking about. So they're just like, and I'm not, things are interesting at my company. I'm not allowed to speak for myself. I'm not allowed to attend. I shouldn't say I'm not allowed to attend meetings. I'm never asked to attend meetings. So in a lot of cases, I'll be the most knowledgeable person on a subject, but I don't have direct influence over decisions. I don't have an ability to talk to people directly, answer questions, and post things. So in a lot of ways, I'm just working through an intermediary who doesn't really know, and it all kind of gets lost in the wash eventually. So long story short, we have to nix that whole Squarespace site, which I'm like, it didn't really bother me. I was already kind of up against the wall and limitations of site builders, and I was just kind of like, it's all right, but I'm not really happy with it. But then we're like, all right, well, we'll figure out. Then came about a month or two of be like, listen, I really like, I just did this as a sample, and if it's a Squarespace site, then sure, whatever. It's like I whipped that up in like maybe an afternoon, maybe a day or two. I don't know. But since it had to be integrated into the core website of the company, that was one of the caveats of doing a website. I was like, well, that means I'm going to have to code it. I'm going to have to build it and code it myself and do all this. So I'm going to have to go back to old school, like what I know. And I'm going to have to incorporate all this new stuff. So I'm like, I guess I'm going to have to charge the company to do this because this is outside of the purview of what I do. And so I told my boss, I'm like, listen, if I'm going to build a website, I have to do this outside of what I do for the company. So I'll do it for half the cost, $3,000. Like, that sounds fair. I mean, for the amount of time I'm going to have to dedicate to this. And they start pitching it, talk about blah, blah, blah. Like, no, we're not going to pay you to do a website. You're just going to do it. It's like, oh, I see. Okay, that's how it's going to be. All right. So I'm kind of in between. It's not like I was being forced to make a website. I don't want to misrepresent anyone's place in this. They were fine with production not even having a website. The company's stance on a production side of things is they really don't care. They don't care one way or another. This is just something that I'm trying to try to address, the shift away from television and things like that, to bolster a new revenue stream if one's possibly out there. Other companies are doing it. They're making money. They're staying afloat. I'm like, oh, how could we not do that? We just have to put ourselves out there. You can't tell me I don't do good enough work to bring in money. That's just crazy talk. So it came down to a point. It's like, well, do we want it or not? It's like, because if we want it, then you're just going to have to do it. And it's just going to be part of your job, which is fine. I get paid well enough to be like, I was just looking for a little extra money, little extra. I mean, $3,000 in the long view, $3,000 really isn't anything. So it's like, me holding out for that is like, it's just petty, considering we really needed a website. So I got over that. I'm like, all right, I'll do it. And so I set to work on building a website, which didn't start as the website you see before you, but it's what it's ended up being. I spent about a month building the core aspects of this website. And the thing about the website, it's all one page. I wanted it to be very mobile friendly. I started with the basis of mobile and then worked backwards. So I wanted it to be very mobile device friendly. So I made it all one page. But I also wanted there to be I wanted it to feel as though it was one cohesive, like it had different pages, but it wasn't different pages, if you know what I mean. Because right up here you have a little navigation bar. Um, that's all based on one page or the same page. You know, that's like it's taking you to different anchor points on the same page. So if I click services here, it takes us. But now you'd think this is another page or another document or another page, but you can tell in the address bar it's just hashtag service. So it's just it's referencing an anchor point on the same page. And it's like this down the line with the portfolio. I need to change this because it's too. I'm looking on it on a different monitor now, and I realized that I didn't set this up like format the page like I did all the others. So it's kind of looks a little elevated, like pushed up. There's all this negative space underneath. I'll take care of that later. Believe it, I've been working on this for a week. I don't really want to. I don't really want to work on it anymore. But that's one simple change. And then I even added a section. This is gonna right now. God, there's more to this story. Let me not jump ahead, but you can see it's like, it all looks like different pages, but then the story's told when you scroll down, and then you realize, oh, they're all interconnected. So yeah, that was the overall general idea behind it. So I was pretty happy with the way that came together, and like all of this like animated text, which now I think about it, oh yeah, does it. So like you just have little like this slides over, that slides up, that's scrolling. You have this constant scrolling word here that's spanned between in this sentence. Then you have the background little image slideshow. I have this little doohickey that just cycles through photos. Then there's the video gallery. So if I click on this, then it pulls up a YouTube link to video product or commercial that we produced. So that's one of the recruiting videos that we made. Yeah, I was like, and I had this all roughed out, and I was like, okay, so I'm pretty close. And I told my boss, here it is. I set myself the end of July, I would have it done. So I had it all roughed out. I told her besides certain photos and the form at the contact form, certain photos and this and that, like it's done. Well, she's like, okay, well, now we've got to get it on the website. And that's where the fun began, because it takes me several days to finally get access to our company website, which is all hosted through some company that did it for us, the company that charges $6,000. And it's a WordPress site. It's just a WordPress site. It's no different than what I could have done with what I'm doing now. I went through a web server or web hosting service called A2 Hosting that was recommended to me by my friend Tim DeWitt, and they offer the same thing. You can set up the whole WordPress system on their back end, and then you have like a site builder template that our company website's completely built on. So I'm like, the problem with that is that, especially when they start using other things inside WordPress to make the process of creating new pages easier. Well, it's harder for someone who doesn't really know WordPress all that well to defeat that or figure out a way to defeat that. Because I don't know if you know this, but modern day website builder software, we'll call it, they're set up to basically just make it super easy for you to build a website. So every time you build a page, it's already got these certain aspects to it, like blocks and things and whatever, and that you can add in a graphical sense to help you build a website. Well, what if you don't want to do that? What if you just want to upload your code? Then what do you do? Well, now you're in a pickle because you can't do that. At least no way I could find on the, because once the WordPress site's built, it's all built around that. It's all PHP at that point. So you're kind of locked in. Um, and I was like, how do I just, and this is what I was asking them, which they're just like, what? What are you asking us? I'm like, I just want access to the web server. The web server. I don't want access to the WordPress site. I want FTP access to the web server, period. What? What is it you're asking? I'm like, okay, fine. So I told my boss, like, listen, I'm getting nowhere with this company. They don't understand what I'm talking about. And then, it's like, we'll contact them and see what they can do. So I start talking to one of their engineers, and the guy's like, well, maybe. I'm like, I'm looking everywhere on the site and through WordPress. There's nowhere to upload what I'm doing or integrate or whatever. So I'm like, I need to get my site. And he's like, well, let me see. And so I send him the documents, the files, so he can take a look at what I'm doing. And then he's like, well, there's no way on the current backbone, WordPress backbone of the site to do what you want to do, but maybe in the future revision, there will be provisions for that. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, once that gets, so now we're in a holding pattern, right? Waiting for the new website to be uploaded and updated. So in the back end, they're doing that. And then the site finally goes live. Okay, I log back in. It's the same WordPress backbone, only now they use this other widget called Elementor or something like that to build the website off of. And as far as I can tell, Elementor, the only thing that it does really is just make it uniform across the board. I don't know. I don't exactly know what it does. Like I said, I'm not getting into WordPress. So I'm right back to square one. I'm like, well, and I told my boss, I'm like, listen, I'm fed up. I'm fed up dealing with these people. It's like pulling teeth trying to get anything done. It's like, why don't I just set up a web server and upload the site to that? It's literally just a page, one page. Like, it's going to cost us, I think, all in all, it costs about $10 a month to host the server or something like that. Like, nothing big. I was like, why don't we just do that? She's like, all right, go ahead. So I did. And that's what I've been doing ever since then, which literally was, this week? And I'm just like, finally. And now I was happy as a clam when the site went live. I was like, sweet. But then I started realizing that there's all sort of, like, what I was previewing on my computer, as far as like what you could see, like how it was all formatted, like just completely changed when it went live. And especially when I finally got to look at it through, phone, mobile device. Oh, it was all screwed up. So I'm like, I don't know that was all last week. And I'm like, okay, it looks like I'm going to have a lot more work to do. So this week has basically been fine tuning and polishing my pre-existing site, making the changes I need to make. And then basically when it comes to web design, it's like you have to format this stuff in a certain way to where it can, change with the screen size, but everything kind of has to change with the screen size. Well, little did I know that I had already set all this up before. In order to get all these pages to work correctly, as far as like the sizing. So, because every time you go to castproduction.com, the backgrounds of all of these pages, so to speak, conform to whatever the screen is. It doesn't extend beyond that. You can tell when I like scroll down, that's it. So since I had already set that up in the head document to basically use the screen viewer to tell like what media source was, like what the size of it was, I didn't realize until like this week that I could link almost everything to that so it could adjust itself size wise. The biggest hurdle was the rate page, because I changed all of my, I know this is getting into a lot of stuff that nobody gives a shit about, but I don't care. This was all like, I don't know a whole lot. I mean, I picked this up after 20 years of not doing it. So jumping back into it, I just kind of went back to the drawing board, and everything was like block display, float left, you know. And the thing is, like, if you know anything about like building websites and doing layouts for web design, once you start going down, float used to be extremely powerful back in the day when you had limited resources and tools to use. Float was a way to get things appear on the page in interesting ways that you couldn't with the normal standard block and inline formatting. I mean, you only had limited options. Everything was either relative, absolute, or fixed, and then you had float. An absolute was basically like a little explanation. Relative is like whatever is in the document, the next thing relates to its positioning, so it's always affected by everything that comes before it. Absolute is the dumbest way to do it, which is it's an absolute numerical location position on the page. So it kind of just ignores all other things. It's not affected by anything else on the screen, and you have to literally set where it's physically positioned. You could obviously tell the flaws in that in today's web development system, like with the multiple types of screens, the multiple aspect ratios of screens. Absolute doesn't really work in any way, shape, or form. Certain aspects it does, like background, like this Cascom logo in the background's kind of offset and whatever. That's an absolute. That's me posting it absolute. So no matter where it is on a screen, no matter if the screen gets bigger or smaller, it always stays in the position it is. Now it will scale because, like I said, the viewport will change, and it's all based on a page that's relative to the screen size. But the position of the logo never changes because it's set to absolute. So that's fixed. What was the other one? There's relative, fixed. Shit, I can't remember what the other one was. Wow. But float's in there too. Float allowed you to, what float does basically in a fixed and relative scenario, or a relative scenario when everything's together, like you can't kind of nudge things over things. Like, okay, let's say I have this bit of text, a little bit of text. It's not, what's a good way to put it? The line right here. That, if this was all relative to one another, that line could never be, like, this text could never like go over the line or push beyond it. It's always the boundary of this, because it is a div. It's like, it's just a bottom border for this div container that is hosting all of this content up here. That would always be the boundary for the top and the bottom. Nothing could ever go over it or between it, because it's all relative to the position of everything else. Like, this is all contained within this thing. So obviously it can't push below it. That is, unless you use the float option, which then basically puts it onto another layer and then makes it kind of, it's weird because it's floated on another layer, but it's still kind of relative to its baseline position. So, but it allows you to then move it around and shift it in interesting ways that gets it out of the standard flow of the document, which back in the day was really powerful. But anymore, I found that float is extremely archaic and difficult to work with. And it starts to go bonkers when you start doing things like, you know, changing the screen resolution and format and things like that. So ultimately what I come back to is like, okay, so how am I going to do this? Well, there's all sorts of new tips and tricks and like flex, grid. Back in the day, tables was like forbidden. Tables was one of those things. It's like, don't build sites with tables. But my argument to that was like, everyone wants to build sites with tables. But the inherent flaw with tables, I think, was because it really locked you into a grid format that you couldn't alter and wasn't really dynamic in any way. So it kind of broke all your website formatting and design based on the different screen resolutions. That's why everyone's like, don't use tables. Use float. Because that's the thing about float. Like back in the day when all you had to worry about was, is somebody looking at this document on an 800 by 600 monitor, or are they looking on a 1280 by 720 monitor, or a 1920 by 1080 monitor? It's like the aspect ratio was always the same. Well, not always. Sometimes it was it'd either go like 4:3 or it'd go 16:9. That was your only real difference. The vertical height would stay the same in a lot of aspects. So float allowed that stuff to change a lot better as things shifted in, but it was still limited to a great deal. I mean, you start pushing in where like mobile devices are, that's when everything float just doesn't seem to, at least in my opinion, float doesn't handle the job as effectively and efficiently as a flex layout does. I know I was supposed to be talking about movies, but I'm off on I'm down a rabbit hole now that I can't get off of until I'm done. So just bear with me. The thing, since it's with the flex aspect, it's literally just like invisible grid kind of deal. Now you can absolutely set up within that flex formatting a literal grid, and it's basically like the tables 2.0, except for it's dynamic, and that's one of the great, that's what I use for this, what I have on the page now, the one rate. This is all formatted within a grid. It was the only way I could figure out how to get that goddamn $sign up to the top of that row. I tried everything else. I'm like, every time using flex method and every time I'd have the div with that, it would always put it at the bottom. I'm like, and I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I tried a bunch of different ways, and it always went baseline. It would never link to the top because that giant 70 was kind of anchoring everything to that. Everything wants to go to the baseline. And I'm sure there was probably some sort of text formatting I could have used that shifted it from baseline to top, but I didn't want to go that route. Instead, I chose to go grid, and it worked out perfectly because now when this thing gets resized, for the mobile, and everything just worked great. But that was hurdle number one as far as like getting that, like implementing these new options. Like every page, except for the stuff that has coding in it, like that's probably what's going on with this, which I can still go back, but some of this is already like when I click on this, I told
myself I'd change if I ever
everything's kind of has to be within a certain setup, a certain way. But if I try to do flex, I don't know how that works with the JavaScript that's opening this and formatting this. So I don't know if it'll be relative to that or not. That's the last thing I'm going to have to see. But all these other pages are basically set up for flex. So everything can just be centered vertically and horizontally on all devices. It actually works out really nice. So I'm very happy with that. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. And this is all just, like I said, this is all is it 2 documents? 4 documents. Because I have a JavaScript, 2 JavaScripts running, external JavaScripts. One is an observer and the other one is for, I think, all this text animation. But the rest of it's contained within the document. One HTML document, one CSS document for the style sheet. One style sheet, one HTML document, and 2 JavaScripts. That's the entire site. And as far as like this shit goes, this is images that are stored on the site. These are images that are stored on the site. This is all YouTube, and the what do you call it? Not panoramic. Parallax. the parallax image is stored on the site. These are stored on the site, and this is all YouTube as well. So it's a very lean site, very lean. I'm very happy about that. When I first built the site last week, I had all of this stuff stored to I had all of this stuff stored to the local server. Like all these videos, in order to get to work, would be, you click on it and then it would come up, but it was all stored in the local server. So every time you access the page, and these were all like 30 megabytes per, like nothing was optimized for web use. So whenever you pulled up the site, it would take forever to load, like literally forever. If I could go back to the JavaScript and refine it to where all these pictures, or if there was like a preloader that would load all the images before all this showed up, that'd be better. Because right now it kind of like staggers and staccatos in on slower connections. But it's still like, before it'd be like the whole screen be blank except for the text, and you just see these like lines of an image being drawn. But then it's like 5 images. So it'd be drawing them, and then you'd see the animation going, it's changing, but it's only changing these lines as it builds it. And I was like, why in the hell is it doing that? And then it hit me. I've got easily over 100 megabytes of video trying to load simultaneously on this page. Every time someone opens it, goes to the document, unless it's cached on their system, it's going to try to load all those videos simultaneously. I'm like, frick. So I was like, I got to go back, and I have to power through and just make this YouTube. And there was a reason why I didn't want to do it with YouTube on the previous portfolio page, because it wasn't set up with Fancy Box, which is what I'm using here. And I was trying to remember, I was trying to get Fancy Box to work, but it wasn't working. I'm like, I kept bouncing back and forth. I'm like, well, I can't get this goddamn JavaScript to work. And I ultimately realized it's because there was another linked JavaScript that off another CDN that was interfering with the one that was trying to run Fancy Box. Once I got rid of that, boom, everything worked. So it was like, all right, we're on. It's on. That's the other thing. I started to really clean up the back end code, because I realized I was like trying to pull from like, just like a JS query script. Like at one point I had 2 different JS query scripts running. Like, what am I doing? Like, I only need one. So I pulled all that out, pulled all this extraneous JavaScript out that was built off the old website, and really pared down the scripting and pared down the CSS. Because there was a lot of fragmented stuff from the prior build where I had stuff in the style sheet that wasn't even linking to anything anymore, but it was still set up. And it was just, I had to go and clean it up, which is what I did. So I was going to say long story short, but this wasn't a short story. This was a very long story. This was 30 plus minutes of me telling the what I did all week story. And this is it. Making a damn website. And I'm drained. I'm absolutely drained. I don't want to look at websites anymore. This one's finally live. And you could go to castproduction.com and it's there. Now I just got to I'm still dealing with that other company to try to get it linked to the main site. It's just been a nightmare with that company. I'm not going to say who they are, because I just don't want to cause any issues or get any, in trouble or whatever. And so it is what it is. So moving on from that, I decided that I'm going to watch a movie. There's 2 movies I'm going to watch today, and I've never seen them before. It's all part of the Rob and Doug Walker cinematic universe, sort of, the Channel Awesome stuff. And it's the Linkara movie, Atop the Fourth Wall. Now, it's in part 1 and part 2. I have to commend Linkara, well, at least whoever's channel this is, if it's Just, I don't know. I didn't peer too deeply into it, but at least it's available. Because let me tell you, the second movie I'm going to watch is another Cinema Snob movie. I looked forever for the first Cinema Snob movie. It is nowhere to be found. And this is one of those things that takes me back to one of the things I hate about indie film directors. They completely botch it. They are the kings of botching their own career because they're so hung up on the finer details of nonsense. And I'm just like, I mean, I understand. Look, all right, listen. Back in the day, when everything was web driven and everybody had their own websites, I can understand wanting to create a product that you put out there and put out on DVD when DVD was the primary, like 2012 was when the first Cinema Snob movie was made. And back then it's like, yeah, you can sell that stuff on, through different resources on DVD and make a little bit of money. I highly doubt Brad Jones made that much money, but he felt it was necessary. And streaming back then was not really a viable option. But in the era of streaming, why the hell would you not make all of this stuff available? Especially now, like the Linkara movies. This was posted 8 years ago. Like from the perspective of Linkara, it only makes sense, or Lewis Lovehog, it only makes sense to make this stuff available because no one's going to buy it, and two, why did you make it if you're not proud of it? If you don't want people to see it, you put it out there. But it's the same criticism I have of other indie filmmakers who are like, no, I'm going to take it and festival circuit, blah, blah, blah. And like, and then what happens is people get so pissed off is that once they get the movie in hand, then they put it online. So you've got all these different movies of all these different people that aren't uploaded by the director or the film company that produced it or whatever you want to call it, just floating around there because, people got tired of waiting for the director to do the right thing. It's so goddamn annoying. I hate it when directors just think they're hot shit and like, no, I'm not putting stuff out there for free. If people want it, they can buy it. And I'll give it to them that. Okay, they want to make money. Of course you want to try to make money doing what you love. Okay. But making that the only sole option isn't crazy. Also, when you're too lazy to actually put your content out there. There's another case. Local director has a product out. Is it available to purchase? No. Is it available for streaming? No. Is it available to fucking watch outside of in a theater, a closed circuit theater type deal where you actually have to go and watch it? That's the only way you can see it now, and it's in very, very limited release, and it's like months apart. He'll show it, and it's like, okay, enough. Just put it out there. Holy shit! You've had these poor actors on the line for half a year now, if not longer. I mean, just put it out there. Work out a deal with Amazon Prime to get it on there. Sell it, put Tubi, whatever. Like, ink some sort of deal where you can stream this stuff or put it out there at the very least if you want to make money. But don't just, like, too many directors are like that. Also, you have directors who have movies that are, that they've made that you can't find anymore because they only made it accessible through DVD, and that's what I'm getting back to with the Cinema Snob. And now that it's like a graveyard for a movie. It's like, it's on DVD. It's like, yeah, but I'm not going to go to like Amazon and pay $13 for a DVD. I don't even have a DVD player anymore. Why would I buy a DVD? Then I have to get a player. Then I have to, put it into my computer, capture it. I don't even know if I have any analog capture devices floating around anymore, but I have to rig all that up and then capture the DVD. It's like, why the hell would I want to go through all that process? Like, that's a lot of work. Like, fuck it. And that's the Cinema Snob. The first Cinema Snob movie is relegated to that. And I guarantee you it's because Brad Jones doesn't want to release it because he's probably, it's not a good representation of my work. It's like, get over yourself. You made the product, you made it, put it out there. Stop being like, this isn't, like, how big of a head do you have where you think like, this doesn't represent me? It's like, all my stuff's out there. I don't well, maybe not all of it. I've had complications with it. I've always wanted to put all of my stuff out there, even the crap, even the worst. but I've always had complications with that in the sense that it kind of comes back on me in weird ways through my company, and because by people who don't understand what the hell they're doing or what they're talking about. And that's just putting a commercial up could end up costing me my job. I mean, it makes no sense, but you're talking about a situation where it's dealing with people. No. My life. Well, anyway, enough of that. Anyway, let's jump into this. I've watched. Oh, getting back to the Channel Austin thing. No more tangents, I swear. This is the last tangent. I've watched all of Doug Walker's movies, and I'm one of those rare people. Not rare, I should say, but I like them. They're cute. They're fun. I mean, you're looking at a group of people who were, and I don't care what they said after the fact. They were all having fun. There's one thing that I think the almighty Lolly pointed it out, and accurately too. Channel Awesome was a group of people who were all these pretentious, condescending bastards who all thought their shit was solid fucking gold. Their egos were so out of check that I'm amazed that the whole thing lasted as long as it did, honestly. And I'm not saying Doug Walker is this like pure, innocent person who's just like, oh, he was just a guy with a dream who wanted to do what he wanted. He was the anchor of that site. He was the main name. Like, he didn't have to have all those people on his site. He didn't have to have that at all to have success. No way, shape, or form. But these people are like, you owe us. Like, whatever. I said I wasn't going to go off on a tangent. Anyway, I liked the movies. I did like the movies. They were cute. I'll say that. They weren't like the height of professionalism, and they definitely weren't like the greatest looking movies, and they weren't the best acted movie. There's a lot. I mean, as far as quality cinema goes, no. But it's just a fun romp with these people, And the thing is, I wasn't even really that into that guy with the glasses, Channel Awesome thing. I can tell you right now, I didn't even know who the hell AVGN was until 2008, 2009. Somewhere around there, because I didn't bother with any of that stuff. I just wasn't into it. And it wasn't until I started, it wasn't until I started baking cakes that I found them. Because I was looking for something to put on in the background while I was baking. And so on Justin TV of all places, I would find these streams. It was Angry Video Game Nerd. All day long, just nonstop. Episode after episode after episode. So I put that on in the background. Next thing you know, I'm like, this guy's pretty funny. I like this. This is actually kind of funny. But on those streaming channels, they would sometimes throw in like the AVGN Nostalgia Critic crossover stuff. I'm like, okay, who's this dude? Like, I get the whole. I'm introduced now to this. I don't know who the hell that is. I'm introduced now to this Angry Video Game Nerd dude. It's like, so who's this Nostalgia Critic guy? So then I did a deep dive into YouTube and found out about him. I was like, oh, well, he's all right. I was like, he has this delivery that's just so wacky and over the top. And I mean, I guess you could say it was its own thing. It wasn't terrible. I mean, I could see the appeal of it. But I was just like, okay. And that's when I got introduced to, because I think the first anniversary, that guy with glasses anniversary brawl had already been done. So I was like, I watched that, and then there's all these people. It's like, Jesus Christ, they have a whole army of these reviewer types and whatever. And some of them were like, oh, it's Angry Joe. Like, you're supposed to know who that guy is. And, oh, it's blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know who any of these people are. Like, I'm meeting them for the first time. It was a weird introduction in the sense, like, they just, and this, I guess this goes to the point of, like, their conceited nature is, like, they just expected you to, like, oh, look who's in the video. It's blah, blah, blah. Like, if you have come at that with fresh eyes, it's like, who? It's like, why are they pretending like they're big shit? Why are they pretending like this is, which I have to say with the anniversary brawl, it wasn't super in your face. It wasn't super in your face. It was there, but it wasn't super in your face. It wasn't like Kick-Ass here, where when their introductions were like, oh my god, like, but that's a whole other. I'm not watching any of those. I've already watched them a dozen times, not in stream, but I've watched them a bunch. But so many other people have covered the nostalgia critic movies like Kick-Ass here and Suburban Nights. It's just beating a dead horse going back to that well. So I decided today I'm going to watch the Top of the Fourth Wall and another Cinema Snob movie. I wanted to watch the original Cinema Snob movie, but unless there's a link floating out on the internet somewhere of that movie that I can't find, I'm just going to have to watch what I assume is the sequel. Okay, so let's just dive in. Screw it. My dogs are going crazy. Is there any audio? Oh, there we go. That was weird. And I don't really know Linkara's shtick that much. I don't like these credits because it's kind of confusing. Well, it's not confusing. It's just like there's too much information. Credits are just supposed to be credits. It's not supposed to be like. There's a reason why you don't tie it into like a story, because now you're struggling to like read the names and figure out what you're talking about. It's like, I know he thinks he's being creative, but this is just confusing. Like, again, you have to go into this knowing something about what he's doing and what it's about. And this is why, like, in like professional movies, there are strict like guidelines to opening credits that, like, I think SAG and all the film industry like unions have set in stone, and it has to be that way and conform to that. But I understand it's to give people the proper dues in a movie. Some people just want to see their name up on the fucking screen. But when you're like challenging your audience to like make it out because there's all this other garbage going on, and these are way too goddamn fast. You also don't have to list every single person in your movie in the opening credits. It's like a guy with severe ADD put that out. And I assume it wasn't Lewis that made it. He just contracted somebody to do it, and they timed it to that song. So it's just bad. It's bad overall as far as like time budgeting. It could have been done way better. Cut back on the names, give it more time. You're just bombarding people with information.
Would you believe that's not the first time that's happened?
Won't be the last time either. Now go away.
I'm here to talk to you about your spaceship.
See, again, right off the bat, you're like,
well, our first clue was when it came into orbit. Now
you have to know who this person is. Like, otherwise you just got this guy acting like an asshole.
I hear you're letting your fans vote on what to name the craft.
See, your fans. Who is this guy?
Yeah, they're going for Vigilant, though. I think I'm going to go with Comicron instead.
Defying what the people voted for. Never a good idea.
I mean, I guess that's the whole aspect.
Ship.
Like,
now
they never really...
Then why'd you put it up?
They never really use the long view.
Is there a reason you're here?
To say, like, you know, someone 20 years from now is going to be watching this, and they're going to be completely confused.
But I thought
of course.
They could put a bullet in my head and then take it.
I don't know. Maybe they weren't that conceited. Maybe they just assumed that this was going to be a limited appeal thing and then just go away. That's not the way the internet works, though.
No, not at all. See, I said that's what they wanted to do with you. However, a low-ranking agent spoke up in your defense. Said we could trust you with it.
Who spoke up in my defense? Oh. Why? I don't think I've ever met you before.
You haven't, but I actually did something that they didn't do.
What's that?
I watched your show, Linkara.
You watched my show and you didn't want to shoot me?
You're not dangerous. I don't think you're a threat to this country or anyone for that matter. You're a guy who reviews comic books on the internet and fights robots and monsters. Personally, I think it's better to be on your good side. So I'm here to offer an alternate solution, and I highly recommend you take
the
it.
rapid fire
I'm not
exposition.
handing over the ship.
Oh, I didn't think you would. But here's how this is going to work. You stay out of our way, and we'll stay out of yours.
That's it?
That's it. Don't use it for military affairs in a foreign country. Don't try to bring it down on us because a bill passed that you don't like. And don't try to threaten us with it. You stay out of our way, we'll stay out of yours.
And if I refuse?
And if you refuse, then there's a sharpshooter less than 100 yards away with that bullet you mentioned.
Fine, I accept.
Splendid. I'm going to act as your liaison with the government. Here's my card.
Bad
We'd
lighting.
like to have monthly progress reports from you. You've run into some individuals who pose a threat to this world, and we wouldn't mind taking that information off your hands, before and after your confrontations.
Okay.
I wonder if he
whatever.
handed the
You
guy
know
the
way
camera
out.
for his shots, and then he shot himself. I think there's only 2 people in that room. He was like, "Here, you
Look,
felt
you're
me."
understandably unhappy, I get that. But I want to be your friend. I think you're a good person and that we can trust you. I'm going to try to
'Cause it's
appeal to
funny
the
how
government to give you a little
his
more leeway
angles
and
are all,
a
like,
few
shot
less
low,
snipers outside your window.
And it's got a
I
little bit of movement.
appreciate that, sir.
And
I
all,
appreciate
all of
you've done.
Lewis's shots
But
are
I
like,
can assure you that
know,
we are
head level.
never going to be friends.
unflattering view.
You are the best friend ever.
Linkara, I said I would try to get you the chair, not that I would.
You will get me the chair because you are the best friend ever who gets me the best gifts ever.
Linkara, I got you a comic book last year.
And it was a good comic book. And in my
Sometimes I
line of
wonder
work,
about
I take
movies
what kind
that
of good comics I
use
can
colored
get.
lighting
Now
for
then,
everything.
Why are you not drinking
It's like it's a
alcohol
bar,
right
like there's
now?
colored lighting
It is
everywhere,
my
like-
birthday tomorrow, and we are supposed to be
It's
celebrating.
very
But I could,
film
Linkara,
schoolish
but I
to
have
just
to
use
monitor
colored
the
lights for
Kylex's
everything. Like
communications
everywhere, colored
with Earth
lights.
tomorrow, and I
White
cannot
light
be
is
hungover for that.
a cardinal
You
sin.
wanna call it Jupiter? You know what's in Jupiter? Nothing. Just broken chunks of a house that
Or
I
it's
blew up.
more nefarious.
Did I ever tell you about the time I saved the day by blowing up a house in space?
Yes, you did. Several times, in fact. You also said that I don't owe you any more presents after I got the snipers recalled.
This is that because
You know what? I realize now
saved
that
the
I'm just
world
not
from the
invested in the
NC.
story at all.
Me, because
And so
I'm
much of like
awesome.
nothing
You're also
is going
drunk.
on. Like 2 guys
I
you don't
am
know
drunk
are talking.
because
Now they're drunk and
I
they're
am
talking.
Awesome.
All right, I'm
It's
taking
like,
you
I
home.
don't care.
You are not taking me home. You are going to drink with
This
me.
is going
and
into gay
tomorrow
territory.
We are gonna watch bad movies together. Screw Jupiter.
Linkara, you are drunk. I am taking you home.
No, that's not believable.
No. I am taking you home because I can teleport. Giveaway! Beam us back to the apartment.
Ugh. Terrible effects.
What about all that whiskey you just took a swim in?
It's okay, they know me there. I always buy up half their supply when I'm reviewing Marvel.
All right, well, come on, birthday boy. Let's get you to bed, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Alan,
Yeah?
thank you for getting the snipers recall.
You
No
know,
problem.
I can already see a
Sleep
problem
well,
with this
birthday
movie,
boy.
and it's that Linkara is definitely taking himself a little
Any
too
more?
seriously.
Confirmed.
This is going to
Would
be
you mind
a
taking
running
me back
theme
to the
through this whole
bar?
movie. I
kind of
think
left my
he's
car
there.
Request accepted. Prepare for teleport.
he doesn't
Thank
have
you,
the
Dwight.
jolly. This is all farcical and like even even in Kick-Assia when they're trying to play it up a little bit, like the oh my god we have to be concerned now. It's like you could tell it was always schlocky and they knew what they were doing. Like I don't think there's going to be any of that in this. I think he's playing this seriously. Like, he legitimately thinks this is all great and cool. And that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good at all.
Happy birthday to me.
Well, apparently he's a
that he
Social Rec fan.
Independent Space reports that the spaceship Kailistis will be approaching Jupiter today after an historic 3-month journey. Its speedy arrival is thanks to the development of the Mac fail drive, which drastically increases its speed. Development of the Mac fail drive was made possible thanks to the sale of advanced technology by former President Ensano, who created the unorthodox method of space travel.
I can't believe you idiots actually bought this stuff. I mean, yeah, it works.
Jesus Christ. Noah Antweiler, ladies and gentlemen.
Whatever. Your hard-earned tax money's now going into my pockets.
The funny thing is, like, no one thought, like, I'm going to watch this to be like 15, 20 years later, and there's like, Dr. Insano. Like, what's this joke? Like, people are going to be like, what is this joke? What is the meaning of this? Then somebody's going to have to be, oh, well, there was this guy named Spoony One, Noah Antweiler, who had this sub-character called Dr. Insano. That was the running thing in his reviews. It's like, all right, just shut up. I'm done here. I don't want to hear anymore.
Yeah, but hey, it's a new day and all that.
A new day and a new review that needs to be put together.
What is it with the channel awesome people and robots? Like little Crow-T robot and fucking like well, I know the shows were all like aping Mr. Science Theater hardcore.
You guys ever stop and ask yourselves, how did I get here?
I was created by your mad scientist as a Christmas present. I stick around because the coffee is good.
That's Alison Pregler.
Funny.
And I got here because you originally built
tell her voice.
Reviews. Instead, you're my cash cow since I get to be your producer.
I feel so loved right now.
We're just
see, he's playing this too serious.
I made the coffee for both of you. Regardless of how you're feeling, I think it's going to be a great day. Drink up, film the review, then let's watch some bad movies with your non-blue friends.
Right.
Okay.
Dude, you could take the sticker off the tumbler. That's one of those. God, the barcode's still on the bottom. I just bought this for this scene, or I don't ever watch this thing. Either could be the truth. You know? See, I don't understand what's going on.
Yep.
I mean, comic books, especially back then, were still niche. And even like, let's just say deep dive comics, the ones that weren't mainstream enough, they're niche still.
Hello.
So he's telling his story of like, I am this reviewer who's so tortured because I have to review these terrible comics and it's taking a toll on me. Like, nobody cares.
I am, of course, talking about.
Yeah, he's doing the serious thing.
Dude, didn't we have to, like, film the episode?
No, I need to go take care of something. Stay here.
It's where I always am.
Here I am, whenever I'm in a scene. Otherwise, I'm silent. You'll never hear from me.
To leave the bottle, mate, but I don't even think you finished that one drink so far.
You could make a case that, like, this is Lewis Lovehog's, like,
has anyone ever told
like
you
imagination.
Exactly like the Nostalgia Critic?
About 30 times a day. Anyone ever told you look like Harvey Feinboyce?
He's like 50.
Sure he is.
See, this isn't funny.
All right, Linkara, I have 10 minutes. Would you like to tell me why you pulled me away from monitoring the most important space flights in the last decade?
You know, you're not the first people to go to Jupiter.
Well, we're the first not to be backed by an evil organization at the very least.
Oh no, just the U.S. government. Nothing evil there.
Linkara, I know you didn't pull me back down here again just to criticize the United States
I like
government.
how all of their political leanings
My birthday today,
were
you
even
know.
present back then.
Yes, I'm aware. We were here last night celebrating. Were you so drunk that you forgot, or are you just upset that I'm not getting you that thing you wanted?
It would not be that hard to get me Captain Kirk's chair, and you know it. But it's not just that.
Then what the hell is it?
Alan, why do you work for the government?
Oh, God.
What?
Why do you do what you do?
I hate answering a question with a question.
Because I'm a patriot, I guess.
Could you be a little more specific?
Because I believe in this country and the ideals it stands for. Sure, it doesn't always live up to those standards, but
Bad theater
I believe
acting.
in helping out as many people as I can. Look, Linkara, what are we doing here?
What am I still doing here?
Nobody
You're
knows.
drunk again, aren't you?
Nobody
No,
knows.
No, I'm not. It's just
There has not been a point laid
I've been
out.
thinking a lot lately about my life.
We are
what I've seen,
almost
what I've
15
done,
minutes
and
into this,
just,
and there is no
I
establishment
don't know. There's something
of
nagging at the
a
back
narrative
of my head.
or story or
Maybe I'm finally just
point.
realizing now how not normal my life is. For crying out loud, I own a magic gun.
Where'd you purchase that anyway? Sorry.
Alan, what the hell am I doing with my life?
This is like the
Not sure what
cattier version
what do I have
of To
going
Boldly
for me that
Flee.
makes me want to see my next birthday?
Well, you've got a lot of people who'd be sad to see you go. Me included.
You can't just live for other people. That's not living. You need something for yourself, Alan. What have I got going for myself?
Well, you have
The
a
funny
good
thing
life.
about this movie
have a
is you have a
family,
character
friends, you
who
have
is
things that you
already
enjoy that you're
presenting
excited
himself
about.
as like, everyone knows who I
You
am.
think your life is
Everyone
that
depends
normal?
on me. I am a very
Really?
important
It's all
person.
about
And then
dealing with
everyone else in this
hardships,
movie is
and
like,
everybody
yeah, we
has to
know,
deal with
Lewis.
those.
We know. We know how
Frankly,
important you are, buddy.
I think life's
But let's
worth living
talk
for
like
its own sake.
it's just this reinforcing
I agree with you.
reinforced
Others-
delusion of like grandeur
I don't know.
that
Maybe I called you
someone
out for
coming in
nothing.
baseline
having
knows
an
nothing
early
about the
midlife
situation,
crisis.
like looks at it like
I'm just thinking a lot about myself and my life.
nothing has no information
I
has
know
been
what I
conveyed
want
yet
to
other than
I've been
all
thinking
sorts
about
of
ending
like
the show
I'm
because
giving you exposition about my
I'm not
character.
certain
I'm
why
giving
I'm
you
still doing
exposition
it.
about my feelings.
Possibly.
I'm a tortured soul. I'm a
appreciated,
tortured
though. I
soul.
can assure
15
you
minutes of
that.
I'm a tortured soul.
My superiors are certainly glad that you're
We
around.
get it.
Your
You're a tortured soul.
superiors want the spaceship that I have in orbit with the big gun pointing down.
Yes, but they are much happier that you have it rather than someone else.
We got Jupiter, we got
Sure they are.
spaceship, and we got tortured soul.
You are moody today. Captain Kirk's chair help?
Maybe.
All right, well, I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, go home, watch movies with your friends. Watch the Kyle Estes reach Jupiter.
If you guys find a monolith out there, I call dibs. What happened to the other guy?
The guy, there was no other guy. You've been drinking all day, you're seeing things, mate. One minute you come in, you're talking as no one is there. You say, Jupiter, and I tell you something, at the end of the day, who cares, man? Who cares? You haven't paid your bill yet, and that's all I care about. So wait, here, make yourself useful. Tell me what you think, Sally Ann. You're not better than me.
Was that a comedy moment?
This is Kale Estes.
What was the point of
We
that?
have entered Jovian territory. Estimated arrival to Galilean moons is 2 hours and 14 minutes. All lights are green. No sign of any problems. Sensor contact reports that the debris field is exactly where we thought it would be.
Looking forward to hearing back from you in an hour or two. Kale Estes out.
I still can't believe this.
I love it.
I mean, okay, a year of planning this trip, 3 months to get there, and then right before we get there, it's like, hey, can you deviate from your
I like the
flight plan
black
and,
fabric.
check out this debris
Black
field
fabric
that's left over
taped to
from
the
some
ceiling in the
madman that tried
background.
to take over the world?
Steady on, Logan. We knew this was a possibility.
Yeah, but they didn't need to wait till the last
I also like
minute
the
to tell us.
wood.
I mean,
The,
if just
the
one of
wooden
those
cabinet
pieces of debris
doors,
hit
It won't.
the
We'll be
wooden
moving in
tables,
parallel to the
in a
dispersal
spaceship.
pattern, and we'll be matching the velocity of the debris. Plus, we have automatic sealants to take care of any pinpricks in this baby's hull.
Pinpricks
What's
is made of
your
wood.
confidence? Don't worry about it, man. We're not going to find anything out here.
And the death bomb
The
was...
death bomb. They seriously called it that!
The death bomb was practically vaporized. It's all just junk floating
If
out.
one of those pieces of junk punctures the
I think somebody is cranky this morning. I think somebody needs to sit in the comfy chair.
This'll never not be weird.
We've been out here
You're
for 3
telling
months,
me?
and only now did you decide to comment on this?
But no truer words have ever been spoken.
We are sitting in a state-of-the-art spacecraft, and we are ready to make history. Now, I don't care if it happens in a shower stall or a lazy boy, as long as it gets us there and gets us home. Now, put on your grown-up astronaut pants and give me a readout on engine consumption.
Sorry. Energy consumption's nominal. Look, I'm just saying that the
I'm just reading the
universe
script
is a
off my phone.
Strange place.
Get better strange than boring. Yeah, we're coming up on the debris
Look at that
field
one
now.
light.
Not seeing anything on initial navigation.
And the worst aspect of the light
not be so
is
worried with that assessment,
the
Anders.
dude is sweating, so you get this
I'm
glistening
detecting a power
reflection,
source out
specular
there.
reflection off his forehead.
How can anything still
You're
have
supposed
power out there?
to
It's been floating in space for a few
towel
years
a
now.
motherfucker off or add makeup
well,
or something.
let's find out. It's a small
Get rid of that.
object.
That
I'd say
one
it's
light
about
you decided
foot,
to put
foot
up.
and a half long, and the power is very faint. Logan, do you think it's small enough to bring on board?
Yes, but the highest possible quarantine until we can identify it. And then keep a finger on the button so we can flush it into space at a moment's notice.
Agreed. Anders, maneuver us closer. On
I said
standard
one
fuel
light
and
because
prepare the
the
gravel
other
bombs.
light is ambient light. It's probably just the standard light in the room, and he decided, oh, it's a movie. I got to throw up one key light, and it's probably just a CFL bulb. Actually, it looked more focused than that, so it probably wasn't even that. It's probably a fucking low wattage flood.
But there was some kind of emergency with the Nostalgia Critic. They called in a whole bunch of people to deal with it.
For the love of God, Critic! Why did you watch Garbage Pail Kids again? What were you thinking?
I don't know. I thought it would get better with age.
Critic, open the door before you are permanently traumatized.
I don't know what happiness is anymore. Joy is a lie. A lie!
See, that's the thing about Doug. He knew how ridiculously stupid his character was, and the more he played it up, the
Oh, little Brandy, talk of
the more
sophistication
nostalgia critic it
and a
was.
treatise on Sartre versus
But there's just
Spinoza.
all these other reviewers are like, there's too much of them, their own personality
And the amazing
bled
Hulk.
into
You will
their
laugh,
product.
You will cry, you will poop
You
your
can't
pants.
separate them from
Probably not a
their
good
character,
idea to do
because their
that
character
on
is
somebody
them.
else's couch.
Are you sure you don't want to come, Harvey? You're perfectly welcome to.
Nah, someone's got to stick around here and make sure this new refit doesn't blow the ship up when you screw in a light bulb. Besides, I'm not really
This
good
is
with crowds,
Louis
so I'm the
Lovehog's
center
version of
attention.
this Nostalgia
All right, so tell 90s
Critics
kids that he's not gonna watch movies
bartender
with us to go up there
character
and keep
or
you company.
whatever. It's
Oh,
like every
good.
every
The idiot will
Nostalgia
keep me
Critic
company. Ain't
character
that fat city?
has a
Well, it's
Louis
either 90s
Lovehog
kid or the
alternate. It's like, Jesus, dude.
Point taken. Enjoy your flicks, kid. I'm out. I'll try to.
If there's a
Bye.
Linkara bum in this movie, I'm gonna just shut it off on principle. I'm dead serious. What are we in now? 22 minutes and there's no point. It's just people doing things. It's literally just people doing things.
Sir?
Like, what are you doing? I don't know.
Is there
What are you
any
doing?
word?
I don't know.
No, sir.
We were supposed to hear back from them over an hour ago. Are we still receiving a signal from the ship?
Oh
Yes, sir.
no.
It's delayed, of course, but we're still
This
getting
drama is
readings
getting
from
in the
ship
way of
and
my
crew.
gaming.
And my call to
What's
DC?
the fucking GTA
For now,
fucking
it's at your
5
discretion
thing on
if you'd
his
like to bring it in.
laptop?
Contact some
Or is this so
observatories.
old that it was 4?
Give them the
I think that's
coordinates. See
5.
if we can't get a better picture of what's going on out there. We haven't heard back in a couple hours. I'll make the call.
Yes, sir.
You make that call. Keep us all in the dark. That's the way you make a movie.
Wow.
The old group.
That was something.
I know, right? It's glorious.
That thing looks like the Grimace if he stuck steroids
Oh,
up his
such
ass.
terrible audio.
What if he downed a 24-pack of beer?
And it's awesome. awesome.
As a floating blue robot made from a water
Whose
heater,
house
I
is
can
this?
safely say that was the most unrealistic thing I've ever seen.
Well, it was amazing, so at least it did live up to its title.
Well, time for my movie selection.
It's not going to be Caligula again, is it? I'm almost 30 and I still felt like I needed an adult after that.
Oh, no. I learned my lesson after that one. It's gonna be Sallow.
Finally,
Well, at least I'm looking more forward to the Brad Jones movie. His acting is at least
Well, you are definitely gonna want some
more
food
fluid.
while watching Sallow.
Well, at least cold pizza is better than no pizza.
Like Lewis's dialogue, you can just see it coming. He telegraphs the fact that he's going to go into like this unnecessary line of dialogue every time he talks.
May I come in?
He's so wooden.
When was the last time you made contact with them?
Don't read the
Going on
script,
6
Lewis.
hours now. Telescopes and biological readings tell us that they're out there, but for whatever reason,
Memorize
they're
your
not
lines.
answering.
Couldn't their communications just be out?
Yeah, well, we thought of that, but the Kyle Estes is equipped with 2 backup communication stations that they're supposed to use should the first one go out. It is
These two people
possible
on
that all
screen
3
right now are
but
not good actors.
highly unlikely considering one of them is on a system completely separate from the ship's main power.
By any stretch of the imagination.
We're tracking the astronauts' vitals. I mean, it's delayed, of course, but all things considered, they should have checked in by now, and they seem to be perfectly healthy.
Should we even be looking at this? This seems like classified government document stuff.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's not like anyone here is going to be tweeting this or something.
Yeah,
So what
we
do you want
get
me
it.
to do about it?
You didn't have to show
As far
it.
as I know,
We
you're the
got
only
it. Your
person
whole
on Earth with
whatever.
a spaceship fast enough to get out there and see what's going on.
Yes, Comicron 1 can be out there in a few hours, I guess.
Perfect. When do we leave?
I didn't invite you.
Linkara, the United
See how he
States
just he,
government has a
he
large
says stuff and then he
vested
just
interest in this
pauses and
project.
waits.
And as a
Like, here
representative
comes
of
the
said
response.
government, I'm coming with you.
Well, that's nice, Alan, but I'm a little
Stop
uncomfortable
reading
with
the
an agent of the United States government stepping on
How do
board
you
a
not
ship
know-
that said government would like to take away from me.
Linkara, do you think for even a second that even if I want
How do you
to
watch
take your
this?
ship from you that I'd have
Be like,
any idea
people
how it
will
works?
never know that there's a cue card right off screen.
Okay, fair enough point. And one more person isn't going to make a difference. Poyo,
Stop reading the cue cards.
One more person. I want to come on help.
Oh, wait, I don't.
Some astronauts up there are in trouble, and I don't think any of us want to see them hurt or killed.
Well, nobody does.
Yeah,
but I don't-
Linkara, something bad may be going down up there. In that case, you're gonna need a weapons expert.
I've used weapons before.
And I'm drunk enough to think that this is a good idea.
Guys! Look, I'm not against you guys coming along with me, but we don't know what's going on up there. This could only be
You're
for
telling
nothing.
me? Holy
But
shit.
The last time we went to space, it wasn't exactly happy fun times. I'd like to go when we're not actually being shot at.
I never get to go to space.
And plus, you're not blackmailing us or threatening us or promising non-existent cars, so that's a plus.
Linkara, we're
Referencing
your friends and people
Doug's
need our
movies.
help.
Jesus.
Let us help you.
All right, let's all go into space.
Yes!
All right, and I'll bring Sallow so we can watch it along the way.
So I take it this is Linkara's spaceship? How would you know?
I see you've done some redecorating since I've last been here.
Yep, everything can be controlled by a single console.
Well,
which is
I gotta hand it to him.
problematic when the one console
At least
explodes
it's
in your
better
face.
than
Nimue,
the
what's
government's wooden
Standard
spaceship.
orbit now in effect, awaiting further
This is sort of indicative of like,
Kid, you didn't tell me you were bringing
I mean,
company. Harvey,
here
this is
you've got
Everett.
Linkara's
This is
I'm in a
Harvey.
spaceship movie, which just so happens to be made after Doug Walker's I'm in a spaceship movie.
Only a party.
But Doug
Somebody-
Walker's
somebody
I'm in a
got anything
spaceship
you guys
movie
can trip there.
was played
How
up
did
for
you fly
fun
the ship
because
for
he
the
knew he was
kid?
shooting
I
in a
was just making
house.
some
So what's
adjustments before
the
we got
spaceship?
underway.
It's a house.
You're the guy who helped us take out Vice that first time, aren't you?
That's right. Name's Joe. Nice to meet you.
Character introductions. Half an hour in. This is awesome.
Nash.
We all know who Linkara is,
They're done.
but these
Harvey
other
will
characters,
do
we got to
around
explain them
engineering.
now.
You know technical stuff. You should be able to handle it.
I hit things. They get fixed.
Oh, it's so
Good for you.
disjointed and so
As for
like.
everyone else, here's the rest of the bridge.
Hi, I'm Nash.
I'm Harvey. I hate the hippie hair.
Oh God, he just.
Sorry.
Wow, that completely. I was like, why is he going back up to Lewis and introducing himself? I forgot that's another character.
You got spunk.
Oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't have
It's a lot easier to find
your
out
double
who a person
character.
is by insulting them than by just saying hello. Anyway, here's how the engines work.
Not to mention it broke
this
180.
is the science station.
Well, it didn't break 180
It does
if you
science.
think about it. He's
I
talking to a
think.
different
I don't know. I
person.
haven't
but-
tested this thing out yet.
Or it's the light switch.
No, dude, just rerouting some power. Ugh. Had a gnarly
Oh,
idea
great, a third
about
one.
how I could redirect power from the sensors to the guns. I believe you're all familiar with 90s Kid. I think most people
Are we?
familiar with the most radical person on your show. Okay, quick question. So, how exactly are we supposed to shoot our enemies if we don't have the sensors? Okay, obviously there are still a few hiccups in my idea. No need to be bugging. We'll save modifications for when we get back. Buzzkill. Dude, you're Obscurus Lupa!
Yes, we know. God damn, half an hour in. 32 minutes in, and he's doing character introductions. Holy shit. How long is this? Oh, this part one's almost done. So, we're almost done with part one of a top to the fourth movie, top to the fourth wall of the movie.
Trust in me never ceases
And
to
we
warm my
still
heart,
have no
Linkara.
fucking idea
Punch
what's
anyone
going
who
on.
says anything stupid.
Punching hand
It's like,
ready.
did
Lupa,
Linkara,
90s Kid. You
did
guys
Lewis
will
not
be in charge of
watch
figuring out a plan about
Doug
what to
Walker's
do in
movies
case, I
and
don't know,
realize
aliens
that
or
you have to
something
establish
attack
a
the
clear
KLS
and
and we
present
have to fight
threat
them?
right up
Why
front?
me?
Like within the
Because
first
you're
10 minutes,
smart
the
and you can
audience
probably
should
kick my
know
ass.
Yeah,
what the point of the movie is. Unless I've been talking over a lot of exposition,
How much do you know about the KLS
there's no way of knowing.
Everything. I'm even well versed in the
It's
theory
just, you
behind
just have a
creating
bunch of
thing.
characters and a bunch
You
of
work the science station,
characters
coordinate
together
with
in
Nimue.
scenes talking, and nothing has really been established. What's the threat? Tell me what the threat is.
Before you get some help
What
down
are they
there,
in space
what's the status
for?
of the engines?
What the fuck is going
Good to
on?
hear. All right, Joe, set a course for the.
Hey, what do you got for me, Chief?
Cinema Snob.
Yes. Holy fuck.
You're the comic relief.
Can do, sugar tits.
I'm hilarious. All right, everybody get comfortable. Joe, set a course for Jupiter. Standard speed by 1/2 until we've cleared orbit. Then punch it to standard by 7.
He just wanted to sound like he knew what he was talking about. Why are you shaking, Lewis?
Okay?
What do you mean?
Your hand's shaking.
I noticed it because I watch you every moment of the day for any little thing. That's just so odd for you, Lewis, to just have a shaky hand all of a sudden.
Okay, note to self. This is inverted controls. Great.
I think we're gonna need a minute to learn how to fly this thing.
Okie dokie. Nimue, why don't you scroll up some tutorial videos for us?
Tutorial system engaged. Step 1. Crash avoidance.
Ooh, and when that's done, cue up Simon Says.
Accessing database. Queuing film. Simon Says, starring Dennis Rodman and Dane Cook.
Nimue, cancel that order.
Aww.
Some top level graphics. Is that it?
Your father
That was
knows about
it?
saving money. Everything I'm wearing.
That was the end of part one.
And I just saved on my
fucking
car
kidding
insurance for
me?
driving safe with USAA.
Auto insurance.
I strongly disagree. We're moving on to part 2. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but we're gonna get through this. Oh, this one's only 17. Oh, there's a part 3. Oh, fuck. I thought there were only 2 parts.
Come in.
Hey, just wanted to let you know that Nash figured
Why
out
is
how
it
the
split
engines
up?
work. So
Why
it
is
should
it
be
split
fine
up
in
into 3
engineering.
parts?
I would have used the intercom, but I haven't figured out how it works yet.
Usually it's just hold down the button, say who or what you want to reach, and Nimue will redirect the call for you.
Cool. Well, I'll try it from the bridge then.
Before you go, You will be fine taking command of the ship if anything happens, right?
Sure. Why, don't you trust me?
Of course I do. It's why I gave you the job to begin with. It's just... I should have asked you before I gave you the job.
Maybe. Is there any reason why you think I'm going to need to take it?
No. It's just... I just kind of assumed a leadership role without asking, and I'm used to having my own entourage around with me and not you guys. I should have talked to you first.
The magnanimous Louis Lovehog. I should have asked a woman if she wanted to command my ship.
Go and test out the intercom.
Because she's a woman.
Will do.
And I want to appear like, you know, I'm an ally and I'm a good guy and I'm not the rapist that everyone says I am online, or rape fantasy enthusiast that everyone online says I am.
So anyway, that's the annoying thing about Blood Gun number 0. I mean,
Like the greatest crime of all of these people at this time was like mistreatment of women, and that's the white knight chivalrous, you know, milady horse shit that everybody makes fun of. Louis Lovehog was like the prime candidate of that at that time. He was like really big on that kick. That's like.
There was more to the 90s than just really violent comic
When you're
book
so
characters.
aloof to your own ideological concepts that you don't realize you're playing into your own system, like self-sabotage. Like, women must be respected and treated gloriously and given all of, like, dude, you're putting women on a pedestal. Women like to be placed on pedestals, but not in that fashion. Not where you're, like, not in that way. They like to be treated exceptionally, but not used as an object to convey a certain, like, look how good I am because I hold women to this esteem. Like, I am a prop for women empowerment, see? And then redirect everything to how good of a guy am I? There's a real breakdown, which is illustrated in a lot of these characters in movies. Like, there's a real breakdown in the sense of, like, of masculinity over the ages. Or especially over the past like 2 decades, where it's like people like this are misrepresented what it is to be a man. Like, they don't realize, like, men just naturally do this sort of stuff instinctively. Like, they don't make a big production out of it. As a matter of fact, making a big production out of it is antithetical to what it is to be a man. So they don't get it. So whenever they do a little bit of, like, man shit, they have to announce it to the world, like, see what I've done, I'm a man. But ick man, like, man bad, bad man sucks, because they're also trying to appeal to the feminist agenda, but their entire act is is just being a man, but they're just trying to put it out there. I'm a man. Like, we know you're a man. Like, but a good, well-adjusted man doesn't go around talking about how they're a man all the time. They just do man shit.
I personally am a pretty big fan of Dragon Ball Z.
I guess the best way to put it is he's so terrified of being called a misogynist that he'll do anything on the planet to get, you know, to absolve that, or, like, you know, distract anyone. I'm like, no. He'd rather be called a racist than a misogynist. That sort of deal. That's like, come on, dude. It's like, unless you're, like, just outright beating women or trash talking them constantly and maneuvering things to, like, oh, a woman can't do this, so I'll take care of it. It's like, then you're not a misogynist. But the fear, the palpable fear in the mind of a beta male is insane.
They took off their equipment or they're dead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off like that. Jesus Christ. I'm so not interested in this story. They're just in space. They're just going to Jupiter. Who gives a fuck? Characters talking about the ship. Characters talking about each other. Characters just talking.
Mind you, we just finished a major refit of the ship, and we have
who gives a fuck about the ship? Who fucking cares about the ship? No one.
Yeah, but what if a badger gets into your main power?
This ship is. Have you ever watched Star Trek?
Too many badges in space.
Like, the entire series after series after series of space adventures in space, an entire crew of people going out in space. You know what they didn't do all the fucking time? Just talk about the ship constantly. Now, there were certain episodes that were plot essential to certain aspects of the functioning of the ship. Then they had to delve into the ship. But this guy, they don't like, oh, check out the ship. Look at the ship. Isn't the ship cool? Oh, the ship. Like, nobody, the ship was a vessel to get them to stories. That's what this ship should be. It's just a vessel to transport characters to story. No. In the Linkara movie, the ship is the fucking story. We gotta talk about the ship. That's what we got. We got this set. It's our ship. We got the graphics that somebody made for us. Oh boy, we gotta talk about that.
Power's out in this junction again. I need to put in a 9-volt or something in this thing. Hang on, man. I got you. Nicely done.
Wow. You turned a red light on inside my heater.
Can't you?
Or inside my furnace, not heater.
Why, you can't do that? And you can? Of course I can. I'm Harvey Fine Voice. A swing, baby.
Oh, so this is Harvey Fine Voice. See, I didn't get the thing before.
Say,
The reference.
You
can't
guy or
reference
that can work the engines instead of this guy.
They're still talking about the fucking ship.
He said he had to stay behind.
Character
some
ship.
personal
Character ship.
project or something.
Oh my god, he's even... I thought it would be a Linkara bum, but it's even worse.
When I turn a clown into a
It's Dr. Linksano.
For the 9th time, I don't speak clown.
It's like, you put something like that in your movie, or just do it, period.
Coming up on the
It's like,
position
oh,
of Kyle Estes
Noah
should
will
be,
love this.
But I
It's
am
like,
detecting a lot of debris
okay.
in the area.
Imagine if people made movies where the central focus of the movie was, I'm going to do this to make this other actor, he's going to watch this and laugh. Like, you're limiting your appeal to an audience of one?
Really? No. I'm just fulfilling my obligation as
Well, it's just one part of the movie. It's one part of a movie that's so nonsensical that it detracts from the rest of the movie. Why put it in there? Only have the essential aspects of your story. Anything that bolsters the story. Don't put in tangent, extraneous. Nonsense. Just clutter your movie with nonsense. Everything has to be in service of the story, or why would you have it in there?
That would be my guess. Hoping to find a few
But this whole
guns in
movie
there.
so far has
You're not
been
naive enough to believe
nothing.
that we wouldn't want to get our hands on them.
I'm offended at how much nothing there is in this
You
movie.
didn't tell us.
And I guess the criticism of my criticism would be, well, you haven't really been paying attention. It's like, what am I supposed to pay attention to? Their banal dialogue? Is that what I'm supposed to be paying attention to? Their terrible acting?
Possible that it would pass by the debris field. So we made it a parameter of said mission.
I mean, what the
that
fuck
it
are
is
they
not
doing?
supposed to threaten
What
the
are they
ship or her
doing?
crew, that it should pick up whatever it could and bring it back
Space
to Earth.
debris. Space debris around Jupiter.
I certainly hope that was all, or else I'm not going to be able to trust you enough to...
Information.
Oh no, Linkara can't trust the fucking government. Yeah, we've already got
The metal
that.
in the debris field is made of an unknown material. It is making census scans difficult.
Is it them?
General
Is it them? Who is them?
the Kyle Estes. However, its overall mass and appearance do not match the images provided.
Put it on screen.
Oh no.
The hell? Looks like someone took the debris and just glued it on the ship.
Well, Alan, looks like they did find something out here. Take us in closer. Full sensor sweep.
Now, I got to preface, we are 45 minutes into this movie. And we're just getting to
None of the sensors can get a read
conflict,
on the interior.
strife, something happening.
bits?
Oh
What are
my
those
god.
supposed to do?
The
Weapons,
ship's there,
maybe?
but it's got other shit on it.
You do realize they're still monitoring us from engineering, right?
As long as I don't hear him, then all is right with the world.
Sorry, dude. Sounds like we got caught up.
If we can't scan inside of it, how do we know who's alive down there?
We'll have to go inside.
All right, Nimue, prepare teleportation.
Information. The armoring covering the vessel is blocking teleport signals.
So what are we supposed to do? Go out there and knock?
Couldn't we just dock with it?
Sensors detect an exterior hatch that is not covered by armoring.
All right, Joe, maneuver us in closer.
God, I hate parallel parking.
Ah, so funny. So, Linkara's grand wisdom is, here's a ship that went out to clean up debris. Now it's covered in debris. Let's move my ship in closer and dock with said ship. I mean, if I'm going to really get into the logical reality of this story.
Wouldn't they have seen us coming?
What do you mean?
Well, it's pretty obvious from the looks of things that they're trying to graft all this stuff onto their ship, trying to make it, well, improved.
Yes,
They're
gluing junk
gathering
to
all
a
that
ship always
technology
improves
and
it.
Debris, they can see outside their ship. So wouldn't they have seen us approaching?
But then why would they be sitting there dead in space?
Well, if we were turned like this, the ship's main weapons wouldn't be aimed at them.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Hard about, raise the fourth wall!
Oh my god. If we turn our ship like this, wouldn't our stationary static gun in the middle not be pointed at a ship? And wouldn't they know that that's the configuration of our weaponry and lure us in to point? Doesn't everyone in the movie know everything at all times? It's amazing how dumb and smart people are in this movie based on the script. It's almost like the person who wrote it. Oh, look, a moving gun. I guess, you know, they didn't think about that. That kind of blows Mars Girl's whole fucking thing out of proportion. It's like, oh, we're not aimed at the ship. Like, well, we'll just turn the gun.
There's a medkit behind my chair to the left! Nimue, raise the fourth wall, damn it!
Unable to comply.
Yeah, this is
Insufficient power to raise
played
force
way
wall.
too seriously.
Engineering, what the hell is going on down there?
Shit's going down, that's all. Oh, poke. I think we needed that. I'll call you back.
Boyo, get down to engineering and give him a hand. Joe, weapon status.
Their shields are too powerful. We can't break them.
Turn us around and fire the forward lance.
Warning. Power loss has affected weapon systems. Forward lance will not have sufficient power to pierce enemy vessel shields.
I don't care. We have to hit them. We have to... Oh, hell, evasive and
Oh, no.
Alan!
We gotta get out of here.
Divert all powered engines. Nash, floor it.
I'll try, but some of the engines are down. We're not moving too fast.
Information. We do not have sufficient power to outrun the enemy vessel.
If we can't outrun them, we've got to stand and fight.
I'll take the scout ship out and try to distract them while you guys make an attack run. Mars Girl, you're in command.
The enemy vessel is transmitting a message.
Not in the mood to talk, Nimue. Redirect power to weapons. Mars Girl, when you get a good distance away,
Is
try to...
something wrong, Linkara?
Oh, no.
You have boasted before.
Oh, no. It's another
preparation,
fucking
your
Lewis Lovehog
anticipation
character.
of my presence. Yet when your enemy finally strikes, I find your defenses as weak and impotent as the skin and meat of your form.
Oh, no. They all have a sudden realization of the movie they're in.
That name, that was never my name. You filthy organic mongrel spit that name at me, and it's stuck.
You're alive.
I always survive. My body was vaporized, but I still had the artifact known as Malachite's hand on my person. My consciousness was preserved inside of it, and when the crew of this vessel brought it aboard, the artifact absorbed enough energy from the craft to restore my form. To be. The power of the artifact and the ruined pieces
More
of
exposition.
debris in this
So
field
basically the
have
whole
augmented this
thing,
vessel
the
into
whole
a
movie,
superb weapon.
What about the astronauts?
has been a lead up to bring Lewis Lovehog
With the perfection of mechanical
together
engineering.
with Lewis Lovehog.
They make excellent drones.
You son of a...
Do not presume that you still live for pointless conversation, meat sack. You exist now.
And you know what's funny?
Because I want you to see that it
You're
was
meeting
I who defeated
the Mechakara,
victory
the robotic
of steel
Linkara.
over skin.
Fine. Point made. What
You're meeting
now?
the villain of the movie,
I
and what's
annihilate
he
your
done to
vessel
make you
and use its flotsam
to know he's
to
villainous?
enhance mine.
Nothing.
Don't you just want to come over here and take it intact? You don't have to destroy us.
What I want is to peel your flesh slowly. I want to hear you scream in agony, only to find that I've already cut your vocal cords. what I want. I want many things, but I know what happens when I
Poor
try to
poor
prolong
people having
your
to act like this actually is
No, you will die
good.
now, Linkara. Take this knowledge with
He's
you.
like, why did
to
I come here?
Oblivion.
Why
As
did I
I
sign up for
floated
this?
in the vacuum
Because you know
of
it's got to be a
space,
passion project for these guys. I don't think they're getting paid.
tedium and
At least I
boredom,
hope they got
the
paid.
only thing that
I think
kept
Linkara
me
raised
from
money to
succumbing
make this trash.
madness
So
was my
did he not pay his
hatred.
friends?
Fire.
Linkara? Linkara? Joe, fire!
Right.
Again, Joe!
Do we have enough power to escape?
Hey everybody, is this Linkara or Mechakara? They both act the exact same.
We can't let them escape. Joe, fire again. Finish them off.
I can't. We've used up the last of our weapon power with those shots.
Damn it all. Alan, do a centrifuge. Alan!
Oh, and by the way, that power is, universal throughout the ship, so our life support's pretty much going down too.
Don't talk
We're
about
all
your
dead in space. Thanks.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. Stop talking.
Can't fire the engines. Don't have enough power. Don't have enough power to fire weapons. Somehow they got to get back to Earth, or they got to make repairs and somehow get the power back. I don't know. Oh boy. So, oh shit, I should have. So basically, I'm gonna pause right here because he broke it up himself. So fuck it, I'm gonna pause here because this is 21 additional minutes of film. So far, the only thing that's happened in this movie that's actually been like somewhat interesting has been in this last 17 minutes. I wouldn't even say 17. The last 7 minutes. So much horse shit has led up to that point. Why? What was the point of having 40 minutes, 45 minutes of bullshit just to get to... He could have started in space for all this whole point. I mean, he could have started the whole fucking thing in space. I'm on a spaceship. I'm flying to Jupiter to investigate some ship. And then, ooh, Mechakara. For all the fucking good that 45 minutes prior did. Like, no, I have to go into extremely long exposition to explain why I'm going into... He didn't go into the same level of exposition to explain why the fuck he built a spaceship. So why the fuck did he feel the need to spend 45 minutes setting this up? I know why. Because he sucks. Are you back from your spirit trail journey already? No, I had to postpone it because of weather. Essentially, it's raining down there right now. It's raining tomorrow. It's raining Monday. It's pretty much raining the entire week. So I'm like, I'm not going to hike for 10 days in the rain. I'm like, fuck that. I'm going to... And also, I've been working on a website all week, and I'm just kind of drained from that. And I was not in any... I wasn't ready. So I postponed it to the beginning of December. So hopefully temperatures, because also it's like upper 70s down there. Very hot. So, yeah, I'm going to postpone it till it's a little cooler and chance of rain is minimal to non-existent, and then knock it out then. But I have to get it done before the end of the year. There's going to be problems. So back into the fray. Ugh.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this.
Hopefully, oh Jesus fucking Christ! There's a part 4. If there's a part 5,
for car insurance.
I'm just
That's
stopping.
How much I was paying? Okay, I picked up the car. A few months
I've
ago
got.
and watch
Are
this,
you
ready?
fucking kidding me?
$97.
Well, now I get it. There's been 45 minutes, so now there's another, altogether 45 fucking minutes.
Finally, turn this ship around. We must continue the attack.
So Lewis's
not possible.
Why not?
brilliant filmmaking skills have led him to, oh, at the halfway point, that's when we have to like reveal the plot.
The energy of the artifact is almost completely drained.
What?
The power of the artifact has almost been completely used up.
first by your resurrection, and then by trying to maintain the energy demands of
What?
the upgraded vessel.
See, I
is too
know
much
he
for the
talked about this before. The thing in the fish tank, I get it.
I had to disconnect several systems
But-
from it in order for recovery to begin.
And I assume that the ship's original power systems will be insufficient to the task after the
Who
upgrades.
cares?
No,
We're now following other Linkara. The even more bitchy Linkara.
From what I recall, some magic can take on energy from another source in order to...
Oh, there was a beautiful line earlier in the movie that summarized the entirety of that scenario perfectly with that lesbian. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. I literally couldn't. It was like the perfect line at the perfect time.
From the looks of it, their power suddenly went dead.
Can they recover from that?
Mechakara was able to turn a science vessel into a warship in only a few hours. He'll find a way.
Yeah, well, we have our own power problems. We got hurt bad. Let's see. We're down to emergency
Oh boy,
batteries,
more
which
talking about the
is
ship.
enough
Oh,
to
the ship.
distract
How's the ship doing? Let's find out about the ship.
6 months.
All hail the ship.
But, hey, if we have another space battle, we won't have to worry about that because then we won't have enough power for air.
Hey, I made that point
Can we
earlier.
repair the engines?
Okay, the good news is the engines can be fixed. Actually, pretty easily. Everything's modular back there. I can swap out just about anything with a Phillips head.
So what's the bad
Which...
You remember all the shooting?
Do you not understand what you just said?
Got blowed up.
Oh, it's modular. We can just swap it out. Meaning you have a whole other engine. Just you're carrying other engines. Yeah, we'll just swap out the engine for another engine. Why do you carry multiple engines?
What about the debris field? If they could use parts
That's
out there for their ship, couldn't
whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't worry. We'll just swap out the fucking bad engine with the good engine that we carry around with us constantly. Because that's the way it works.
Escape pods or fighters or some bullshit.
There is a scout ship, the Vigilant, in the hangar bay. It is a way out of here in a pinch.
So let's go.
But wait, if we did that,
The Vigilant.
Comicron won.
Man, he is way too up his
I don't
own
think
ass.
any of us here want to see him get that much more powerful.
Well, fuck that plan then.
What about Europa?
What about it?
Well, when we fought the Executor, Europa was being transformed
What?
into an Earth-like world. He set up a base there. There might be some supplies that we can salvage.
What are they talking about?
It's the best
Was
plan
there
we
another
have.
movie that I'm not privy
How
to?
long will it take to get there?
Oh, they're referencing to Boldly
Engines
Flee.
like they are.
I don't remember
2 hours
his character in that movie doing anything on Europa.
It's been a long day. We're all tired. When we know how long it's going to be, we should all sleep in shifts. And when
As a
we're
matter of
awake,
fact,
we should probably
Linkara's
try and help
Mechakara character was a
You realize I
subplot,
have no fucking
but
clue
not
who
a
makes
very
the spaceship,
prominent one,
right?
if I remember
Then
correctly.
make something to eat or drink, preferably with a lot of caffeine.
This is going to be a hard. This is going to be.
Would you even know how to make Crystal Pepsi from scratch?
This is going to be
Oh, yeah,
difficult.
I keep like several bottles of it in my pants.
Oh boy,
What the hell was
the
that
most
back there?
charismatic couple in cinematic history.
What do you mean?
You froze. I have never seen you freeze like that. What the hell?
And I watch
was
you
that?
constantly, all the time. I'm watching you.
I don't know.
Yes,
Some
you
would
do,
argue
you
that
just
we're
don't
in
wanna
love
tell
as
me.
how much I watch you.
Look, if something's going
Jesus.
on, you need to tell me. You can't expect us to follow you if you don't trust us.
I didn't ask you guys to come along. You volunteered.
You're damn right.
You
we
asked them-
volunteered. We heard people were in trouble and we wanted to help.
He asked them to his house to tell them his dumbass plot of the
What have
fucking.
you guys faced off against?
I didn't ask
A
you.
micronation?
He's such a catty
Some
asshole.
pissed-off sorcerer who got beaten by a planeteer? An Emperor Palpatine ripoff? You guys haven't seen anything. I'm the expert here.
Oh, so this is an ego thing?
I'm
You
the
think
expert
you're better than
here.
us?
No, of course I don't. But I know how dangerous it is. You guys don't. You don't know what it is to fight something that truly wants you dead. You never had your head slammed repeatedly into a wall until it's covered in your own blood. You guys don't know what it's like to collapse on the ground thinking that you did something horrible.
Oh,
only
if I
for it to
knew
be
that
some
it was going to be
monster messing with your
Lewis
head.
fucking playing this shit.
You guys have
Seriously.
Stared into the face of an angry god as it laughs at how small you are, and then you stare right back at it and make it blink.
And then you froze.
Ooh.
Yeah, I did.
God, it's such a person who wrote all the dialogue.
You okay?
Like, I'm good. Here's my monologue, and then here's the point where she comes back over the top, and I'm immediately broken down.
I don't understand.
You guys don't know. You froze. Oh, you're so right.
How my life is, but then this morning.
It's like
Stop talking.
it's like Aliens made a movie.
I have to say this.
Like, this is how humans behave, right? Like,
Hit me. The sheer weight of it collapsed on top of me. Every
oh, now he's no. See, I'm extremely catty. I'm extremely difficult, and now I'm so sympathetic. Oh, everything's like, oh, I'm sorry. I was overwhelmed and overwrought with terror and blah blah blah. It's like, what emotion do you convey? What are you? What is your character? Is it weakness? Is it strength? Is it strength when you ride it, and when you want to be? And then weakness when you want to be all things. That's what Luce Lovehog wants with this character. I want to be all things at all times. It's like, you're too much of an egomaniacal, man who wants to control everything. Like, no, I'm super sensitive. Here, take control of my ship. I'm going to give everything to you. I'm listening to you now. Oh, you're exactly right. It's like, you're too weak. You froze. Don't tell me I froze. I'm better than all of you people. I am the greatest. Like,
I'm pretty damn sure I don't.
Like, what are you, Linkara? What are you, Lewis? What are you?
Well,
all things to all people at all times. That's the pillar of bad writing. That is what most people who write scripts do when they internalize, or when they create a character that internalizes who they are and they've written themselves into the story. That person becomes all things to all people at all times.
But we're here.
Even to the point where their personality will do a complete 180 shift when the script calls for it, with no real purpose or reason.
A big one, but
it's like, that's just what the story needs, so that's where my character's going.
What would you have done if I hadn't spoken up and fired
It's like, when you write a story, you have to treat characters as though they're living things. Like, just like you have friends and family in your life, you don't get to then, like, your friends and family don't just change. They don't just, like, one day you're talking to them and, like, you know exactly how your brother is. Oh, your brother's this way and he's always been this way your entire life. And then you go to him and it's like, listen, stop being that way. And he's like, you're right, I'm not that way. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I've grown a lot and I've thought about, like, no, he's still the same way. He's still your brother. He's still going to behave the same way. You're going to treat the situation the same way. All your back and forth responses are going to be modeled after that understanding of who people are, because people don't really change.
I'll tell you right back.
That's what makes a character engaging, is if they're, the more life you can breathe into them to make them actual. Like this, you work to the point where you could say, I can't have this character do this because that's not how they are. That's not the way the character behaves. You can't then just like make a compromise like, oh, well, in this case they will. Like, no, you have to say that character would never behave that way. Just like a person in reality would not behave that way. It's like, let's all go to a tea party. Let's invite Chad. Oh, Chad won't go. Chad hates tea parties. Well, we really need this. He really needs to go and he needs to be there. So we'll just invite him and he can come. Like, but he won't go. It's like, he'll go. It's like, no, he won't. He's a person with actual autonomy and has decided he doesn't want to go to tea parties. So he's never going to the tea party. That's how you have to treat it in these fucking movies when you're writing characters. You can't just have them betray their own instincts and their own desires and do completely arbitrary things just because the script needs you to. Write somebody else in if you want somebody to do something. Don't establish a character that does one thing and then have them completely do something different. Just like this, the fucking mecha car bullshit. It's like, oh, you don't understand how dangerous he is. What's the only danger about mecha car that I can tell is he's just insanely bitchy.
Draining the life energy of the biological unit has only partially recharged the artifact.
And the funny thing is, like, all of his converted human puppet people, they act more robotic than he does.
You are unfortunately correct. What course of action do you recommend?
I think Mechakara is how Lewis Lovehog actually wants to behave around people. He just wants to be a catty, bitchy guy who just, you don't know what they're talking about. You don't know. I do. Everyone pisses me off. Nothing's good enough.
In addition, Linkara may be heading there as well.
And overly dramatic and theatrical.
Alter course immediately.
You don't get any. I don't get any enjoyment out of watching this like I do Doug Walker's movies, where it's just a fun old time.
Harvey?
You know, it's just dumb shit. Nobody's taking themselves seriously. Everyone's just having a good
Sleep?
time. It's mostly like
No,
pratfalls and set up
not
for
really.
jokes, things like that. You
Then again,
get
who
it
can
going
sleep at
in.
a time
You
like
get
this?
it. This, it's like he's literally trying to tell a story here,
Well-
and nobody. His story sucks.
Few people come.
I mean, if I knew going into this, I'm gonna. Hi, my name's Lewis Lovehog, and I'm gonna write a movie where I confront my robotic self.
We almost died.
It's like, okay, then what? Oh well, he loses power in his ship and then runs away, and then we have more dialogue.
We did. Almost did.
We have 45 minutes of dialogue leading up to the encounter with my robotic self. We have a tiny battle, and then my robotic self runs away, and then we have 45 minutes of more dialogue. It's like, no, I'm not watching that. Why? Who would watch that? Who would ever watch that?
Want their pain or their fear or whatever it is, just stop.
I
believe in God.
I have to. This is one of my biggest fears.
God.
As far as like what I do.
Guy up in the sky.
Oh, hold on.
fear,
Now they're talking about
creative
fucking
universe.
theology.
God. Do you believe there's something for us after we die?
Why is he doing this? Why is he writing this into his movie about fucking
No.
Mechakara?
No, I don't.
Oh, Lewis doesn't believe in God?
I lost someone
Imagine that.
once. Someone I loved. It's really hard to believe in that kind of thing after something like that.
He does believe in God himself. Linkara is his God.
But on the other hand, I've seen a lot of weird stuff since I put in my
Oh,
ship as a
fuck.
kid.
We don't need this. This is not
Stuff that
serving
makes me
anything.
think that even if there
My
ain't
fear,
God,
getting back to that, my fear
there is something
in what I
better
do,
for
which is
all of us out
I like to shoot things, shoot movies,
rooting for us.
shoot
Exactly.
video production, run the
gotta
camera,
hold
shit
on
like
to
that.
that at
I'm not the
Someone
greatest
or
director,
something
and I can't
is on
write
our
I can't write anything to completion unless it's like a 30
We
second
owe it to them to
commercial.
keep on living.
But I put myself out there and hope to find like the services of a director who needs someone to shoot stuff for them
Anytime.
to make it look good. And I'm like, okay, I'll put myself out there like that. I'm always afraid I'm going to end up on a production like this,
All the
where
damn
it's just I have to sit in a room with some conceited son of a bitch who has written this self-glorifying piece of tripe that everyone is just like, this is not like. At the end, you really don't want to associate with. You don't want to put your name on it. It's an embarrassing product. I mean,
Me, I don't really care whether.
I guess you could make the argument like I would get to read the script before I signed on to the project,
You know it, guys. You know it.
but I don't know. I'd have to read the script because I don't process things when I'm watching something. I process it differently than when I'm reading something. So if I read the script,
honestly terrified to touch any of this. I mean, how impossible is
what
it
am
to
I
make a
saying here?
spaceship with
That
a
it's going to
joystick?
play better on paper? I highly doubt that.
Some rest. Poyo's gonna be
But I don't know if I would be able to acknowledge to recognize the red flags in the script enough to ward myself off from a project like this. And that's the thing that terrifies me, because it's like, would I even see it coming, or would I just agree to like, sure, yeah, let's shoot it, like I don't care, like it could be whatever. And then I'm sitting here day after day with this dude shooting on this horrible set with these terrible actors
I figured you might need this.
on a story that's so incomprehensibly dull and simple. Like,
Question I myself have asked.
and then at the end of the day, because I know I wouldn't get paid, I'd be like, this is what I have to show for it. A bunch of
Everyone else
footage
needs more sleep than me.
of exposition that
But I'm sure they
bores me to
appreciate
death
thoughts. I'll wake everyone up if something
that no one wants to watch. and brings me no joy.
We shouldn't be doing this.
He's doing the light thing again.
I said we shouldn't be doing this.
Color grading is terrible too.
Right now, we shouldn't be fighting some murder-hungry robot. We shouldn't be fighting
I mean, I could
anybody.
spend the entire time just picking apart this movie in a technical sense, but
critiquing plot lines, not being
I
part
mean,
of them.
it would be a broken record after like 5 minutes, because none of these, that guy with the glasses, Channel Awesome guys, none of them have any comprehension of
Wake me at the first
how to
sign of
film.
trouble.
Understood.
Not even a shred of it. At least nothing I've seen up to this point.
You still plan on reviewing things when
And you could say, oh well, this was shot several years ago, so they didn't have as good of equipment.
This is something extra. Something
Horseshit.
additional to it.
They had DSLRs.
Be the story or the review. Why is one or the other preferable to both?
I mean, they just didn't know how to light. They didn't know how to block. They don't know how to didn't know how to use the equipment they had. That shot is fucking out of focus. It's like
This.
Perhaps. But why have you not left yet?
There's just so many technical blunders that it's like
Involvement with this affair? No one
I
thinks
just
so?
don't understand why you even follow through with it.
Friends are in trouble,
That shot is
and they
out
need
of
my
fucking
help.
focus.
When people need my help, I'm going.
How do you not know that shot is out of focus? You paired it up with an in focus shot, and you have an that's even more in focus. Holy shit!
We all have our own
That's like
storylines. Each of us is the protagonist in our own tale. If it was not Nekar that we encountered,
I think the issue is that some of this, like some of this is shot with a DSLR. I think some of this is shot with a lower res video camera. Maybe it's not out of focus. It's just it's upscaled, crappy video. Because that's the other thing. These guys are like, more cameras equal more better. The more cameras we've got, the more official and professional our production is. Like, no. You use the best camera you got. If you only got one camera that's of a certain quality and all your other cameras are inferior, unless you're doing like action shots where it's not that important, you stick with the main camera. So where you have a camera, A camera, B camera. You don't A camera, B camera swap between inferior and good through your fucking primary shots.
Right. Thanks.
And this poor girl is sitting there having a conversation with some dude holding up a fucking cardboard box that's spray painted. It's like, that's got to be... Where's your dignity?
I mean, if I were an optimist, I'd actually believe that someday I
Don't
was
talk to
going
me.
get working arms.
I haven't been paying attention this whole time. Look, he's got 2 guns on the top of his ship. All that horse shit she said about not facing the right way was complete and utter bullshit.
Any sign of life down there?
Plenty, but if you're talking about human life, nothing specific.
The sensors were damaged in the attack. We can't tell how accurate they're going to be in this state.
Right, Nimue, the teleporter's working.
Teleportation systems are functional, but are a considerable drain on power when in use.
Could we take the scout ship down?
Yeah, but if Mechakara shows up again, it'll take too long for it to get it back up here, and it'll be an easy target for his weapons. We'll risk the teleporter, but we'll only use it to go down there, get the parts we need, and then come back up again. Nash, do you have the list of parts we need?
Yeah, I'm just training my fill-in for while I'm down there.
Hey, what's this thing do? Jesus fuck! That was awesome. I'm gonna do that again.
Is everything alright down there?
More ship shit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Alright, then get yourself ready for teleport. Lupa, you're with me.
Wait, I should go too. I've got a few things that I'd like to show anybody we may meet down there.
I know, dude, but you're still the best guy up here for weapons in case Mechakara shows up again.
Then shouldn't I go in place of you? I thought a captain's place was with his ship.
It is, but if Mechakara does show up again,
I'll freeze.
Guys, if I'm down there instead of up here,
woman won't.
Away from the ship. Lupa, you ready?
I guess, but shouldn't I have a gun or something?
Got you covered, dudes!
What fresh hell is this?
Alright, we got ourselves some nicely modded designs here, 20-shot clips, armor-piercing rounds, and no jamming. They pull a little to the right, so make sure to compensate.
And these work?
Yep, tested them out in the cargo base. Was only able to get about 20 feet at a time. After that, you're gonna have to rely on aim.
Good work, dude. Get the other one in net. I've got my magic gun, so I'm good.
You made these from scratch?
Yep, modified some existing pistols we already had in storage. Mind you, I wanted to add like 6 rotating Gatling guns and a
Mind you, I'm going into exposition about my process of making guns for a scene that's coming up.
It's fine. Get the other one in net.
We don't fucking need to know. No one cares. Who cares? There's guns now.
Can he just build guns from
Who fucking cares? Stop talking about the fucking guns. Oh, here's ship. We gotta talk about the ship. Oh, here's guns. Let's talk about the guns. Let's spend 5 minutes talking about how he fucking built guns. Who gives a fuck?
Down. Everyone, keep in touch with us.
Make sure to give me constant updates on the fucking ship. I must know about my ship. All through the movie. Ship, ship, ship.
Forced to go rogue.
Is that it?
Hunted from within. This
There's
is
still
Call of Duty
one more
Black
part.
Ops 6.
I'm almost through this
Available now.
trash. Holy fucking shit. It's just awful.
Rated M for mature.
They should have called this, instead of atop the fourth wall of the movie, it should have been called The Ship the Movie. Oh my god. There's a part 5? So he's gone from 90 minutes to straight 2 hours.
Down and safe. We're beginning our search.
Oh my fucking god. Dude.
We need to be careful. There might still be someone
Have sympathy for your audience.
alive down here.
Let's try not to stick around long enough to find out. Hopefully, if the power's still on, that means there's something around here we can salvage.
Yes. Cardboard boxes. It's like you should be prompted on when you need to use your imagination. It's like, put on your imagination goggles, folks. We didn't have a budget to actually create anything, so pretend these cardboard boxes are something important. Thank you. But here's our set that we've spent a lot of time and a lot of set dressing and money on to make it look like a ship. It's like, so, no need to use your imagination here, folks. Take in the glory of our set. Then the next scene, oh, well, we had to shoot in a house, so imagination time, kids. Put on your imagination goggles. It's like either go all in or don't fucking do it. Like, it's just embarrassing to me. He collected money from his fans and followers to make this movie, and he could have made it for zero with as much emphasis or effort he's put into anything in this movie. I could have shot this for nothing. Yeah, he probably collected, I don't even know how much he collected. But that's the grift that these cocksuckers did back then. Like, oh, well, we need like $50,000 to make a movie.
Cut my hand on something that... The fuck?
Yeah, my OBS had to
Lupa,
restart.
Check your arm.
Hey. We're magically healed. That doesn't make any sense.
Nimue, are you receiving me?
I need a ship status update.
Is there anything
Do shit with the
unusual
ship.
that wouldn't show up under normal scans?
Beginning sensor sweep.
What are you thinking?
I'm not sure, but
Sensor sweeps complete. There is an unusual energy field on the planet primarily focused around the area you are occupying with a range of 2,000
We probably could have figured that out before we sent you down, but
will not dissipate for at least 1 year.
it would have maximum impact if we didn't tell you until
Damage to
after
sensor
you
array
went down.
cannot provide exact data. However,
Because no thought is actually put into the story. It's a convoluted mess of scenes and characters that we just throw together in a blender, and magically somehow it comes out the other end.
the reason that Europa is the way it is right now,
Which is what way?
Because the plot hole was transforming it, creating life on its surface.
Oh my god.
The plot hole is gone now.
Yeah, but what if...
Okay, Doug had this idea for the plot hole, and it was his way of trying to get out of doing the nostalgia critic. He wanted to end that character, so he created this fucking 3-hour masturbation session of, which delved into seriousness, but it still had its comedic elements and whatever, but...
Oh, I don't like that look.
Guys, I need you to beam
This is like Lewis, like... There were so many problems with that Doug just didn't care about with his movie, and so many issues. Like, it's like, yeah, but he created a beautiful little way to wrap it all up in a bow, tie it all up. The whole point of the movie is a plot hole. So you can have all the plot holes in the world, and it can all be explained away in the plot hole in your fucking movie. But apparently Lewis didn't like that. Lewis was like, wow, that's just lazy. I could do it so much better. I'm going to explain things so much better with my movie. My movie's going to explain all the stuff that Doug wouldn't explain in his movie. Because I'm so much better than him, and people need to recognize my genius and how good I am. It's like, fuck you, dude. Jesus Christ. Have fun. Are you capable of having fun? Just having fun. Just realizing this is all a joke.
We have to.
But here's the difference. It's the difference between having and wanting. Doug Walker had charisma. Doug Walker had a character people wanted to check out.
I was such an asshole.
Doug Walker had ideas that actually translated to viewable products to a certain degree.
He stood up for me.
Wants all that. Lewis wants that recognition.
He did.
Oh, and also the last and most important aspect, Doug had money. He had an income off of his work, off of what he did. The character he created with the Nostalgia Critic was paying his way through life. He was living, maybe not comfortably, but he was making a living off of that character. Lewis wanted that. Always wanted that.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
And he never had it. So that's why everything he does has this huge tinge of seriousness to it, because he can't make it a joke. Because the Lewis Love Hall explanation for all things involving this movie is,
what is this?
I can't afford to be lighthearted. I can't afford to treat this all as a joke. This is my livelihood you're talking about. This is my life. This is the most important thing to me, and I'm going to treat my movie with that same level of importance that I would give to my own life and my own livelihood. And that's his number one flaw with this project. It's that he cares too much about it because he's wanting. He's not taken care of. He does not have a way to separate himself from the character and the story to the point where he can look at it and analytically and objectively and say what works, what doesn't. We're going to pull this, blah, 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 blah. This is all he's got. He's got this money that his fucking viewers gave him. He's like, I got to make this movie. I got to do this. And it's got to be good. It's got to be something great because I need my audience to continue to pay me to live. I can't possibly do anything else. And it's like, with that sort of desperation, you're going to get products like this. Because someone cannot step away from it long enough to look at it and be like, yeah, this is kind of garbage. Maybe I need to pull back and make things a lot less serious and just realize what I am or what my character is, what the character I'm putting out there is, and have fun with it. That would be like you go to Hollywood and any actor in Hollywood actually lives like the character they play, and that's like, well, I have to be this good. This is the character that everyone wants. This is the character everyone knows me for. Like, it would be like Bryan Cranston. Like, you meet him in person, and he's always Walter White. It's like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this, the Walter White thing? It's like, well, that's what people know me as, and that's an extension of me, and it's what made me all my money, so it's important to me, and I have to, deliver what the people want. And it's got to be that all the time. And that's kind of what Lewis is doing with this Linkara thing. Like, this is what people want. People wouldn't like the real me. People wouldn't be able to stand the real me. So I have to be this character, and this character has to be serious, and everything about it has to be taken so seriously. Why doesn't anyone recognize the fact that this is a serious thing? Why doesn't anybody take this as serious as me? It's like, because you just had somebody dressed as you punch you into a cardboard box. You're fighting with yourself in a movie. That's why nobody takes it seriously.
I have located the parts that we require.
Excellent. Return to the ship. When you have finished installing them, hunt down and destroy the enemy vessel.
You have Linkara is right. Okay, the whole conflict, or he tried to get Linkara to where he was, right? So they could have a battle. here's the battle.
Did you hear that, Linkara? Everything you care
I'm
about,
going to destroy your
everything
ship.
you
It's all
love
about the ship
will
again.
burn.
Your ship is going
I will
to be
ensure
destroyed.
There is nothing left of you. Not
But you know what's
even
funny?
memories.
If you kill him now,
That mean you'll have to
it
destroy
wouldn't matter
yourself,
if the
too?
ship was destroyed or not, because Linkar's dead. He wouldn't know. He wouldn't care.
Every
'Cause he's dead.
word you speak simply makes
The
me
point,
want to rip
the whole
out your
aspect, the
throat
whole
even
conflict is
more.
right here in this scene. But we have 35 more minutes. This whole thing could be resolved right now. 35 more minutes. Oh no.
Interesting. There is something here that is healing your withering form.
Yeah, we established that like
I
10
am
minutes ago.
tempted to experiment with this, to see how much of your blood ends up on my fist before it magically returns to your body. But I can get over not finding out.
Because I can't afford all those effects and blood, and that would actually require doing work.
I am curious. Are there any final
It's like a
words
testament to
before I
laziness
promptly
and
delete
scamming
them
your
from my
audience.
memory? Yeah. Please.
There really is a reason why the entire Channel Awesome, like, people, all the people who are interested in Channel Awesome, follow Channel Awesome, eventually turned on Channel Awesome. Because they finally grew up. Because when they caught it, and they were like kids. They're like, oh, funny guy on talking about movies, yay. And then they all grew up and they realized these motherfuckers are grifters. They've just been stealing, virtually stealing money from us to make this schlocky horseshit that just sucks.
Anything else?
Nope, that should be it.
And they're having us fund their nonsense. And this is what they deliver. It's garbage.
Nash power's back on in this section.
Awesome, thanks.
But yet, people like Lewis Lovehog
Oh yeah,
and
I've been studying
others
it for the last few
literally
years. I pretty much
believed
know all the ins and outs of it.
that they were
I
like,
never would have taken you for the
like
technical
I am an
type.
actor.
I mean,
I am a director.
such an
I am
idiot.
this. I am like
I wasn't going to say
when
that.
when you walk around with that sort of inflated ego, you have to expect it to come crashing down. Well, no, actually you don't, I guess, but it will come crashing down because people are not going to go around justifying this massive ego you have. They're not going to play nice with you when you have to go out in the world.
You kind of act
And
like it.
you can't control them through your fucking website. You can't control them through other means. Like, you can only speak nice to me.
You seem to
It's like,
fetishize it. I mean, it's
yeah,
your
that's
name
the
for
world,
crying
Jack.
out loud. Do you have a real name?
If you can't, you can run away all you want from reality
you're
and
obsessed with
and do all
guns,
your
killing,
horrible,
muscle
crappy,
armed
self-indulgent
superheroes and
nonsense
pouches,
in your corner of the
extreme,
internet. But once you get
radical,
people to
Sega
watch this
Genesis,
and exposed to
you
it, they're
sound like you
going to
came off
have
the set of Surf Ninjas.
they're going to have an opinion.
It's just everything.
And the thing that always broke me about
makes
the
it seem like there's no depth to it.
that guy
I
with
feel
the
like we're not
glasses,
on
Channel
show.
Awesome people,
And if there is more to
is
you,
that
then why don't you show it?
they don't like Doug got it. Doug understood.
There's no point acting like
But it's like
everybody else.
you people, your entire livelihoods. The only reason people know you is because you shit on other people's work. People who have done way better work than you, who actually have a semblance of understanding of creative structure and narrative, storytelling,
Of all things.
the trade itself, all aspects of it. They're far less lazy. There's far more riding on their success. Yeah, it's all footnotes to these idiots' punchlines. They're all lifted and unoriginal and generally terrible. I mean, they're the product of these people. It was so fucking derivative. It's the reason why they never survived. Because everyone's like, yeah, we're kind of done with the reference. I mentioned this a few streams back about how there was an era where references were everything. Everything was about references. That era's done. The meme era kind of took that out. But these guys, they linked their carriages to the horse of reference. And once everyone's tired of like the constant references, these guys have no more shtick. They didn't develop anything original, and even their original characters that they did create were all derivative as hell anyway. So there was nothing left when you strip away the references. All you're left with is, well, this. And is anyone interested in this? I know I'm not.
What?
I mean, quite literally, it's Space Battle, or I'm sorry,
Trying to
dialogue
store
45
things
minutes,
power.
space battle.
No,
Dialogue for additional 35 minutes,
I'm a lounge singer.
battle
I should
between
be
the two, the
Vegas
protagonist and the
rolling
antagonist.
vacationing.
And then
I
what
should be
follows?
snapping my
More
fingers to
dialogue.
Dean Martin and
More
hanging out
fucking
with
exposition. I
babies
cannot
and
believe there's a part 5 to this. If there's a part 6, I'm not even joking. I'm shutting it off. Because I'm not even I'm not really paying attention to it. Honestly, it's like I'm just talking over it at this point. I'm so disgusted with the fact that there's nothing going on. I was more involved in the last movie I watched. At least that was like the nonsensical nature of it was interesting, and the fucking
I thought I was over this.
the low budgetness of it was kind of funny, and the fact that the guy threw in like an actual accident was just horrifying. But I guess my problem with this is like I know enough about the Linkara character to not be able to cut this guy any fucking slack.
Abandon him again.
And the fact that this guy is playing, I mean, on the last movie, you knew they were just having fun. Everything was so like lightly, like everything was just askew and off kilter enough to know like, yeah, they're just fucking around and having fun. There's no question that Lewis is taking this so fucking seriously. There was that, and that was that period right at the end, and this is when Channel Awesome really started to fall apart. I think it was right after. It was right after To Boldly Flee, because they were all like,
pretty good reason to get it fixed, don't you?
you know, what's going to happen if Doug stops doing a Nostalgia Critic? That could threaten the whole channel, and we won't get our money.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So that's when everybody's like, we'll do our own movie. We're going to do our own movie. Do our own movie. Nobody cares about these other offshoot movies, clearly.
Is revenge.
I mean, fucking Noah Antweiler got funded to do a movie, and then he lost his fucking mind. He's like, oh my God, they paid me to do a movie. I can't handle the pressure. Bye. Brain. Exit stage left. Lewis Lovehog fucking does the same thing, gets money, and it's like, all right, now it's time for me to finally do what I always want to do. Explain that horrible movie To Boldly Flee that hardly anybody watched, by the way.
Get Joe down here now.
All I hope is that the another Cinema Snob movie is better than this. I don't know. Generally, I consider Brad to be a better actor and have more of a lighthearted approach with his Cinema Snob character. But if I watch that and it delves into serious territory like this, then I don't know, man. This is just too much.
Hey, fine, boys. We're going out swinging, you hear me?
Swing, baby.
Okay, that's done it. Engineering the bridge. Main power restored.
So Angry Joe powered the ship off his magical lightning.
Acknowledge engineering? Good work. What's the status?
Looks like they got their power back too. Their shields and weapons are heating up.
At least this time we'll have a fair fight.
I prefer a fight where we have a better
There are
chance
no
than
stakes in a
them
movie where you can
How
just
strong is that ship?
explain everything
Under
away
normal
with magic.
circumstances, they would not withstand the firepower of this vessel. However, sensors indicate that their energy shield is highly adaptive and capable of withstanding multiple hits before it becomes impervious to the ship's weapons.
The ship cannot stand up to our magical ship, but now it can for some
more
reason.
likely they'll have a chance to take us out. How do we outthink them?
Well, maybe it's not about outthinking them.
What do you mean?
Well, if they're controlled by a machine, then they should be pretty single-minded, right? So
Yeah,
if we
because
screw
machines
that
are single-minded.
single-mindedness, then they're vulnerable.
How do we do that?
We make a spectacle. We make them pay attention to that.
What do you have in mind?
All right, Alan. Got a few more of these guns you can use.
How can we outthink them?
Knowing
You can't.
Linkara,
You're not good at thinking.
probably
You're not good at analytical thinking, logic.
Can't believe I just said that.
The script is fucking awful. And I cannot believe I've got, what,
Unfortunately,
30 more minutes of this? 30 more minutes of this.
which includes the gun that shoots chainsaws.
Guns,
Someday perhaps,
fucking. It's all about props and sets and CGI, like all the set dressing. That's what's important in the Linkara movie.
My life feels like a comic book sometimes. Big villain for this storyline.
Dude, you're just talking to
then
yourself in a room.
issues, next villain, right down the line, rinse and repeat. Maybe that's
Okay.
it. I'm waiting for the next reboot so that I can
I get
become
it.
darker and edgier. Or maybe I'll make a deal with Satan so that I can get a decent writer and a good supporting cast. Or hey, maybe I'll get my arm cut off by a merry suit up villain and then turn evil myself. You know, just to shake up the status quo a bit. Ooh, no, wait, I've got it. My new editor will decide to replace me with a bunch of kids because he hasn't bothered to watch any of my past adventures and thinks that the audience will embrace the new characters more.
Is he slamming Channel Awesome?
You know, Alan, sometimes I wonder if I even like comics. I spend so much time getting invested in characters and storylines and just loving the medium of sequential storytelling, but
I think that's what Noah was doing
then I have to review
toward the
stuff
end
like
of his fucking
Inversion
sanity.
Time or the Tangent
Was
Computer
throwing out
Naked
subtle
or
jabs
God
about
Help Us All,
his audience being
Marvel.
too critical of him and his audience
I wonder if I don't actually
expecting
hate
this
it
and
all.
his shit not making sense and blah blah blah. And he started to allow that to tear himself apart.
I don't hate comics.
But Lewis isn't tearing himself apart. He's like, I'm great. It's all these other people who just don't understand my genius and my vision.
Twisted genius of the disgusting madness of a really awful comic.
Nobody
Or
cares,
learning
man.
about the creative process behind it. Learning about a storyline that could have been stopped before it got off the ground. Or
No, you did not learn that, sir, because you're in the middle of it right fucking now.
life. Be it something gorgeous that got paired with a subpar script or the worst teeth-gritting, over-muscled, sexist garbage of the 90s. I just want to review them all. I hope I live forever just so I can... That's it. That's why I want to live. That's what I've got. That's why I've got to see it through.
Yeah.
I would never be satisfied being dead.
You know, he said something that really hits me at a certain... He was talking about all the sexist garbage of the 90s. This is the same guy who would wholeheartedly sponsor and promote and defend the sex trade. Or what do you call it? Sex workers of today. Basically prostitutes. And he would be like, that's fine, because the difference is that that's women empowering themselves to do that. It's like, so it's okay if women are portrayed as sex objects if it's the women portraying themselves. Yes. It's like, and you don't think back in the 90s that was the same case. No, they were being forced to do that by men. Like, yeah, no. They wanted to be sex objects. They wanted to be adored. It's all the same motivation of today that it was then. It's like you're applying this false logic to a past situation that you clearly don't know anything about because you were fucking probably 6 years old. And you just believe the hype of everyone who's telling you how things were in an era that you didn't exist in. So you're like, oh, well, it must have been that way because this person I trust is telling me that. It's like, it's the same scenario. It's the same thing. Exploitation of women. It's called giving the audience what they want. And that's exactly what prostitutes of today are doing. Giving the audience what they want. It's no different than
Papa John's, the Shaq-a-roni is back. It's our extra biggie, ultra...
Shut up, Shaq. It's no different today than it was in the 90s. Only now everyone's like, oh no, it's female empowerment now. Like, no, it isn't. It's still exploitation of women and their bodies.
Firing range in 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Prepare all forward weapons banks. Ready the artifact should its power be called upon.
We are receiving a transmission.
Put it on screen.
Hi, I'm the Cinema Snob. You might remember me from the Cinema Snob and Black Angus.
State your intent.
Well, my intent is very simple. Have you ever heard of a little movie called Necromantic?
What?
Well, it's about this couple that steals a dead body and spends all their free time having sex with it.
You know,
in one scene, there's a bunny.
I do not understand.
Speaking of like things of that nature, like the whole Cinema Snob aspect, like
he put a flower in a guy's ass.
I don't know if I like the later Cinema Snob or the earlier Cinema Snob. Like, because there's two different versions of the Cinema Snob. I guess you could say there's Cinema Snob with hair and Cinema Snob without hair.
It has an alternate title, Caligula reincarnated.
I kind of like the original Cinema Snob in the sense that he was just so he was far more aloof. I guess he hadn't really developed his character yet, so everything was sort of like very low key and played off. It's almost like early AVGN versus later AVGN. I think one of the aspects of early AVGN that made it so interesting across the board was that he was just a jerk. There wasn't anything more than just like he called himself Angry Video Game Nerd because he dressed up like, you know, white shirt and pocket protector or whatever and has glasses. But everything he's saying is just like so relatable and so everyday personish, you know. Like, it wasn't until like several seasons later that, you know, he fully developed the character and it became like, you know, a satirical, wacky, zany, the fucking nerd, you know, that whole shit. It's the same thing with the Cinema Snob. Like, Brad started out just talking about movies in a very aloof way, but then it became like, now he's like almost clownish in his mugging and his articulation.
Hey,
and
that pissed him off. If we hadn't fired, I was going to start talking about Nuki.
You know, it's like you could tell he's got more of a sense of like purpose and design of what his character is supposed to be, and he can turn it on and play that. Whereas before it was probably amalgamation of him in reality and him trying to put on a character, but not really knowing what the character really was going to be. So I don't know. I kind of some aspects I like the older. I definitely like the older AVGN that's just more matter of fact. But when it comes to Cinema Snob, I don't know.
Careful mentioning the heat, or I'm gonna start singing some Glenn.
Because his reviews aren't as bombastic as his acting in these movies. I guess you could say it's more true to form.
Pull the ship around and target the smaller craft. The larger one should not be
All weapons fire! F batteries fire!
Once again,
all power systems exhausted.
you know, disproving Mars Girl's initial statement of like, hey, we're not facing the ship so they can attack us and we can't respond. Like, there's guns all over that fucking ship that can turn. There's backwards facing guns, forward facing guns, side face. Whatever.
How do you feel?
Crappy.
Oh,
In
great.
more ways than one.
The crappy actor's back from the dead.
Where are we?
Europa.
Okay, clearly I've missed a few things. How long was I out?
Actually, you were dead.
Oh, I
There's some
see.
sort of
I thought they were
energy
on
field
Earth.
around here that can repair damaged or dead
I mean,
tissue.
that looks a lot like, you know, a soundstage on
Well,
Earth.
considering that new knowledge, I now
So-
feel significantly better. Aside from what
I'm trying to
assume
recall
is in
the
my pants,
to
which
boldly
isn't making me
flee,
feel too great about the situation.
because I know they beamed down to a certain location there. I had no idea. Even in that movie, I didn't realize it was Europa. I thought it was on the other ship.
My dignity. What the hell was that?
Change your pants, grab a gun, and get
Yeah, I
ready.
don't-
What's going on?
We're trapped on an alien world, armed with nothing but a magic gun.
You better tell us, buddy, because up to this point, I'm fucking clueless.
And you still review comic books, right?
Wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Now wipe your ass and get ready.
I wonder if Doug still rents that studio.
Blown up and the astronauts are under lock and key.
Although some are a little bit more dead than the others.
Well, the planet's field brought me.
Because you know it's
got
to be super expensive.
Bring them back as well.
In Chicago.
It's worth a shot, except some are a bit extra crispier than you were.
The hell was that?
That is the sound of something dark and terrible coming this way. That is the sound of boundless rage and
Dude,
power to back it up. That is the sound
get over yourself. Holy shit.
Stands over our
Yeah,
pulverized
slow zoom
remains
in to me as I give my pointless exposition.
of a monster.
Good. Let's kill it.
Hey guys, you sure you don't want to just get the hell out of here, or maybe you'd like to handle this yourself?
No. We're all in this together.
No. The pose. Oh no! Ooh, that was just bad. Oh. God. Okay, I take it all back. Oh, look at that.
Fuck you two.
Come on. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, that costume. Oh, they're so serious about it. Why? Dude, look at that costume. I don't know. I don't know, Linkara.
Someone should probably go check if
He
he's
might
actually
still be
dead.
alive.
Not it.
We're so serious.
Why would we do that? We have guns. Shoot him.
I'm down with that.
Light him up.
Oh, I love it. Oh, so goofy. I just think about like the lighting, like, dude, what's missing from this? Like, they just have the static lights on in the building. It's so poorly lit that it's like, you couldn't, I mean, you could possibly light this in a certain way to up the dramatic effect, but he's like, ah, fuck that. That would require actually, you know, work and planning. We can't just go in a room and move the camera around and have people, you know, pretend to fire lightning bolts out of their hands. We'd actually have to block shots and, you know, move lights around. And boy, that just sounds like it takes time. No one wants to hang around and wait for stuff like that. And I obviously can't bring in a crew to, you know, make it easier and more efficient and take less time. So the simple solution, just leave the main lights on. We'll shoot it flat. It'll be fine. People don't care about lighting in a movie. That's Channel Awesome for you.
Huh. Wait, it shoots what?
Don't worry, I'll fix it.
Shoots aluminum foil. I like how he goes from like punching the ground and everybody fucking like, oh my god, to he struggles to pull his hand from some aluminum foil off a chain link fence.
Dude, the guns aren't working. He's just adapting to them.
We're gonna need more boom than these things can give us. Say, you didn't happen to program these with an overload setting, did you?
You didn't have to put in magical magic and magic this and magic that. Well, they are behind magical cardboard boxes that prevent them from, you know, getting hit with lasers. Wouldn't it be funny if the only reason this movie looks the way it does is because he couldn't figure out how to turn the fucking lights off? It's like, well, we got to work with the main lights because I don't know how to turn them off. They're probably locked out with like a key. And Doug left for the day, so couldn't turn him off. It's like, that's why he was so pissed. It's like, he left, and I couldn't shut the main lights off. I had all this extra lighting that we couldn't use.
Like him. Why does everybody say that?
Live, everybody!
I guess that's his catchphrase. I don't know. Looked like he stuck a cigarette in his eye, but it's a metal eye. I don't know.
Just want to say I'm very proud and honored to be fighting alongside all of you today.
God.
Thanks. Hope you're having a happy birthday.
More talking.
Ooh, now I am.
Well, you know, I was gonna get you a Pokemon.
Okay, all right. Jesus
you'd
fucking
appreciate
Christ.
this more.
Oh my God.
Infinitely so.
14 more minutes.
It's like torture. Dude, there's no threat here.
He sounds really angry.
Ooh, you think he sounds pissed now? Wait until he realizes he's going to lose.
Oh my God. You think he sounds pissed now? Wait till he gets the feedback from the audience after this fucking shitbox movie is released. Oh my God.
I think we got him, dudes. Then again.
Round two, everybody, get in positions.
And this is like round 4. Come on, how can you take that seriously?
You know, maybe we should get out of here. We're throwing everything we got at him, and it's barely phasing him.
When you consider the fact this is like 30-year-old people playing around in a warehouse with cardboard boxes and costumes and plastic guns, but they can't take it. They have to take it absolutely seriously. They can't just have fun with it. It's such a sad state of affairs.
But I thought he was adapting. He needs to see it coming.
I like how the cardboard box in this, like behind him, is in focus, and he wasn't. We'll just throw it in anyway, though. No, take 2. Why would you do that? Here, take my plastic gun.
All right, everybody grab the shoulder of the person in front of you, forming up 2 lines behind me. Just do it!
Why the hell are we doing this?
My gun is a magic gun. I'm going to need strength from all of you. If I'm
My
gonna pull this
gun
off.
is a magic gun. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking. There's no fucking. Why didn't you just use the magic to begin with?
We're all in this together.
Why didn't you just use the magic gun at the very outset?
You missed.
I sure did.
You know, movies that employ magic tend to let's spray paint a fucking Spirit Halloween skeleton. Hi, kids. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry. I take back everything
You
I
just
said.
don't know when to die, do you? You were telling me earlier about how much better machines
Something,
are. How
something tells me
Flash
this movie would be a
sucks and steal
lot
rules.
better to
But
watch
that's
with the
thing,
audio
isn't
off.
it? You are an android, but me, I am a moon. Ow!
Big laughs. Insane.
I feel like a rainbow.
Well, that takes care of that. All in all, successful Monday.
You know, in action movies of the 80s and 90s, whenever the hero thinks that he's killed the villain, it always ends with the villain opening his eyes and paving the way for a sequel.
Oh, I thought she was going to shoot Linkara.
All right, I think that got it.
Well, we'll have to take your word on it.
You know, I miss the bionic vision.
Well, it might come back. According to the scans, it's still in there. There is just no visible sign of it anymore.
Well, do we know how long it will be till Logan is healed?
Look, I gotta be honest. We don't even know if it'll help him. Yes, Alan was dead, but, well, his injuries were far less severe and... Well, there you go.
Magic. Magic and ships and guns and ships and magic. No stakes. No consequences. Everyone who died comes back.
Walk it off. Just walk.
It's magical Dorkland where everything just works out for whoever I want it to and based on the script, because magic.
We're pretty much done with repairs. We're ready to bring you guys up.
But like I was saying,
Stand by. We'll be up in a minute after the astronaut
before
finishes
Halloween skeleton and fucking silver spray paint got in my
It's
way.
a shame that the field here is permanent. I'd figured that even you would be willing to
Even
carry
in
people
movies
up
that
there and
employ magic,
Happily.
there's
Unfortunately,
rules to the
resurrecting
magic.
the dead has pushed
You can't just
the field
have magic
down
whenever you
pretty
want it.
hard
Like,
already.
oh my god, how are we going to get out of this
the field
situation?
has reduced its lifespan
Magic.
for about
You
a
have
year
to
to 2
know
weeks
the
if
magic
we're lucky.
works. The magic has to be like, okay, this magic isn't going to work because it
So
only
then
works in
I'll
this
give you all the sensor
context.
data I have,
That
and
requires work.
maybe it can be recreated.
Work
You're
no
suddenly
one
feeling very generous
in
now, aren't
the
you, Linkara?
Channel Awesome
Well, a new
Cinematic
attitude
Universe
about
is
living
willing
brings
to put
about a
in.
new attitude about a lot of things. Don't expect me to give you any more
Laziness,
technology
pure
than
laziness.
the bee gun, though.
I'm also keeping the duct tape gun for myself. So, when you guys return to Earth, you finishing up your movie party?
Yep, but first, there's something I have to take care of.
Ugh.
Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn.
Oh, that's it? What has he got, like fucking 10-minute long credits? Oh, shit. You're gotta be shitting me. His credits are 7 fucking minutes long. Oh my god! Remember what I said at the beginning? When I said, wow, this credit sequence is like insanely short and so rapid fire and fast paced that you can't figure out what's going on? He's doing the exact opposite with the closing credits. Look at this pace. Ugh. Okay, I'm just gonna call it. Holy fuck! I'm gonna watch the whole fucking thing. 7-minute long ending credits for this. Linkara, yeah, blah blah blah. This was not good by any metric. I mean, I put this up against any other like self-congratulatory passion project by delusional directors. At least, I mean, what do you got? Like your what's some of those movies? Anything by Neil Breen, the Birdemic movies, The Room, all the classics, you know. Like, at least there's aspects of that movie where you're like, I don't know, it's so bad that you're like, okay. This guy's completely delusional. The problem with Lewis is that he's not that far gone where he's just like completely unaware of how terrible he is. The problem with Lewis is that he is aware of how terrible he is, and he's trying to overcompensate in every conceivable way. But he can't acknowledge or admit that he can't write a good script. Like, if I were one of his Indiegogo backers, so now I understand why it's 7 minutes long. He's got to list fucking 1,400 goddamn Indiegogo backers. if I was these people, I would have been like, why didn't you take our money and just write a different movie? Why did you have to make a Linkara movie? But then again, I guess that's why they donated the money. It made me think of, like, I was watching commentary on the first anniversary brawl, that guy with glasses at the first anniversary brawl by Noah Antweiler. And I didn't watch it all because it got to a point where it was so douchey. I'm like, oh, fuck this guy. Where he was talking about, like, well, there's a reason why. These guys were obsessed with, like, there's a reason why I haven't been posting blogs, and I apologize for not posting a blog for this past week. Like, really? You're that obsessed with yourself that you think, oh, God, people are so... They went a week without hearing my words. Those poor, pathetic people. I need to apologize to them because, imagine a world where my words are not infused into their life. Like, get over your fucking self. Jesus Christ. But in that commentary to that, he fucking was, the way he approached it, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I may actually have to play it. But it was just, it made me realize that a lot of these people want to, oh yeah, I remember what it was. He was talking about the fact that Dr. Insano wasn't in it. And how people were, like, coming at him and saying, oh, well, how come this wasn't more about you? How come this wasn't more about you? And how come Dr. Insano wasn't in it? And it all sort of, this is where I finally got to a point where I had to turn it off. It's like, this is not true. This isn't real. No one fucking, like, Spoonie, why isn't someone else's project all about you, Spoonie? Why isn't it all about you and your glorious funny character, Spoonie? Why is a movie or video or whatever that is being put out by a completely different person about you? And he has to explain to his audience who, you know, bow and worship at the altar of fucking Spoonie, why, you know, when other people when there's a collaborative project, it can't be all about their god. It's like, and you wonder why this whole shit show came crumbling down in the glorious fashion that it did. Because you're dealing with this level of narcissism and insanity. It's like, well, just felt that Spoonie or Dr. Insano just wasn't right for this project. No, it was more like, we're all together in this fucking convention hall, and we're going to make this, you know, anniversary special. It's not, and no one has a script. There is no real pre-planning. If there is a script, it's a one-page script. It's like, and most of the focus is on Doug and James. So you don't need all this extraneous horse shit. They're lucky to be there. Like, but no one put any fucking real planning in it. And he's trying to write it off like, oh, well, it just didn't, you know, it didn't fit the story. But there was no story. It's a fight. It's just a dumb fight. I could have written that in 30 minutes. Music loops tracks? Really? Really? You're going to name the fucking... This is a guy who just wants to pat out his own fucking ending credits. Follow Linkara on Twitter at Linkara19. $2015. Keep circulating the links, folks. Keep circulating the links. So he put this online in 2017, if it was 8 years ago. Oh, wait. Yeah, 2017. Oh my God. Ugh.
was sallow.
In 3, 2, 1.
Okay. All right. So, closing thoughts on Mr. Lovehog's attempt at a movie. No effort. Complete self-indulgence. Zero comprehension of traditional storytelling. A big proponent of tell, don't show, which is the inverse of what most people expect, especially in the format of a movie. In the format of a movie, you'd expect it to be more, we're seeing this visually, show us. Lewis's take on this is, no, that's too expensive. That, A, is too expensive, and B, that requires way too much work. So instead, I'm just going to get all my friends together in a room, and we're going to talk about the movie. We're going to just basically lay it all out there for you and say, oh, well, here's the things that happened. This happened in another movie. This is happening right now. What's up with the ship? I don't know. Let's discuss the ship. Let's take a tour of the ship and talk about the ship. Let's not show the ship and all this shit. We're just going to show rooms and talk about the fucking majesty of the ship. Oh, no. What are we doing at Jupiter? Oh, it's Mechakara. Mechakara. Oh, wow. Linkara is going to battle Mechakara again. Ooh. That's what we came to Jupiter for? If he has a ship, and if he was able to get his hands on a ship, why didn't he just fly back to Earth? Oh, because Europa. See, Europa carried over from carried over from Doug's movie to Boldly Flee. So there's magic on Europa. There's magic from the plot hole. Well, I'm going to tie into that. That way I don't actually have to think or do anything or say anything of any merit or value or present anything of any merit or value, because everything that takes place in this movie is taking place in a magical world filled with magic where all the rules don't apply. So I can do anything I want. It's a creative wonderland where nothing matters and nothing affects anyone permanently, and I can get my story out because I didn't really think about things. I didn't develop any characters of any meaning, and I certainly didn't fucking try to revise this thing or ask anyone else their opinion of it, critical opinion of it, before I put it out there. The irony being, of course, that I myself am a critic and I criticize other people's work. People's work who they put way more effort and time and thought into producing that I'm just going to tear down because I'm a petty asshole. It's like, at least, like I was saying before, at least Doug acknowledges the fact of how insane it is to shit on other people's work and then not be able to take criticism of your own work. I mean, yeah, he barrels forward into all sorts of shit. I mean, just because you criticize other people's work and you're aware of the fact that you're a critic, and it would be, what do you call it? I was blank on easy words. The point being, I mean, there is the history with Lewis not being able to accept criticism. Like, people have, parodied him, done impressions of him online. And there was a kind of a Linkara resurgence in the past year or so by Oni Plays that he's like, no, I don't like those guys. Fuck them. Like, because, people really liked his impression of Lewis. And he's like, no, fuck that guy. It's like, dude, take it while you get it. Like, nobody's eyes are on your product anymore. Someone's shining some light on what you do or what you've done. You play along with it. You utilize that to your advantage. Now, everything's too important. And this kind of, I don't want to get political, but this kind of does go into the territory of new liberalism, where it's like, jokes aren't good. Jokes are forbidden because jokes can turn good things into bad things. And we can't control what those jokes and how they're taken. So we're just going to say no jokes. Jokes are off limits. Fuck jokes. We don't like comedy. We don't get comedy, so we don't like comedy. And that's what's inevitably turning people away from the new liberalism of today. And people are trying to get back to some sort of traditional sense of it, or at least, something to that's not as staunch, because I grew up in a time when like that was conservatism. That was fundamentalist Christian aspect. It was like this, there are no jokes. Everything must be taken seriously. We don't have a sense of humor. That's today's liberalism. And that's what people like Louis Lovehog represent. This no jokes, no jokes. Everything must be serious. No jokes. We're having fun in Playland. No jokes. Like, well, he really fucking hooked up with a weird cast of characters if his plan is to not self-parody and not just take the piss out of himself. You know, he's surrounded by people who that's their bread and butter and that's what they do. He's like, no, that's not me. But his version of that is like 90s guy, and others like, those are my joke characters. Laugh at them. I'm not a joke. I'm Louis Lovehog, and I'm not a joke. It's like, okay, dude. Keep telling yourself you're not a joke, and more people will inevitably laugh at you. So it's like, dude. And I still can't get over the fact that this movie is, what was that, 2015? This movie is 10 years old. I'm watching it for the first time right now. And I can truly say this is a garbage movie with no real plot. It just skims over a lot of inside info and inside jokes and things you'd already have to know. And oddly enough, like I said, the first 30 minutes I was saying, you have to know everyone who's in this movie. You just have to come into it knowing this stuff. And then about the 35-minute mark, he starts introducing people. It's like, he clearly knows nothing. It's almost like he woke up like, oh, I forgot to introduce people. Oh, I better tell people. I didn't think about that. It's like, well, why don't you revise your script and go back and try to... No, I like the structure. Like, that requires work. Why would I want to put... I'm just trying to get a movie made. I'm not going to spend a half... People want this now. People want this now. I can't spend all this time working on a script. That requires work. Holy shit. I mean, come on. Do your audience a favor. Is that the movie? No, that's one thing. Like, in looking for Louis, I'm done talking about him. In looking for the Cinema Snob movie, the original Cinema Snob movie, all I was able to find was the Cinema Snob movie Part 1, the Cinema Snob. That's a review of his own movie. He reviews his own movie. And I know that like Doug Walker reviewed his movies and like, but it's just weird to like review your own movie, especially right after you make your movie. You're like, I'm going to review my movie. Well, not right after, like a couple years after, but it's like, and the joke being you can't even get a copy of that movie. So the only way you can watch any of the movie is either you have to buy a DVD that's floating around somewhere, or you have to watch his review of it. And you're not getting the whole movie. You're just getting his review of it. So it clearly shows like, Brad Jones probably hates the original Cinema Snob movie because he doesn't want people to see it. So instead, I got to watch the 2019 another Cinema Snob movie. Probably because it was shot with actual I think it was shot on a red camera, and he may have, I don't know. It's another one of those things where it's like, it just looks better, so let's do it. So we're gonna find out, though. I'm going to find out. I've never watched this movie. Like I've said in the past, Brad Jones used to live in Springfield. I'd see him from time to time going out to theaters there and going to see certain movies. I liked his Cinema Snob shtick. I subscribed to his channel off my old channel, and used to watch his reviews. I mean, after a period of time, it's like, I just got over it because it's like, I don't want to sit here and watch reviews all the time. But I never had a problem with what Brad was doing with the Cinema Snob. I thought it was all right, but I always heard he made a movie, and I'm like, well, I'd like to see it. And like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, he was just another one of those people like, no, must make money off the movie, can't put it out there for anyone to watch. And now it's in obscurity. You'll never find it. Unless someone has the DVD, decides to go through all the steps that I talked about and then upload it to YouTube, or if Brad would just do it himself. But apparently that's not going to happen now. Hell, Brad didn't even upload this. This is Dawn's Vintage Videos, that uploaded 2 months ago, uploaded another Cinema. So if I would have done this stream 2 months ago, I wouldn't even been able to watch his second movie. I mean, you got to get to a point in your life where you're like, okay, I made a movie. I want people to watch it. I'm going to put it out there. Why just sit on something like, here's my movie? Like, was he just bring people over to his house and screen it for him privately? Like, that's just bizarre. I say that now, having not seen his movie. By the end of it, I may be like, yeah, maybe it's best he doesn't do it. I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm giving him a lot of, like I said before, unlike the last movie I watched, Louis Lovehog and Brad Jones, I went into this thing kind of having an idea of who these people were. Not so much Louis. I never watched his show. Brad's I did. So I have a preconceived notion or expectation of what I'm getting into with this. Does it make for a better sit-down review stream of these movies? Probably not, because I'm not having as much fun. At least with the Linkara movie, I wasn't having very much fun at all because it's just nonstop fucking exposition. So hopefully we're going to see something better this time. Walkaway Entertainment presents. Did I turn that up? Yes, it did. It's the bald era.
Fake out dream sequences. You think something scary is happening, and the actor's all like, ah! And then all of a sudden he wakes up like, oh, it was all a terrible dream. I think they just do that shit for the trailers.
What? Are we still playing the cliche game? I'm a little distracted here.
What else are we gonna do? I say fake out dream sequences. You say
I'm pissing. Look, it's been a long enough trip already, and the cherry on top of that is that we're stuck in the middle of nowhere.
Right off the bat exposition. I mean, come on.
Okay, shitty jump scares, like loud music stings, cheap shit like that.
Cell phone's not working in dire situation.
I think we've proven that actually happens sometimes.
I don't like that framing.
Amnesia subplots. I'm never gonna forgive Spider-Man 3 for that.
Opening credits that come far too late in a film. Seriously, you get like 10 minutes in and credits pop up. It's just distracting at that point.
Alright, what's worse? That or movies with no opening credits at all? So I feel like Dark Knight...
This is like just a review.
Question. You kind of skip out on the foreplay there. At least when credits come too late, there is still technically foreplay. Maybe too.
Can you hear? Is this even coming through? I got to turn this up, I think.
I got one for you. An opening scene that takes place way later in the movie, which means I basically have to wait for the movie to catch up to that part. And if it's bad, I have to wait forever. Fucking Daredevil.
Sunset Boulevard's a classic.
Oh, I love Sunset.
Why are we having this conversation outside the vehicle?
Right, a Sunset Boulevard.
At this point, I couldn't even write a commercial for a Sunset Inn.
Craig. Rich Laughlin.
Thanks for having me on.
Hey, so it's great to see you in person, but are you the Cinema Snob guy or the everything shitty about guy?
I hope I'm the Cinema Snob.
Well, this is going to be a standard interview. You can talk about your movie, of course, but we also want to hear about how your show got started.
This is going to be serious, isn't it?
Look, I'm going to level with you here. I really don't understand your success, man. I've been in this business for 20 years, so you're going to have to explain to me how the fuck did you manage to be in your basement with your video camera all by yourself and somehow become more successful than me? I mean, I went to broadcasting school. Let me guess, you're self-taught.
No, I went to film school, but if it makes you feel any better, I ended up dropping out. I only attended a couple of classes.
Home of the best music ever recorded, this is Cool 101.9, and you're listening to Enrich Your Mornings with Rich Laughlin.
Cool 101.9?
The mornings, if you're not laughing, with Laughlin.
Is this a real DJ from that that's a real radio
Couldn't
station.
decide on a tagline there, could you?
And with that snark, you may have noticed that our guest today is amateur filmmaker and YouTuber Craig Golightly For the last several years, Craig, you've had a successful YouTube series. called The
Why didn't he just use his real fucking name?
Relax, and tell the people that
Craig
their movies are
Golightly.
horrible.
Well,
I don't like Brad. I don't know
I'd like
why.
to think
Really?
there's more to it than that.
Oh, let's let the people decide. Here's a clip from your show.
Greetings, Internet. I am the Cinema Snob.
But do you not like
pretentious guide
newer,
through
like
this
bald
sewer
Cinema Snob,
of
or
cinematic
Cinema Snob with hair, the early Cinema Snob? Because I brought this up earlier. Like, there is a difference.
and present under the very watchful and art house eye of yours truly. Observe. Everyone knows that you are
See that
ketchup on your dead feet.
that Cinema Snob.
Loser, be more like Shaq. That's it.
All of it.
Take your persecution complex and shove it straight up your ass. I am Superman. And that
I kind of felt like he was, before he settled in on this character,
And
he
there
had
you have it.
something
Words of wisdom
going.
from Craig Golightly, a man who has managed to create his entire career by telling other people that their movies are garbage.
Like it's just a character, man. It's fake. It's not real. It's just.
Aha. So you're telling me that in real life you're a fan of movies like what we got here? Porno Holocaust, God's Not Dead, Caligula, and Baby Huey's
The nudity thing?
Adventure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far. Some episodes are very, very riff heavy.
Well, I can tell you this much: he's much better actor than fucking Louis Lovehog,
And you have your own movie, which you've written and starred in, and is
which you
directed
can't
by
find on the
Mr.
internet.
Neil Hall. So tell me, is it gonna suck, Craig?
I hope it doesn't suck.
And you've also made the blaxploitation film Black Angus. Why didn't you review that one?
Well, it got decent reviews.
Yeah, from the two people that saw it. I saw it and I thought it sucked. You should review it.
Is this you auditioning to be a writer on my show?
It shouldn't be that hard. This sucks. That sucks. You suck.
Is he doing a? I'm taking on my. This is my fantasy of taking on my critics online
Your YouTube persona,
thing.
The Cinema Snob, Craig. So tell me, what's your movie about?
It's called the Cinema Snob movie.
Is it gonna suck, Craig?
Not at all, Rich, because as you've shown, you are definitely going to be walking into this movie with an open mind.
These are weird transitions.
My calls now? Jeremy Jones? It's due, Craig.
It's almost
Tell
like
me about the interview.
weird sitcom stingers, and
You weren't even listening?
that's just weird.
Sleeping all morning to avoid listening to morning radio.
You're my agent. You should be listening to this stuff. Then you'd know that it went perfectly fine.
God, this
I never wanted
this
to
director's got he's killing me here. It's like know the project.
You're trying to sell a movie.
Know the project.
As many
Oh,
interviews as possible.
okay.
Sure, some
Things
may
like
be
this
successful.
annoy the fuck out of me because
Some may be awkward,
it's like you can
but
tell
the
it's
point
like
is that you're
completely
keeping the movie
different
across people's
frames of mind
Steve, I'm getting the
on
feeling
who's
that
shooting
being a
and who's
YouTuber isn't
directing.
very popular. I'm trying
Like,
to be a writer
the script
here. I
does
don't wanna
not
be the Cinema
scream
Snob forever.
these kind of shots. These kind of shots are meant for like
Everyone's gonna be
a
looking at this
fucking Tarantino-like movie or a fucking Stanley Kubrick movie. You don't bring
more like that everything shit
framing like that into
Even
a
Rich
comedy.
Laughlin had me confused with that shit.
Why not? It's a successful show.
I mean,
It's the most
you
popular
have to know the
radio show
project you're
alive.
involved in and
well,
what works for that. This dramatic lighting, having them all the way in the back of the scene, like, ugh.
If Mystery Science
Just because
Theater
you
is a
showed up on
five-star
set with a
restaurant,
fucking
everything
red
shitty
camera
about it
does
is a
not
hog
mean you're
draw.
fucking worth your salt.
I need to go wake up Neil.
Old video game music, it's like Persona 3. Really?
Important to do tonight.
Jesus, Steve, the premiere of our movie is tonight. You're my agent. What the hell am I paying you for?
This sitcom stinger. It's stingers. It's weird. It's just weird. I've never seen a movie where every scene change has a sitcom stinger.
I know I'm drunk, but this shit's hilarious.
I don't know why, but I really like Rob Walker. There's something about Rob Walker I just like.
Do our movie someday.
Can you imagine how many shitty things they could find in the Cinema Snob?
And fucking Suburban Nights, that character he plays, there's every time it cuts to him, like that photo of him, like the news, whenever they do the news report on that Jaffers guy, that fucking expression he has, and that with that wig, it just makes me laugh every time. I don't know, he seems like an alright guy.
Why, Craig, you're just jealous.
I think that's clipped from Persona 3. Well, I mean, if you're looking for royalty music, that's weird that like sitcom stingers are in a game. I've never played the game, so I mean, maybe it works, maybe it's in the context of the game, but
what if it doesn't?
It's just weird.
We drink more.
There's plenty of royalty-free music out there. That's weird that he would like pull video game music.
To the YouTube critic biz anyway.
Because we needed funding on Black Angus, so I created the character.
This is totally he's doing the Lotus Love Hog. He's playing it serious.
Then a serial killer started murdering members of the club, and when I shot the killer, I figured it would be a waste to stop playing this character. You know this. You were there.
Yes.
Somebody hates compression. Jesus Christ.
What is wrong with you YouTubers? Y'all are fucked up. Seriously.
Ladies and gentlemen, the writer and star of the
The Arley Theater is in Mason City, Illinois. I know the guy who owns it.
Tiger, show him what you can do.
I've had him in commercials, actually.
Good evening.
I'm
Yes, I am the writer.
never been
and
in the place. This is
star of the
interesting.
movie that you're about to see, but I'm not the director. That leaves me just a small enough window to blame someone else.
What dude?
There's a lot of movies.
The black dude? Probably. I don't know. I've never seen Demo
This
Reel.
one happens to be another one.
Yeah, Craig, I have a question.
I didn't know this was going to be a Q&A.
If your movie is terrible, does that make you a giant hypocrite and a phony? Are you going to give up reviewing movies yourself if you can't even make a good one?
Black Angus was a good movie. That's right. I'm still writing the success of that one.
Where's Neil Hall?
What do you have to say about allegations that Neil Hart starved cast members on the set of his last movie, Make the Vote or Die Slowly, and kept them in...
Is it Doug's masterpiece? I thought To Boldly Flee was his masterpiece. This is very dry. This is surprisingly dry. For the weird transition, I mean, stingers and the transitions and...
Roll it.
It's just weird.
I told you they were going to ask about Make Them Vote or Die Slowly.
Listen, you get an actor who takes 30 takes to get his lines right. I dare you not to rip out the cattle prod. You're going to be grateful that I'm still the director for your movie, kid.
That's like Channel Awesome behind the scenes shit. A little insight into how Rob and Doug filmed.
Did we make it too much like other YouTube movies?
We just took your real life and, spiced it up a bit. Artistic.
Oh, the Wall review. I didn't even watch all of that. I've watched plenty of reviews of it, but I've never watched it.
Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, hi. My name is Craig Golightly. I would very much like to tell you about this movie that I've written.
Well, then you've come to the right person. I am Dan Phillips, head of all movies. Wait, did you say you're Craig Golightly?
My name most certainly is Craig Golightly.
Then we must talk, for I am very interested in producing your movie Sight Unseen. I am the head of a group of film snobs, and destiny...
I could tell from the reviews that it was pretty unbearable. This is Springfield.
the universe has ever seen.
What? Neil,
I'm pretty sure that was Springfield. Was he still living in Springfield when he made this movie?
White chocolate, but there is a catch.
Any catch will be worth it, Craig. You love your audience so much that you would do anything for them and the entire world.
I must become the cinema snob and join a filmmaking community as they take their knowledge of movies to outer space.
I knew this would lead us to space. Our talent stretches beyond the stars.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I want to watch that movie, not this movie.
While on board this spaceship, we'll be enjoying our 12th straight viewing of Being John Malkovich. Unless anyone has any better ideas on
I am Lavoy Rock. I will continue to infiltrate this space station until each and every one.
It's like
of
he's
your
making fun of Louis Lovehog. It's in space. Here comes the bad guy to antagonize everyone.
There's nothing else.
I want to watch that movie.
Please, we only want peace.
There will be no peace until that man.
Well, yeah, I was saying that
the
before.
cinema
Their shit's all
snob,
derivative.
reviews
I mean, they're a
our
product of
very
what they
own
review.
ET porno parody.
Oh my fucking god!
I'm more interested in the movie, the fake movie.
It's a rough ride, lots of turbulence, but
I don't like it when my favorite online reviewers get serious.
we're a rocky flight with a smooth landing.
All right, you convinced me. I'll go take another look.
He is definitely rubbing it in Lewis's face. Look at my ship. Look at my backdrops.
Also about my father, whose legendarily large penis was used as a dick double. Now you and the traitor will die.
Craig!
He is absolutely poking fun at fucking Lewis.
My hero.
Cinema Snob for life, motherfucker.
Like the Hindenburg.
I was much more interested in that as the concept of it being a complete parody and satire of Louis Lovehog's serious, absolutely serious Linkara movie, or atop the fourth wall movie, I should say.
Good news, Craig. I got 2 girls to agree to come home with us.
Really?
No, they slapped me in the face because I had to direct your shitty movie instead of La La Land.
Our careers are ruined, Neil.
Speak for yourself. My career was already chewed up, shat out, and flushed down the toilet. Why do you think I even directed a movie with an internet personality, Craig? Do you think it's because I knew you in high school? No. Do you think it was because of Black Angus? No.
What the fuck is this Black Angus they keep talking about?
Real-life stun gun to make your actors faint on cue. That's a sag. No.
How could you have possibly thought that that would go over well? You said you were gonna fix my fake beard in post.
Don't look at me. You wrote the fucking thing. All of that bullshit about you being the world's greatest writer. Yeah, real subtle. Why didn't you just name the main character after yourself? Oh, wait, you did. And why do you want to bonk an alien? I don't want to kink shame, but that was all you, pal. In fact, why even go into outer space?
Because it's an internet movie. They all go into outer space.
Oh, real original.
See?
This is why you're never going to be better than everything.
He gets it.
Ah!
So it's not serious.
To cost $2,000 worth of damages to that movie theater. Broken seats. Broken screen. And how the fuck did you break the box office?
Hey, thought you wanted us to break the box office.
Not literally!
Look at the bright side. Our fight got more applause than the movie did, and video of the fight will probably do very well on YouTube.
I'm not talking about that. Just listen to these exit reviews. Greg will
Wait,
likely see go most
what did he
as
say?
big as his dick is small. Nicole Brasi. It used to be that Neil Hall starved his actors, now he's just starving for attention. Christopher Guise.
This is why you
The Cinema
don't
Snob movie
cast
is so
like
bad that even the Cinema
foreigners
Snob
with
would deem it unworthy
not
of
a
his
lot of
celebrated
fucking
series.
comprehension of the English language in your movie.
Corey Taylor from Slipknot. He was there.
Normally, I remember it so you don't have to, but this time I'm going to put a bullet in my head to stop me from remembering. Doug Walker.
Great. Even the nostalgia critic hates you, and that guy's a hack.
Oh, it goes on. 0 stars, Noah Wilmer. F-, Joshua Weiss. -10 stars,
I wonder
Roger
sometimes
Cherry.
if they feel
I
like
miss
they
the
have to
salty and
throw
Freddy Godfinger.
the Channel Awesome guys in
And
their
Ashley
projects,
Appleby
like if they're
says,
compelled.
"I bet the
Like I wonder if
cast
these
didn't
guys
even
like
get catering from
harangue them,
McDonald's
after the fact if they don't drop mentions like you didn't mention me in your
I hate to say it,
movie.
Craig, but there's only one thing you can do to save your
They
career.
do seem like annoying cunts.
What's that?
Ha ha ha, get it? Or he was talking about this at the beginning. So I guess we are 10 minutes in. No, we're 20 minutes in. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck. What is it with these people? What is it with these fucking people? 1 hour and 48 minutes.
Okay. You gonna tell us what we should do or not?
The only thing that can save your career is Stanley Golightly.
What? No.
See,
No,
that
no,
that
no.
opening credit sequence
I'm not
wasn't
gonna do
that great of a joke.
Wait, Craig's dad? What is he gonna do? Get us out of detention?
Man, the audio is so all over the place. Literally, it's like guy shows up with red, like, oh, this is going to be fantastic. Like, what about everything else? Which, if you really think about it, the red camera and digital cinema cameras in general were the perfect complement for people like this,
to know about the dog
who are so fucking like lazy that they're just like, set up lights, block shots. Why do that? We'll just shoot with natural and ambient lighting. How you do that? Because digital cinema cameras, you can get away with that.
Between all 3 shows.
Like this scene, I can already tell is completely lit by the daylight and the windows behind. That's why the window of the guy behind the desk looks like shit.
I spent $30,000 of my own money doing post-production on your Cinema Snob movie.
Well, it wasn't audio post-production. Jesus Christ.
On a bed of $30,000 after drinking
The funny thing is, I'll turn it up, and then it will get super loud again.
Hence why I write exploitation films.
Yes, but nepotism is a real thing, Craig. Why buy a Ferrari if you're not going to take it out for a spin? This guy can put in a good word for us.
I've never believed in the concept of shooting against the window when all the things outside the window are blown out.
Sasquatch porno. We just made the worst reviewed internet movie of all time.
Oh, come on. It's not worse than the Fred movie.
I don't know what that is.
But you see what's going on? The light that's coming through that's on the wall that's casting that shadow, that's the light they set up. So they're not going complete natural. That was an actual light, spotlight. Because the daylight wouldn't cast that hard of a shadow against the wall like that.
Have you ever been to a Comic-Con?
But that's natural lighting coming out of the back. Probably either, using a whiteboard to fucking bounce light back or actually hitting it with light. But a lot of this is absolutely just ambient natural light.
Too fucking sober for this.
Oh my god. Cinema Snob? Can you sign this DVD?
Absolutely I can. What's your name?
Brett.
Brett. You know, we also have Neil Hall, the director of the Cinema Snob movie here.
Oh, I know. I'd like his autograph too. Would you sign this DVD, Mr. Hall?
Nope.
Come on, man.
Fuck off.
You should probably go. That is multiple times you have done that. I don't need to see YouTube videos popping up of fans burning our DVDs.
Aren't you supposed to be in character?
Oh. You want me to be in character? Okay. I'm the Cinema Snob. Look what we got here. Bastard director, Neil Hall. I'm gonna boycott every single one of your movies because I'm so perfect.
You know I never told you this on the film.
but I really fucking hate your character. I would rather clean out all of the septic tanks in hell than
See?
spend
There you
10
go.
more
Prairie
seconds
Judge.
with you in character.
Rob Walker is on your side and hating his character.
Oh my god, are you the Cinema Snob?
No, I'm the Honest Trailers guy.
Well, hey, I'm a huge fan of yours. I'll support you and your work to the bitter end.
All right, you want to buy one of our movies then?
Nah.
Well, good, because it's garbage anyway.
Cinema Snob? Cinema Snob, is that you?
No.
Film Brain, what are you doing in this?
Insert other internet reviewer here.
You are my hero.
This guy's your hero? I'm the award-winning director sitting here.
You won Best Director for an award that you made up so you could put it in the trailer.
Oh yeah? And which film was that, Craig? You only watch the ones that you star in.
I was too busy on my 100th straight
I
viewing
don't hate
of
movies about
Citizen
movies,
Kane,
but it's
and
all
I had
about
to
this
study
one piece
all
of
the particles of
all their
soil and
lives,
how it
like
pertains
all
to
movies they
proper
make.
sled upkeep. The
Well, yeah,
film,
it's-
much like our lives, must never rust.
Citizen Kane, huh? You know, that's pretty lazy for a snob. Snob.
Excuse me. Hi, big fan. Big fan.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Hey.
this is all they got. I was talking about this earlier with Louis Lovehog, how it's like the difference between having and wanting. Whereas Doug Walker had, he was making a living off of his character. He had the money. He could afford to be, you know, just do whatever. Like, have fun with it. Everybody else doesn't have that luxury, so they have to make their efforts pay off in some way. They have to actually take it more seriously and treat their characters as more precious, I suppose. It wasn't until To Boldly Flee where Nostalgia Critic got all sentimental and like, I'm going to get out of this. Like,
All right, Buttercup. Did you sell anything while I was in the restaurant?
I really don't like the format of this movie. It's very confusing. I don't like the cuts to like title cards and then back to the same location.
Content creating in the first place.
Harumph, you should be more interested in
I mean, all
real
that's going on
troll
right now
critics
is like
Armand White.
he's doing a signing at his fucking movie for his movie.
I do not get
That's
that.
and all we're getting is like characters interacting with characters. It's literally a lot like
I like to
Lewis's
talk about
movie.
my everyday, ordinary life, but I do it with a wonderful personality and a great singing voice, and I also slow down my footage a lot. When
Why are we seeing this?
wish upon a coffee makes no difference if it's
Imagine if every sideline character of every movie got their own tiny little segment within the movie. I don't know, maybe this lady isn't a sideline character. Maybe she becomes more of a thing in the movie, but
That sounds like riveting entertainment. I thank God every morning that I wasted.
it's
my
almost
life
like,
on a film.
it's oddly a lot like Family Guy, which is like the last bastion of the referential era of entertainment and comedy.
It's called the Cinema Snob movie. Would you like to buy a copy?
yeah, yes.
Boring subject matter.
Hey, Cinema Snob.
Well, it's not supposed to be like, you know,
fans
it,
caught me before
the
I
whole thing about the
ventured
Channel
off
Awesome stuff, at least Doug's movies that I like, is they just don't give a shit. It's just a group. Well, you thought it was a group of people having fun, just putting something out there for people who already knew who the characters were.
I would like to buy another DVD.
In this case, and just like Lewis's movie,
Anyway, my name's-
like they're standalone products. They're not a collaboration of the entire group. So there's no back. I mean, you know what I mean? Like with the collaboration movies, it's you're watching them because you already knew these characters.
right now.
For these
Last year I made $10 million.
standalone like
This year I'm only
movies,
making $5.
like Atop the Fourth Wall and another Cinema Snob movie,
It's
it's like
kind of tied up in Bitcoin right now.
you have to assume that like they're going to be showing these to other people. They're going to exist to be seen by people who aren't familiar with the characters if you want to really make it a movie.
Okay, I
It's just like when SNL used to make movies.
Tomorrow
They didn't.
All we have to do
Sure, it's playing off of the idea of skits that you've already probably. If you're in the theater, you're probably already familiar with the skit. But if you watch those movies, they're very careful in delineating the information to new viewers who've never seen the skits before, what the makeup of the world is and what they're doing. You know, it's not you going cold. You know the characters, boom. But that's every single Channel Awesome movie, especially the offshoot movies. It's like, you already know this character. Like, what if I don't? You know, and that's where they all stumble.
Him up my ass and the bearded lady blowing me as her chin hairs tickle my balls and make my dick grow.
Doug's movies, I get them. They're field trips. They
but
cut
you know
together.
what? I'm not.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like, let's have fun. That was always the sentiment I got until To Boldly Flee. It was always like, let's just have fun. And even the beginnings of To Boldly Flee, it just felt like a lot of referential fun and whatever.
A lot of my profit. I don't even understand how they.
But Lewis Loves Hogs movie was fucking atrocious. This is just boring.
Let's get booze.
I still can't get over that this guy makes millions of dollars. I need to play some video games. No.
I mean, I don't understand what I'm much like Atop the Fourth Wall. I don't understand what we're doing here.
Done with this con, but don't worry, we got several more to go.
I mean, it felt like it was getting set up better. Like, oh, I got my movie. I'm gonna, have my premiere for my movie, and then nobody likes it. Now what? But we're still lingering in now what land.
I did what you said. I went on Twitter and I said that I liked The Last Jedi. I didn't know that there were that many versions of the C word. Also, what's an SJW? Is that something I need to be tested for?
All right, we can dip a little more into the drink budget.
Is snowflake an insult? Because they're soft and they're pretty. And I don't understand how wintertime can be an insult.
We've all had a very.
This is like a Jay and Silent Bob segment extended to 2 hours.
Far and away the most uplifting.
I wouldn't even say that. Those are characters that are slapsticky and
that this would happen tonight.
and are cartoonish. This is like.
But yes, shots.
So far, this movie is just like.
Next movie, the Shelley Song Story. Shelley goes into.
I don't know what this
outer
is. I don't know what this is.
Wrath of Khan crap. You are not Captain Kirk.
She has to go into space. How else is she gonna save the world?
I'll do it, but I want the cinema style.
See, I thought there was a clever tinge to the whole. He's poking fun at the other Channel Awesome movies and the fact that like everybody he works with just has the same generalized. Let's go into space. Let's go on an epic quest or adventure. Like they all have to migrate into that.
Movies, those ideas are trash.
I just want you to know
But
that my
you
mother was
point that
giving me as an
out
armless woman, and I
coyly.
now have enough drinks in
You
my
don't
system to-
linger on it for 2 fucking hours.
Awkward. Okay, so
Like, we gotta get to something.
Shelley and Bicycle Show coming soon to NBS. The comeback we've all been asking for.
What is he? I mean, I guess I've lost the plot here. Is he trying to write a new movie? Is the whole point of this like he's trying to come up with a new movie because his movie didn't go well, so now he's going to write a new one.
Loves an underdog story. Two people. You
If that's the
and
case,
Bicycle
this is going to be
at
a
two different
long
stages of
watch.
your career, searching for goals of life and love.
No, I hate him.
That's why we don't get you together until the 5th season. We'll call the show Life Streaming.
That's brilliant. Call your
Ugh, don't fucking do that. Don't pan the camera. Ugh.
Fuck you.
Okay, it's not that simple. I haven't had a real conversation with my dad in like.
There's a weird thing when you write characters where they need to say something unnatural to incite the snappy line, but there's a point where it seems they don't know how to. But that's what I mean. Like, these guys don't know how to write characters as actual living characters. They literally are just setups for punchlines. It's like, I'm my character that I've put. There's one character in the central story, which is always the person who's written and directed the story, that actually has, a point. Everybody else is just set up for them to monologue. It's like, oh, well, tell me about your childhood. Oh, my childhood, you don't want to know. No, please. I'm so interested in everything about you that I'm going to sit here and listen to you prattle on about your childhood. that in a way that no one else would unless alcohol was involved. I mean, but that's how all these guys write their movies. Like, there's always somebody who's like so interested in what the protagonist of this story is that they would just like, you'd swear they were worshiping them. Like they had a shrine built to them.
Still consider yourself.
But if that's how you have to get information out because your characters are so wooden and one-dimensional, that maybe it's time to go back and, like, you know, do another draft. Give your script to someone else and have them read through it and then criticize it, and then you can make another revision that's closer to reality. Don't just internalize all your thoughts and say, this is gold, it must be filmed. Like, this is that's the main problem with all these motherfuckers.
You're on board a spaceship of cliched trite, headed toward a destination of your creation. For it was your movie that caused the mass.
See, now it's going into Louis Lovehog territory. I don't like this.
Of your trashy movie. Now, the only way to save Earth is to go back in time and stop you from being born.
What? That's not the plot of the Cinema Snob movie.
You're right, Craig. It's the plot of the sequel.
Oh, that dream was oddly realistic. Where the hell am I? Ah, shit. Craig's got amnesia. No, I don't have amnesia. Where are we going, and where are our coats?
The weather was fine in Illinois. We should be good.
Brycicle rented us a van, and we're gonna go fix the relationship with your dad.
Okay, so this is a nightmare, and apparently Spielberg is directing it. Neil, wake up. Wait. Oh! Mother!
Ooh! Oh, not good. Not good. How did they let that by? Did you? I was paying attention because I knew they were chroma keying or green screening the windows. When his fucking hand goes up, you see the key right through his fucking jacket. How could you let that go? Oh my God.
Almost done, Snob. There's a Terrence Malick Film Fest.
I knew there was going to be something.
Might be a small incentive for you.
They actually think I'm
Oh, that was not good. That would kill me if I had something like that out there. I could never watch the movie because I'd always see that, and be like, oh God, why didn't I fix that? Why didn't I fix that? And after the movie was released and put out there, I would have already fixed it in my own post-cut. I'm like, why don't you put this version up instead of the one that's already out there? But the damage is done. This is what I mean. Like, if it's too much work, they just forego it. Like, nobody's going to notice. Shortcuts, compromise, blah, blah, blah.
Didn't
It's
anybody
like,
call you?
I just don't understand why they think they're filmmakers when they're not putting in the work. Because that would never pass muster on any other project. You would never allow that shit to get through.
Look, we got a little drunk last night. We're on a road trip right now, apparently to Los Angeles to see my dad.
Oh, great. Tell him I said hi.
You know what? Steve's not a very good agent.
Craig, fate has given us these two internet creators. Think of them as God, shining down upon us to give us a second chance. A chance in the form of your rich father. Actually, now that I think about it, can I be God? I really want to be God. Neil, oh my.
That should be a quote on the Channel Awesome website. I really want to be God, Rob Walker.
The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels
All
on
right, some more great chroma keying.
No, Judy Garland, will you please?
Those trees are way too close. Dude, you got to pick better.
I may slip up and say something a little bad on this trip. Just because it sounds
Oh, dude.
does not mean that it.
How in the hell are you going to be racist towards us?
That's just not good. That footage is not matching. You're killing me. You're killing me.
No, not you guys. Well,
It's like they're driving at fucking light speed.
Also, can we use another term other than circus freak?
Why are Siamese twins never from Siam? I paid to see somebody from Siam, not Harry and Bill who are fused together from Alabama. This is the shit I think about when I'm playing Call of Duty.
Oh my God. Please pull over to a gas station.
We don't need Yeah, we need gas.
I also like how the car is completely stable. Compositing's hard, folks. Compositing's hard. It's little things that sell bigger concepts, and you have to be wary. You have to be mindful of all of that, because if you don't, then those are the things that are going to tear the whole process down.
Now this is a nice looking van.
Thanks. I've literally had it for hours.
So just because you got a brand new van, you think that you're faster than my T-Bird Fire Ultra Thunder Crasher 7000?
It's a Miata.
Is that the make and model of your car?
It goes so fast, you don't even have time to check the
It's true for a lot of creators. They all want to be artists, writers, actors, etc., without doing the work, attention, to detail, and what makes someone professional. It doesn't matter what the budget. Yeah, I mean, but that's also what gets products out there and projects out there, is when people just forego the work and like, fuck it, we'll barrel forward. That's why you get so much trash online.
Interesting. Now, can you give me a minute to study this map? I'm not going to race you.
Oh, of course, of course. We need ground rules. Okay, no hitchhikers, no shortcuts.
That dude looks so
no
familiar, but I
planes,
know
no
it's not the.
trains.
It's not the guy from Orgasmo, because that's like decades of difference. He kind of looks like that fucking.
Victor? What fucking Victor? I never said I was going to race him.
Maybe not.
I love your philosophy. You're good people, Slick. You see, because this isn't a race. This is a
This is also like This is not atypical. It's
see, we all
very
have the same
typical
destination,
of Channel Awesome movies. Is this type of acting, this over the top, like ha 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 ha, what you didn't know is blah blah blah. Like, there's all this like theater acting, over the top theater acting, and that's the hardest thing to kick when you're making a movie. Is like get people to like, okay, stop acting, just be natural. Okay. But I know it's like, no, you're doing it. See, you're thinking about acting. You gotta approach it as you would normally.
That was the weirdest conversation.
Like people think that, oh, you hired me to be an actor, so I must act. Like, no, we hired you because we feel like you visually fit the role, and that based on your performances and like whatever audition you sent or whatever, we picked up on something that was naturally interesting about you that we felt fit the character. It's
You're
like
not 40 now.
not that you
How
act.
old do you think I am?
Like,
I started watching you in middle school. I grew up with you.
people just don't.
Oh,
they
God.
they don't get that.
We are old, man.
Wyatt Cenac, yeah.
Sure, slug bug. What the fuck? That's for punching me in the face.
You gotta back
Okay,
that
okay,
fucking
what if we just
shit
list off
up.
things that come to our heads?
Sounds good to me. What's the topic?
We have the Cinema Snob in the van with us. What if we talk about
The
movies that we
footage
like that are
outside the
super
window
shitty?
is
Or that like every
fucking
movie
way
that
too
you watch?
close.
How about
It's
movie
so
cliches?
distracting.
Things we're tired of seeing in movies.
Road movies?
Metafilms.
Movies where characters have stupid last names for no reason?
Did your agent ever call you back?
Also, do you notice how? Well, for one thing, around like Brad's head, you can see the fucking mask, which is crazy because he's bald. So you figure that would be the easiest to get the fucking key right.
They replace an actor.
But
Just come up with a new
there's
character.
no
I
halation,
think we're getting ahead of
none,
ourselves. What
zero.
about cell phones that
Look at the
mysteriously
shadow
stop
on behind her
working?
seat.
Correctly
Oh my
guessing
God, there's
somebody's
so much
computer
wrong.
password.
So much. Don't do compositing if you don't know how to do it.
Oh my fucking God! What is with you and sequels?
There's no halation.
Like sequels.
There's
Godfather
the
Part
the
2
footage in the background is way too fucking
Godfather
close.
3
They
just
need
called
he needed to shoot with a wider lens.
Okay, Godfather Part 3
All
isn't
the
that bad.
movement
It is
of
that
the
bad.
fucking
The
ground
internet is spoken.
behind,
That's always right.
like
We're
out
not on the
that you see of the
internet right
ground,
now.
should be translated to the car.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh.
Oh shit.
Fan of yours?
Who's that guy?
Met him at the
It's a
gas
guy
station.
parked
I think he thinks we're
with a
racist.
green screen
Who
behind
the
him.
hell gave him that impression?
I have no idea. I want to say I did or said something to him.
Oh,
but
man.
nothing
I love
to
it.
provoke this guy.
You disrespected his philosophy of the world.
Well, and now he's shooting at us.
I like that.
Taking an airplane cheating, but gunfire isn't.
Big drugs for sale or rent. I need a cigarette, cause I'm queen of the road.
Get off the main road!
We're gonna get lost.
Well, getting lost is better than getting shot.
The car doesn't move.
We're not gonna get lost. We have cell phones. No one's gotten lost since cell phones have come out.
Oh my God.
Well,
Come on
for
now.
us to get lost.
He obviously.
Why aren't these working? Why aren't any of our cell phones
That was fucking so
Everything
precious.
around us is a very Texas Chainsaw Massacre Christmas special.
Oh, I love
That's
it.
why our phones aren't working.
Nah,
How can you be? How can you do a serious job, do a serious movie with that scene in your movie? Oh my god!
They all have
No, man, it looks good. It looks good.
Wait, did we come from that way or that way?
Oh my god. Oh, fakes no.
You know what to do?
No, Steve. I don't know what to do. That's all.
Yeah, something sort of happened. Some guy in a green screen fucking parking lot was pretending to shoot them, and their reaction was like, "Now we're being shot." Oh.
What do you want me to do?
I mean, it's like that's what I mean.
Why did you answer your phone?
The
like
format of this movie is so goddamn bizarre to me.
It does. I'm afraid we don't have any alternatives. But it's good gravy, though. None of that pre-made crap. It's good homemade sausage gravy.
I'm vegetarian.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, that color. Oh.
Steve said we should drive towards.
Sorry though, the local lady who probably actually owns that fucking establishment is in the movie.
Son, no one's ventured outside these parts in 20 years.
Are we dead?
But surely you must know which direction west is.
PJs? That's in fucking Mason City. They haven't even left Mason City. Oh my god.
If we just stop off at some random people's houses.
I shot a commercial there. You think they've changed the interior?
You wouldn't want to do that, son. That might just be the biggest mistake you could ever make.
God, I hate
You'd be
actors.
better off just driving towards the sun.
That is the second time somebody's told me that. Do people just drive in circles around here?
Excuse me. Does anybody here know how to get back to the highway?
Sit down, freak.
Thank you for watching my work, and I know you're a big fan, but I'm trying to get away from the freak thing right now. Again, I'm trying to get to California. Can anybody help?
Did you say California? Are y'all boys going to Hollyweird?
I don't.
You just had to mention California in a diner of rednecks.
What about this house right there?
Rednecks.
You think that's good enough?
No, they said not to go to any house.
The color grade's all over the place. The fucking green tent to the pink tent. It shifts so randomly and wildly. I mean, it's like, we shot it. It all looks good. Don't worry. I don't even know if there's actual literal color grading going on. This could just be as, well, it's not the raw footage, but it's like somebody put on color space transform node and shit it out.
Well, hello there.
Please don't fuck her.
Y'all look like you need directions back to the highway.
Do we not look like...
Why are they talking this way?
Folk look the same. Come inside, I'll give you some directions, but first I'm gonna need some help.
We're in the South. Like, I thought they were going to California. Every state you cross going west from Illinois is not there. It's not the South. I do declare, like, what are we in Georgia?
I recognize you too, Bryce.
Don't worry, Shelly.
It's like you cross over to Iowa. No one talks like this in
What
Iowa.
about those bananas, Miss?
Hasterton.
Or you go to Nebraska, nobody talks like that. I mean, I'm sure you'll find a couple, but predominantly when you're in the North, you don't get a lot of, well, I do declare, thou have the vapors, blah, blah. Like, you don't get this Southern horse shit. At least not to this played up extent. You do get some of the rednecky Southern drawl, but like mixed in with Northern.
Where do y'all need
shit.
to go?
Like
L.A. Please don't throw vegetables at us.
Well, that's not a part of my map.
Yeah, you
The
don't
only
get
map I've
that.
got leads straight to my
You think these
vagina.
guys have ever met someone not from the suburbs?
I'm just kidding.
I
got a map upstairs, but
don't know. I would say that
it's only gonna fit one of you guys in there.
most, all but one of these people are from Chicago. Guaranteed.
I think she means her vagina.
I will help you find that map.
And they're all not great actors.
Please, no one fuck her.
Shut the fuck up, Craig.
Well, great. I really hope she lives here by herself and not with some big, dirty old...
Ha! What are you all doing in my home?
Oh my fuck.
Well. City folk.
He said that far less flirtatious than she did.
You trying to come into my house?
See how it shifts to
fuck
green?
My daughter's bananas.
That's
Pink. Green, pink. This is more natural, less on the heavy pink side, but it's so contrasted by the green of his shot. It's so distracting.
Wait a minute, I know you.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't take it.
Well, I'm your biggest fan.
You know what that is, right? Well, maybe you don't.
What is happening?
That is not daylight. That
Around
is.
the place, I've never had a celebrity in my house before. You want to come see my barn?
Well, you know how the song goes.
With a shot like
Old
this,
MacDonald had a farm,
this is the
E-I-E-I,
laziness of the
definitely
editor
to see your barn.
and the colorist. This is all natural light, and what they're shooting against was lit with an actual light. It might not even be in the same location. But that's how you get a hue shift if you're not careful.
His daughter's interracial porn going on upstairs.
They should have just went with a natural light and just bounced more of it in and used that for that, for that shot. I don't know why they would throw up another light outside of somebody just like, I want it to look like it was lit, like whatever.
Mentally deranged, retarded pig.
That's way too much blue.
Mr. Pasterton, you know how my song goes. Reading, writing, arithmetic. Those are the 3 R's we know and love. As for the
It really seems like people hate Southerners.
no room for retard.
Yeah, well, people in Chicago do tend to have this fucking, like, arrogance about them, about downstate people. It's what makes Chicago generally intolerable.
Did you find those directions? You know.
That's actually Brad Jones' wife. That's why he's telling people not to fuck her. It's like, don't fuck my wife.
Everyone's seated around the table like one big happy family. Right, Shelley?
Oh, good. We're having salads.
Shelley helped me get dinner started. We'll take it from here. Jenny, come help me cook.
He's actually not too far off.
Dinner is served.
This is the second biggest slab of meat I've seen.
She's way too over the top.
Mouthful you had for lunch, sweetie pie.
That dude
Sure
is
was,
probably downstate.
Bicycle is also a popular YouTuber, Daddy.
She's from Chicago. Playing a southern, doing a southern drawl.
No,
But he sounds way too close to people around this area. Just playing it up a little harder.
Now, Earl, remember my song. Don't say.
We fucking stop.
Well, now that everybody's had their meat, who wants to say grace?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're all devoutly shy.
Well, since I'm the patriarch of the family, I'll show off my praying skills. Dear President Trump.
Oh, God.
As our God and our Lord Savior, we want to thank you for this all-American meat that we're about to partake in. And thanks for keeping out the Muslims and all those immigrants and giving us the bad meat that we don't like so much.
See, this is like, this is the kind of thing that, it's been going on for a while now.
Is everything okay, Shelley?
Yeah.
I like it how it's not okay to stereotype certain races, but it's completely okay to stereotype, rural people.
Our country is returning to its patriotic roots.
Yeah, kind of makes me tear up myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna join you, because I'm sad too. 9/11.
Don't be gone too long now.
I'll be back sooner than a diner.
I do
does
like
our
how
business for
people
saying happy holidays.
who, like from the Midwest, just their manner of talking and speaking makes everyone from Chicago sound like a fag. Every guy from Chicago.
You probably don't want to be out here with me. I smell like the dark alternate ending to Charlotte's Web.
Well, you look terrible, Shelley.
I'm convinced that like most of the people from Chicago or in Chicago are transplants from downstate, and they're all desperately trying to shed their Midwestern accent. So they're over enunciating all of their words and trying to make it sound more like.
See, there you go.
So people don't
Write a song
pick up
about
on
it.
their rural roots.
3 little pigs, but dead.
It's like that's always been the thing where it's like that's the environment I fucking hate, because it's like fuck you. People are from where they are. People have opinions. You can't just
you sure you're
lump everyone together in a category just because they're from a certain place, like I'm doing for everybody with everyone from Chicago.
Yeah, I think it's a girl pig.
Okay, I'm a hypocrite.
I don't think that is a pig.
Oh no, an abortion.
No spleen.
If that's that, then what the fuck are they eating inside?
Us. Craig, they're eating us.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Well, what the fuck do we do?
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go inside. We're gonna pretend like nothing happened, and we're gonna be nice.
The format of this movie is so reminiscent of Louis Lovehog's movie.
Earl, these ribs are great. Just fantastic. Shelley, it's a shame that you're vegetarian because you are pitch perfect at slaughtering animals.
I'm noticing your arms are pretty meaty there, Bicycle.
The redneck dinners and everything. It wasn't in Louis Lovehog's movie.
I kind of like a guy that works out.
Oh, yep. Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah, I do work out. I just had a workout this afternoon.
How racist.
Might have fine visitors come our way through the years.
Them showing a black man on screen with rack of ribs in his hand, not shit all over his face.
You know what?
Don't they
I
know
thought
the
you guys
stereotype
were
of black
100%
people?
gonna be just super racist, but you're not. You're just really nice, good, clean, wholesome folks.
For the love of God, they're cannibals.
What?
Cannibals. We just found the remains of 3 young girls in the barn.
No, you didn't.
As I thought.
You guys know what? You're 100% racist.
How can I be racist when I prefer dark meat?
Okay, I think that might be kind of racist, but I still can't get a connection here, so it's not like I can run it against the Twitter mob.
Wait, 3 young girls? Daddy, I told you not to massacre my cheerleading squad.
My daughter deserves to be on top of the cheerleader pyramid. We're winners, not losers. And we're going to keep on winning until we're sick and tired of it. And if we have to, we'll eat our competition.
Hey, you know, top of the pyramid, top of the food chain. What's the difference?
This is no time for jokes, you
See,
jackass.
this is where I'm like, this is where it
still
starts to delve off into.
It's not that bad.
I think
It's
you
like-
should all make your way out to the barn.
It delves into like, okay, who are these characters? What are they doing? Like all these like, oh, look at the horror, but their reaction to it is like, oh, horror. Look at the horror going on. It's like when you have that snarkiness to everything you're doing, it's like you don't know how you don't know what kind of movie is being pitched to you and what's being shown to you. It's like, okay, am I supposed to be taking this seriously? Am I not? Is this supposed to be funny? Is it not? Like, what am I supposed to care or am I not? This is the downfall of every single fucking movie that these assholes made.
What the fuck?
He was convoluting my channel.
He was giving me the creeps. I mean, killing young girls is one thing. This guy sounded like a perv.
Okay, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Even in a comfy scene, wouldn't you want to build tension? You'd build tension if you're wanting to take it serious, as they're doing now.
Run the bitch over!
See, there's supposed to be like action, tension. Now he's all serious, like, oh my god, our lives are in danger.
This puts us at the top of the food chain.
This is not the time for jokes.
I told y'all we shouldn't have stopped.
No, you didn't.
It's these changing character traits. It's like, oh, is Brad supposed to be snarky, like the cinema snob the whole time? Like, oh yeah, like he'd be calling out like all the typical cliches and tropes and in his own movie as it's going on. Which it seems like it's doing like the cannibal is like, oh, of course they're cannibals, and now it's like, oh my god, our lives are in danger. Like you couldn't determine that when you realize they're cannibals. When you see the girl come out with their guts spilling out,
All right, we call the police.
We definitely call the police.
it's like he leaves camera and then comes back in as another person, and then leaves camera again, and then comes back in as another person. It's like you lost the plot, you lost your characterization. It's just keeps changing. So now they drove back to Mason City. And wasn't that the DJ? I swear to God that was the DJ. The Cool 101.9 DJ. I can't believe they threw that in. Cool 101.9 is not a fucking station that has DJs. They play fucking the hits of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I listened to it all the time when I was volunteering at Pause.
Steve, do you know what to do?
Very funny. We're still stuck back at the diner. We just witnessed a...
No, it's really a voicemail. Please leave your message after the tone.
God damn it!
Where?
Are the cops coming?
Okay, I got a break. There haven't been phones like that for a lot longer than this movie was made. I know that for a fucking fact, especially in Mason City. I just happen to work for the company that does the fucking telephone and cable and all that for these towns, and you can't run a phone like that on our phone system. Oh, I see. So it's all like, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Now, how did we get here? Look at that horrible compositing.
They're gonna start throwing pitchforks and scratch this car.
Like you want them to try to slyly get through the dinner, that leading on that you can have some comedy. Yeah. I mean, they're everything is done with a fucking sledgehammer. Channel Awesome's logo might as well be a fucking sledgehammer, because that's what they do. They beat you over the fucking head with all this shit. It's like, did you get it? Do you get it now? Do you get it? Like, dude, subtlety. Just try it. It might work. All of them could say, or any of them could say, because it's all of the same character telling you something true.
Or we could just sleep it off.
The problem with doing pieces like this where, now there's cops.
They killed Earl. Shot him point blank dead.
You okay, Virginia?
Yes, I'm fine.
The thing about this is like when you're doing a movie where you have a ensemble cast and you have to give them all like equal share of the billing pretty much, then you have to put them in storylines that are like the add to the story.
Okay.
That guy looks familiar.
We'll round up these, what do you call them, YouTubers? We'll make meat out of them. Then we'll post the recipe online.
But sorry, I was trying to figure out if I knew that guy or not.
No weird dreams this time.
Is anybody hungry?
No. I'm never getting...
So what the fuck is this? Was that all a dream?
Well, guys, I agree. Sleeping it off really was the best idea. It prepares us for another shitty fucking day.
I must have missed it. Was the whole thing a dream sequence?
I'm starting to wonder if this whole trip was worth it to save our careers. It's fucking freezing.
Why would you want to do a space opera anyway? You knew we only had a handful of Monopoly money.
Where are we?
Last time, it's an internet movie. I thought that's what would sell. I don't want to be the cinema snob forever. I thought in the future, I could create a new character. I mean, look at these two.
The Last Jedi pushed forward the story and subverted your expectations.
If subverting my expectations means big disappointment, then yes. If I order a steak, I don't want a fucking lobster.
She sings and he plays video games. I could do that.
We're gonna need to get
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like,
that takes time.
what the fuck? Was that all one elaborate dream sequence? Or are they on the run from cannibals? Because if they're on the run from cannibals, they're clearly having the wrong interactions and wrong, like, behavior. And now the two that want to be like equally shared time in this ensemble piece are now playing the background, so they only come into play whenever Brad needs them there. Like, they should be sidelined or not there at all. It should focus on Brad and his director in shenanigans.
I mean, what was the point of that whole third act? It was just a CGI.
Now they're just talking about the fucking movie. What the fuck is going on?
Something else we could salvage.
You wouldn't say that about The Empire Strikes Back.
Empire didn't try to sell me space Furbies, and it also didn't turn Princess Leia into Superman 4: The Quest for Peace.
Okay, you just
We're back to doing movie reviews and criticism.
Mediocre film reviewers.
You know, if you talk this
and self-flagellation over the fucking, I'm just an internet reviewer. I'm just an internet reviewer. Nobody likes me.
Now, what are we gonna do about them?
You're not a real fan.
Rose is Hitler!
I don't know what the hell my dad could do for them.
Aliens are just Hollywood's way of making us accepting of circus freaks.
I don't want my YouTube comments in a movie. Oh, boy.
It's a food stand.
Oh, back to Snark. Goat balls. Yep, rural. You know, you got to go to the goat ball stand in rural Illinois.
Seriously?
Or
This is a
rural
ball
wherever.
Stand? You couldn't just sell fruit? They're the same shape.
Oh, this is a family recipe.
I've heard that a lot lately, and it's not a selling point.
So was that a dream or not? What the fuck?
Castration instead of freezing them overnight.
That is really interesting.
You have no idea that's the correct way to fry balls.
Guys, we could do a food vlog.
What?
My channel, all my fans, they're used to me being Shelly Songs, the expert in songs. And I've decided to incorporate food videos into my channel. So I can be Shelly Songs, the expert in songs, becomes Shelly Eats, the expert in eating.
She's definitely an expert in
How
eating.
long have you been reviewing food?
Since just right now. Hi everyone, my name is Shelly Songs, live with you at Testicle County, USA. Speaking with...
Bally Joe.
Speaking with the legendary Bally Joe. Now, Bally Joe, what makes your testicles so legendary?
I already told you, we deep fry them after we cut them. Sheep deserve to smell their own.
That's what I mean, you know. Like, when you're from Chicago, the Midwest is just like this foreign land that is like, oh, it's so mystical and we don't know anything about it. We're scared and terrified of it. And we love to parody it because everyone down there is stupid, but they can never pull off convincing Midwest.
You're a snob of cinema, but are you also a snob of testicle meat?
Yeah.
What? We're doing a review now.
Come on, man. Just compare them to a movie or something. Isn't that the shit you do?
Okay. I haven't had balls this salty in my mouth since sleepaway camp.
Leave it to the cinema snob to make eating testicle meat so
I
obscure.
hate this in movies. This is one of those things like I think it was
Only this crossover, put a fucking ball in
it's been in other movies made by YouTubers where they put in their YouTube shit. It's like they're trying to justify what they're always on a mission to justify what they do. But you already have a career doing what you do. You don't have to constantly keep justifying it. You don't like I'm a real thing, guys. I'm a real thing. I'm a real person.
Just ate a double rack of human flesh.
It's like fuck all that. I understand it's a movie about, you know.
This has been.
I want a museum.
Oh shit.
A ball museum?
4 hours. That's crazy.
I miss Cannibal Dad.
Why don't you guys get in the back of my truck?
Well, they didn't have a fucking shared dream, so yeah. They're,
and you can take a picture from
it's like
Insta.
look at all the.
Get your van rocking.
This is another. This is another big thing about these movies and indie movies in general. The downfall, not downfall,
Normally, I would
their
make
big
this
hang up
this,
and point, and
but
boy,
he
the audio
is
got
cooking
loud.
animal testicles, not human testicles.
They
Plus,
just write
doesn't have a
scenes. They don't
shotgun
write
or a
movies.
chainsaw, so he may
It's like, well, we
very
got to
well be the
we got to
most
find a way for
normal
our
person
characters
we
to get
come
from
across.
scene to scene to scene to scene. Remember those transitions, those stingers at the beginning when it would transition away, and then they'd have all these like cuts to title cards. What happened to all that? He was laying the groundwork. The director of this was laying the groundwork for a certain style that they were telling, and then that all just fucking went away. Now it's almost like it's being directed by a completely different person. Almost like this is like the Cinema Snob anthology movie. All the different stories of the Cinema Snob, and I got to turn it up again. Directed by 5 different directors. The tone of this movie shifts so fucking wildly.
Shelley, look,
It's crazy. That was terrible. All this compositing's garbage.
This is just a job. These glasses, they're fake.
I don't like it when my online reviewers try to do the tug at your heartstrings serious shit without it being like, you know, half in jest, you know, tongue in cheek sort of way. Like when they're legitimately like, I'm a person justifying what they do. It's like
I didn't realize that I could simply just talk about them.
it's kayfabe. Actually, it's antithetical to that. Their job should be professional wrestling. They're putting on its character, and as long as they're in the character, their character is life. And nothing should deviate away from that and take away from that. Self-deprecation in character should remain within the elements of that character's world and self-deprecation within it.
Here we are.
But it shouldn't be like, now I'm shifting my character to be this sympathetic, real person, whatever. That's terrible graphics. Because I want to write a movie that's supposed to reach out to do more. Oh, that's god awful. Look at both sides. They're fucking awful.
Part in my own Twilight Zone episode.
All right.
But it's like you're breaking kayfabe. You're taking us out of the element. We know what to expect with the character of the cinema snob, but now you're putting it into this realm where it's confusing and it's not.
With a gun.
Yeah, and I'm not letting old.
It's almost like, what happened? I mean, the only thing I can think is like, what happened if we take this cinema snob and we put him in these wacky adventures and send him out into the rural parts of the country where he meets all sorts of cannibals and crazy people, and we see how he deals with it, how he can muck them and blah blah. Like, that's not a movie. That's an episode of the Cinema Snob. Or that's like Cinema Snob IRL. It's like, that's not a movie. Like, you need a story. We don't have a story. What happened to this? Oh, I'm sorry. This is about as lunatic as Atop the Fourth Wall. The story is Brad Jones is going to see his dad. What was the story of Atop the Fourth Wall? Louis Lovehog's going to Jupiter. It's like, woo! All this other shit happens in between. It's like scene after scene, scenes upon scene, scene.
They're so lifelike. So much backstory.
And it's all like, okay, let me go back. We don't know if this is serious or what. But you just escaped.
These are real fucking people.
You just escaped cannibals. And now you let Doug Walker lead you to a fucking theater with real clowns, subdued, whatever. Like,
Well, of course you are.
at what
because
point
whenever
do
we
you,
hear
as a
about
character,
something
stop
important,
walking
it's
yourself into
MIA,
shitty,
plans
terrible
for something
situations that could
stupid.
potentially
That's
kill you?
when God shows up.
Hey, bicyclists, look right behind me. A taste of the circus. How could I possibly be racist against clowns when there's a building right there full of them? I might be in an empty parking lot right now, but I managed to find one clown here without makeup.
And also these
And
graphics,
there's
like
also
I
the
noticed
one
it
that
for
a set of
YouTube
testicles.
and now for this.
Tell them how your
Look at
circus
how
freak ever
awful
still
that
friends.
chat is, that chat window, and all these other graphics.
That keeps this
They
town
don't even match the quality of the footage. This is what I mean. Like we got this $14,000 camera and we're going to shoot our entire movie with it, and then everything else will just be elevated by no.
by the minute.
The quality of the camera does not elevate the acting, does not elevate the lighting, does not elevate every other aspect like the compositing, the graphics, and everything else, the editing. It doesn't elevate any of it. It just elevates the image
Our town
quality.
would perish. Here, let me introduce you to some of our featured performers. This is Bobo.
Original.
Bobo was a staple at birthday parties.
And here's the good old film school, everything's colored light.
Let me finish. I've been practicing this routine every night.
Well, at least I didn't ask him where his accent went.
Bobo was a staple at birthday parties until he got a little too happy with a stapler. After years and years of children heckling him, he finally got his revenge by stapling the kids' mouths shut and eating their voice boxes. Now, his tummy is filled with the laughter of little children.
Okay, that is definitely a real person, which means that guy probably really did that shit.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't heckle him.
Which brings us to Shuckles.
Well, maybe you should have given as much thought to their names as you did their backstory.
Are you sure you're not the cinema snob in real life?
Chuckles has only one.
Who knows at this point? I mean, are we supposed to be scared? Are we supposed to be aloof?
Really bad. Wait, did you waterboard somebody?
Okay.
Scene after scene, scenes upon scenes, characters and scenes.
Hygiene. 2, we had to waterboard.
It's not
There was a
fun.
waterboarding scene
I
in the
mean,
movie, and we had to
this,
introduce
I'll
some
give it this.
punishment.
This movie is a
He
little bit more
method.
fun than Louis Lovehog's.
Apologized for it.
I mean, you can tell there's a certain element of it where it's like, okay, well, no, actually I don't. There's not. That's one of the that's the thing that's annoying me about this.
My bad. I love clowns.
Chuckles figured out he could make
It's
much better balloon animals
not-
with people's intestines.
It's not joking. It's not taking it. It's taking itself too seriously. The premises are being presented factually, while you know its entirety is supposed to be mocked and like ridiculed, and oh, it's just a character. And it's like, but that's all movies. You take that shit for granted the minute you step into a theater or watch a movie. You don't have to like make that the selling point of your movie. The point is, you don't know how to feel because everything's being presented to you in a fucking very matter-of-fact way. It's not being presented in a comedic way. It's not being presented in a horror way. It's not being presented in a farcical or satirical way where you can just poke fun at like observational shit. It's being presented in a very matter-of-fact, this is a scene, here's some stuff going on. You decide as the audience how to feel about it, but here's how our character's going to feel about it. Listen to the music. Look at the way Doug Walker's playing it. And now they're creepily walking to him. Are you supposed to be scared for Brad? Are you supposed to be like, is it supposed to be comical?
I'm surrounded by serial killing clowns.
Are we supposed to be laughing?
See? I knew it. I fucking knew it.
We would like you to get your jumper cables and escort us to our van immediately.
You wrote a bear horror movie called Bear Fire? Please tell me you're being legit.
See, this isn't so bad. We just had to distract him with the paperboy tournament.
Okay. Clowns are bad, right? They're all bad. And they're alive. And they're serial killers. They just knocked out Shelly with silly string. We need to get
the quality of the camera here is not... I understand they're going for like... It's supposed to be shot on a camera.
No, I don't know him. This isn't anti-clown propaganda.
We need help. Send help. Send help to the Taste of the Circus. What? Yes, I am the Cinema Snob. And no, this isn't a crossover.
They think we get everything we deserve because of the clown hate.
No, we can put it to a vote. What
See,
do you think, Bicyclist?
God damn it!
It isn't anti-clown propaganda.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
I really dislike
we're
that.
We're gonna talk shit to a lot of clowns.
It's so off-putting. It takes you right out of the movie when it shifts from like webcam or phone camera to cinema camera. It's just, it's so abruptly shifts you out of, for no other reason than like, but this is what it is. This is what they're streaming. So this is what would happen if you stream. But by seeing it, you're taking people out of the film and then putting them right back in the film without any real purpose. It's not making a statement or a message that applies to the story of the film. It's literally just something happens in the film and we're going to show it how it is because that's just what you do. Because they didn't really think about any other creative way to do it. It's annoying. I don't like it. Well, it's a sequel to Merrifier. It's a polar bear corrupt evil Santa sleigh. Okay.
I am never sleeping again. I want to read you a bedtime story.
Now we're fucking. It's all about clowns now.
Oh my God! Help me, please! For the love of God.
It literally is scene after. It's just like scene, another scene, another location, another scene.
World laugh. I want to make the world. Do you see why I wanted to wait in the fucking car?
You know how ableist that is, that you didn't cast someone without arms. You just had somebody tuck their arms into their clothes to play an armless person. All clowned out. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. Which, more on that later.
Guys, I'll handle these freaks.
Okay.
So now he's a tough guy? Are we in danger? Is it supposed to be tense?
Look, there she is.
That's right.
There's no wink and nod. There's no fun. It's literally just one batshit scenario to another batshit scenario that couldn't pause. I mean, you don't know if you're supposed to be treating it seriously. If you're supposed to be laughing at it.
Well, looks like you and Bryce were both right. Cannibalism and clown slavery. What a deal. This place has everything, doesn't it?
See, now it's really reeking of a fucking typical Channel Awesome movie. This is really good.
Okay, now's our chance. Let's go get her.
Did I turn, while I'm losing all faith in Brad Jones, did I turn you around on him with this movie?
All you need is the red
Like, no, no, no.
Press down on the red crystal
He's
and
doing
then
a good
you gotta know
job.
Nothing of Simon's Quest, do you?
Ugh.
The bag says Pasterton's Barbecue. The vibe I'm getting is it's the best barbecue in the county. Shelly, wake up, snap out.
Oh, I don't want to be a clown, you guys. I don't want to be
That-
a clown. I
that's
wanna
all it
sing and
took?
Dance, and most of all, I want to dance and sing with my own free will.
All it took for them to come up and say, snap out of it.
Without Pasterson's barbecue, there's only so long I can keep the clowns at bay.
What the fuck
If
is...
we can't satisfy the clown's hunger, we lose everything. We lose our economy, and we lose our Twitter followers.
Maybe we can satisfy the clowns without using human meat.
The shock collars do a good job keeping them inside.
Why did they ADR that one line of Doug's?
We created these clowns. We're like gods to them. They'll eat whatever we feed them.
Right there.
That was weird.
I mean, she kind of looks like him. You think she could go up and talk to him?
I can't. Because I am one.
It's subverting coherence.
I'm immune to your
costumes,
trolling.
effects, and overall attitude towards drugs.
Shelly!
Shelly!
Well, that's the sound of something that's gonna fuck us.
What? Sound effects?
It's the collars.
Firecrackers?
The collars are what's turning them into clowns.
There's got to be something in the system.
Ooh! Oh! Stop with the bad compositing already. Holy shit.
Have fun.
Do not bring up Simon's Quest. They don't care.
Okay, I won't do that then.
Film school lighting.
I gave Fun in Balloon Land a really negative review. So, come get me, Nightmare Fuel!
Totally different lighting.
Password protected. I knew this was gonna happen. All we gotta do
Oh,
is guess
you
the
think?
right one. Clown house.
So terrifying.
Pennywise. Shit. Casey fan 1. Fuck. Casey fan 2. Shit.
They killed my daddy.
He's killing the economy.
He's disrupting our way of life. Him and his internet culture.
Oh,
Casey
Jesus
fan
Christ.
@symbol 27.
I swear to fucking Christ, if Brad Jones thinks this is some sort of like witty analog to internet culture destroying traditional media, I will never fucking watch his shit again. Not to say I watch it a bunch now.
But this is an emergency.
Holy shit, it worked.
That's great, Bicycle Boy. Let's go.
The magic has appeared. I was critical of Louis Lovehog's movie because of the appearance of magic. We just saw magic appear in this movie, where Rob Walker dumps his alcohol of choice or whatever on a keyboard, and that shorts out their harnesses, and somehow magically makes the password go through, and the keyboard sparks, by the way, because there's such high voltage passing through. That's the one thing that always gets me. It's like when you have to resort to magic because you've written yourself into a scenario where you're like, okay, what do we do? Like, all is like, magic. Like, fuck. It's so lazy.
I will fucking kill you!
It's Miata guy.
When the road fights back, we'll shoot it. fucking face with the machine gun.
Color grade. Color grade. It's all over the place.
Man, this guy's deep.
Why'd he shoot his own? Oh.
I'm the road god.
Okay, that is fucking cheating. We're not even racing you. Get the fucking spare tire. Come on, come on.
Man, his face is.
My favorite thing to read in comment sections is someone using weird stolen artist valor. See your comment. When I wrote my movie for about yeah.
Could you do me a favor?
Oh, you mean humble brag?
Could you take that
Where it's
shit
like,
off your face?
or it's like, you know, what? It's like that fucking Willem Dafoe meme, the Spider-Man meme.
Oh, Scott, need
It's like
bags
I'm
for your
something of a director myself. That is most comments. Like people who just like, well, I have a little experience to back up my criticism because nobody cares. You're some anonymous douchebag in a comment section. But when you make a movie that just tackles that or addresses that,
He's just stabbing you in the back.
then you go into like full Kevin Smith territory where he became a broken man because of internet criticism.
What did Steve want?
He said you're hiring a different director for the next film.
Like I've never understood what the fuck's on the back window.
Trying to betray me?
Oh.
What is that?
I don't care. Honestly, we could use the time apart. There's no sense in arguing it. We would just make up
Advertising. Well, I don't even know if it's advertising because most of the time I see people do that in comments. They're never really pointing directly to something.
It's my testicle video.
They're just trying to bolster the fact that my comment that carries more weight because I am a professional. I have experience.
Guys,
Rarely do I see people like, oh, here's a comment about this, but while I'm at it, let me throw. I mean, I see those too sometimes, but it's like those are easily ignorable.
Well, that probably does one up all the other food reviews.
Unless you're, masochistic and you have to torture yourself with bad
just told
movies.
Neil that you were seeing other directors. This is for not inviting me. You're stupid.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
You guys have all the fun without me, man.
It's not going backwards. It's going perfectly sideways. That's what I mean. Like the angles aren't matching. Everything's too close. Like you really got to know what you're doing when you're compositing, because it all just becomes shit. It just becomes a movie that's playing, in the background of where your green screen used to be.
I can't even go through with this.
Hello? Steve? Steve who? She did what? I can't believe you reported.
I was just starting to. I was about to comment like, you notice how there's no vehicle sound whatsoever. There's like no rumble, no road noise, no motor sound. It was dead as fuck. And then they play the screech, which also has echo, like it was recorded in a fucking parking garage. Oh my god!
You know what? Fuck this. I'm out.
I got a sound effects library you wouldn't believe. It's probably from a video game. The footage kept going. You got to know. I should. You know what? I would reach out to these people like, hey, if you're going to do another movie, like hire me to do your compositing because at least I know what the fuck I'm doing. But they're like, do we have to pay you? Yeah. Well, no. Sorry. That's not going to happen. That's the breakdown of all things. Like, you want to get paid for what you do?
Just don't try to eat me and we're good.
There went the audio. It's not even funny. There's no fun here. There's no funny. Very disappointed in Brad Jones. He signed off on this.
We're gonna keep driving without stopping. No stops. Seriously? If we fucking stop, I swear to God, no stops. If we have to pee, we pee in a bucket and we throw it out the window because I'm sick and tired of these fucking hillbilly clowns and these cannibals. And
Well, to be an artist, you actually have to, do work. That's why these guys aren't artists. They're critics. They don't create, they tear down.
She's cracking.
When they do create, this is what you get. A fucking complete mess.
We pump the gas and we keep going.
Wait, steal it?
Yeah, steal it. I'm not planning on coming back to this part of the country ever again.
See? Now she's sounding as jaded as the rest of us. You're halfway to becoming a real internet celebrity.
Oh, wait. Shouldn't we tell the FBI or somebody that we stumbled across...
This audio is fucking driving me nuts.
Feed zombified clowns?
Fine. Okay, that makes sense. Sure. We'll find a non-crooked cop, and we'll tell him our side of the story, and then we'll keep on going.
Sounds logical to me.
Yeah, me too.
Let's do it. Could have kept driving.
I'm pretty sure we lost them at clown shock collars.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I just want to sing, but the stress just keeps growing and growing.
Well,
and growing and
in order to
growing.
do both, you actually have to put in work.
Superhighway is just
And
as
everything
scary
I've
as
ever
an
heard
actual highway
from these
is.
people when they bitch and complain online, it's that they're already stressed enough with their internet character. Don't you understand how much effort and work goes into this internet character and the schedule that I've created for myself? I can't possibly take on more, which I always find to be the greatest non-sympathetic excuse. It's like, well, you people always get on my case because I'm not performing up to this level. It's like, but I'm already so busy. It's like, then why did you take on more work? Why did you agree to take on more work? Why did you say, I'm going to do a movie? Or why did you say, I'm going to do this other show or all this shit? If you're already stressed to the max over your current schedule, why would you volunteer to do more? That's just amateurism.
Hey!
I said that because I saw it. Man, I'm such a puppet.
That clown tried to eat me. I beat the shit out of him, and I name drop you and myself to get out of this, but it didn't work.
I have no fucking idea what's going on. It's just scene after scene. It really doesn't matter. There's no through line to this entire movie. What's the plot? What is if you had to sum up another Cinema Snob movie, what would you say the plot
As long as
is?
I don't have to talk about my feelings and shit, we're good. And
My
that's
plot
why I
is
said
very
the wrong
simple.
thing and got thrown in the
People doing things.
Why are you telling me this?
Scene after scene of people doing things. Yeah, but what's the plot? There is no plot. It's scene after scene of people doing things.
Listen, we're all in internet jail, man.
I'm not watching right. No! You're doing it wrong!
Hey, Craig.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's going to see his dad. But I still think that was a subplot that these two were setting up. Because I think they abandoned that a long time ago. I'm holding out hope for some sort of completion to this. I'm holding out hope for completion to anything at this point. There's no completion. Hopefully this movie will be complete soon. Oh, come on.
Slap you there. A lot of those acts get hit with content IDs because, well, we don't own the rights. One more second of that, and we would have lost funding for the hospital. Just a couple royalty-free ones on there for you.
Is that why every movie in the rec room is Night of the Living Dead?
Mr. Golightly, you have a visitor.
Hey, ask them for a nail file and then hide it up your ass. I don't want to escape. I just really want to see you shove something up your ass for putting us here.
Craig O'Letley?
Yeah?
I'm here to sign you up.
What?
Your father sent me.
Oh, the father.
Actually, I'm here for all
It's paying back.
No, not all of you. Just Craig and his friends, the entertainers. No, yeah, you guys have to stay.
You don't think it's weird? It's reference for 2 lines and then Kooky Adventures referencing their movie reviews. But he's in L.A.
Why don't you guys wait here?
Well, considering how completely disgusting and eventful the first half of this trip was, second half was pretty smooth.
Yeah, like nothing happened at all. I slept the whole way here. I've never been more rested in my life.
Okay, Craig.
Set up.
We're about ready for you. Why don't you come on in?
Why? Because they actually go to see his dad?
I just wanted to tell you good luck. And airplane reference.
There is no okay. That was like something that was dropped early in the movie. The rest of the movie deviated off onto so many different tangents that you literally forgot about it. I forgot about it, and now here we are. Why does he want to see his dad to begin? Oh, is it Lloyd Kaufman? Jesus Christ!
First of all, thanks for getting us out of that place. How did you even know we were there?
I work in television, Craig, in TV. This town with the cannibal clown.
Is that how he got the fucking funding? Was through
It's all
trauma?
over the news. How could I miss it?
Is this your
Or does Lloyd? Well, Lloyd Kaufman will just take any crap.
Dark in here. It's a little empty. I mean, thanks for that. Glad you're using our good movie. I tried calling you.
What is Black Angus? Is it a fake movie or is it a real movie?
Seriously.
I'm gonna have to look that shit up.
All I do is sit around with these reality shows. We get a house, we lock some nobodies in there, release some alligators, and that's it.
I must have missed that show of yours. You don't do dog shows anymore?
Well, I do dabble in dogs every once in a while. In fact, we are developing a super show. Super show. Get this: husbands exchange their wives for dogs. When I heard you were coming, I figured I better watch some of your videos. And whoa.
Yeah, it was the porno reviews, wasn't it?
I have to admit it. I really don't understand you, Craig. You should have stayed in film school.
What? Add to my already.
This is going into the fucking sympathetic. Oh, the story of this cinema snob. Oh,
Film school today. You could be making great movies like Suicide Squad or something like that. I don't understand you at all, and I sure don't understand what's going on in the world. People talking to the camera saying nothing.
That was fucking hilarious.
Doing makeup videos and getting millions of eyeballs. And
that genuine line.
Legacy testicle eating videos about that.
Oh.
Yeah, look, just don't Google my name and testicle eating, at least for a while. Look.
You know, all Brad Jones has done is make me want to watch a movie called Black Angus.
I went ahead and
He's failed on every account. He keeps talking about Black Angus, the good movie, blaxploitation movie made by a white guy. I want to see this fucking movie. There's no Black Angus. Instead, I'm watching this. The movie that just references how great Black Angus is.
What I'm getting at is that we all need your help.
Greg.
It's a classic.
Think about it. Let's take this from the start. My 30-year younger fourth wife and I raised you very well. We gave you everything. We raised you for success, and we got disappointment, right? You've got everything. Look what you can work with.
What I have? Ruby slippers?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yeah. Ruby slippers, jumping Jesus on a pogo stick, right?
I don't like the noir lighting. I don't understand it. It's so antithetical to the fucking the feel of the scene. Also, I like to think about this the way it would be filmed if Louis Lovehog did it, because it would literally just be like the fluorescent lighting in the room. I'm starting to turn the corner on the fucking Top the Fourth Wall movie. It was so poorly done and so shittily made that it's almost, well, no.
How much stuff I've regretted.
I mean, honestly, you think this is a lot of shitty exposition? You should have been here for the fucking Atop the Fourth Wall movie. The fucking 2-hour long Atop the Fourth Wall movie. Oh my God. It was torture. Absolute torture.
Just sit there and say, hey, I'm the cinema snob. I saw this movie from 1984 called Windy City. It was terrible. Cannibal Holocaust sure was gross. Boy, Nudist Colony of the Dead. That was a weird movie. I've got 20.
He doesn't have frames in those glasses.
Countless other things.
It's very distracting.
It's important that I stop all of that to say that pussy sure was gross.
It's very distracting now. He put his finger right through it.
Starting to realize I'm
Come on.
Hence why I need your help.
You know, when I was browsing through the internet, looking you up and looking at your videos, I stumbled across this guy.
Well, a kid's birthday party is much
I only have 3 days left to live.
much
so
better
I'm using
than
my
this.
final wish to give you everything shitty about the Cinema Snob movie. Number 1, Craig's beard is obviously fake. Number 2, the extras keep disappearing and reappearing in the background.
Why are you showing me this?
I thought it would help you feel better. You know, your cannibal killer or whatever it is probably a lot more thoughtful, definitely a lot more articulate than this everything's shitty idiot that I ran into. Your story, you know, a mental institution and dealing with killer clowns, okay. This isn't really what I want for you, right? You want to be a sad narcissist, manic depressive, sitting alone in your room, weeping in your beer because you fucked up the world's easiest profession? Because you made one lousy movie?
A 2.5-inch piece of pizza? Wow.
Well, I guess that separates you from the fathers that do want that for their son.
The internet is the Wild West. Yes, it is, and I don't understand.
Yes, it is.
Wet fart about it. Like,
He's, I swear to God, he's riffing. He doesn't have a fucking script.
Whatever you want, especially because I'm really rich and I'm powerful. And TV. I still have a say in what kind of content is shoved down the gullets of the unsuspecting.
Oh, there's no doubt. I understand that. I haven't been to a bowling alley since I was fucking in my teens.
I'm your father. Of course you're gonna get a happy ending. Jesus Christ. I
Lloyd Kaufman is not saving the garbage pile, by the way.
Ticket, could you?
Well, you know, happiness does have a budget. And I'm getting married again.
Mom says hi.
So, how'd it go?
Are our careers salvaged?
I don't know.
So that's it? No career-saving advice? No
So,
resolution?
did they just pull stock footage from L.A.? I don't think they actually went to L.A.
Our own. So much for the happy ending.
Shelly, it was wrong of me to be mad at you. There are worse things in the world than a singing vlogger.
Now it's like sitcom ending. It was wrong of me to be bad. We all learned a valuable lesson.
Hey, Craig, you got a second?
Sure.
Now look, there's no room for the Cinema Snob in our new production schedule.
Will you step outside so I can talk to you in front of a palm tree so we can confirm you actually went to L.A.?
For you and your friends in one of our sitcoms.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we were really inspired by how Shelley and Bryce were able to make amends. I mean, you'd have to stop being the Cinema Snob. It's a little too off-brand for us. But we're looking for people that can kind of help us understand the young people and hopefully usher us into a new, more unconventional audience.
You should do it, Craig, and ask for $1 million. And to say
Peanut butter crime unit. I like that.
Yeah, look, this is all too easy.
Oh, Craig, this is just what you want.
I didn't realize until now I wanted to be a sitcom star.
Okay, I bombed in front of a premiere audience. I don't know if I want to bomb in front of a TV audience. It's all far too predictable. Look, we belong on the
Just one
internet,
palm under a
man.
girl light.
We really do have the world's easiest job.
And what am I supposed to do? I can't just review movies out.
I really think that's Chicago.
Occasional movie. We just won't read reviews afterwards.
And no outer space.
Fine. No outer space. Look, Brycicle and Shelley are incredibly talented. You should look them up online. In fact, Brycicle's the most famous one out of all of us. I don't know why this is hinging on me.
To be honest, Brycicle's the one we really wanted. Casting you is really more just a favor to your dad. You two have chemistry, the kind of chemistry that's perfect for our new sitcom on Thursday nights, A Brycicle Built for Shelley.
I'm famous now!
I am so excited, and that is a terrible title.
What's that in the background? That reflection on the door. Was that A tree with no leaves on it.
I have to admit, that title
Good
makes
job,
me regret
LA
not
shoot
taking this
guys.
deal. It's a way better title than live
Oh
streaming.
shit.
That's all fine and dandy, but the Cinema Snob movie still exists. It's still fun. We need a hit.
God.
I need a hit. And the only reason I'm telling you this is because the way the universe has been
Do you see
working
what I
together,
mean?
I'm hoping beyond
Like,
all sane, rational thought.
you could have just upped the legitimacy. I mean,
is gonna ring.
it is, the movie is what it is. But if there was a scene of them in LA, like, damn, they actually went to LA. I mean, say what you will about that. I mean, at least they had the fucking gumption to go to LA for a shot.
Good news for both
Nope.
you and Neil. I found a backer for any project that you two
Oh God, this fucking guy needs to go.
How is that possible?
There's a wealthy stockbroker that has a terrible taste in films. He loved you guys' movie. And if you contribute $50,000 yourself, he will fit the bill for the rest of the budget.
What kind of psycho is this? Where are we supposed to come up with that?
Well, he did go to space in his last movie, apparently.
Well,
Miata guy's
you
back.
guys did it. You guys beat me fair and square. You know, just when you think you know the road, it throws a sharp right turn at you with absolutely no warning signs. Here's the $50,000 we agreed upon.
Steve, tell him it's a deal.
Magic.
50 grand. On a bet we didn't make, on a race we didn't agree to.
Neil, shut up. Thank you. What are you gonna do next?
I just lost a race, so I'm gonna go drive off a cliff. Goodbye forever.
And nothing of value was lost.
Imagine if we'd lost. We'd owe that asshole $50,000 apparently.
What the hell is going on here? What the fuck is wrong with Hollywood?
Well, considering you're not in Hollywood,
They must
nothing.
be on a low budget. Another minivan?
And another positive thing to come out of this trip.
And
we
another
now
color
have
grade.
A list of cliches to avoid for our next project.
Yeah. Have I ever told you how much I hate vanity projects?
I'm still trying to figure out if that background is green screened.
I do believe we just made one, and it was laughed off the spoon.
Well, they didn't drive away, so I'll never know. Yeah, I didn't get that joke. Wow, no music. This is just bizarre. A musicless credit sequence. Yeah. 5 out of 5. This wasn't good. Now I really got to think about who I'd play it again. What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Oh, I know what this is. There's music playing, but they had to do because it got copyright struck or something, they had to remove it and that's what you're hearing. You're hearing the digital inversion of the fucking track that YouTube does when it has to remove it from an existing piece. Filmed on location in Springfield, Illinois, Mason City, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. No LA. Yeah, you're not going to find a fucking dead tree or a tree with leaves, not on it in LA. Yeah, that's weird. What, they didn't think PJs? Yeah, I watch things like this and I think, That's just another thing out there in the world. Nice Foley. Don't steal this. Please don't reveal the ending of another Cinema Snob movie. The fuck was that? Ugh. I swear. Just call it Nonsense the Movie. Because that's really all it was. Holy shit. I've been at this for 5 hours. I thought you said it was good. I think that pretty much rounds. I can't find his first movie. Something tells me I would have liked his first movie better. Because I think it's more, I don't know, maybe not. I feel like it was more tongue in cheek, possibly, but I could be wrong about that. But you can't find it, so I'll never fucking know. And I'm not buying the DVD and burning it to fucking or dumping it to the computer. Fuck that. I'm not that dedicated to this premise. Was she still an evil clown? I don't fucking know. Was that supposed to be because Hollywood turned? Who gives a fuck? Was the movie ultimately about her? I mean, that's what happens, man, when you don't have a fucking cohesive idea of what story you want to tell, and it's just scene after scene. Ugh. That's going to leave a bad taste in my mouth. I don't have... There's no other... I didn't prepare anything else. I did not. Every fucking thing that I watch post that last movie I did, the fucking something flesh or whatever it is, every movie I watch after that has been like totally not worth it, and it makes me miss that the campiness and shittiness of that fucking movie even more. And I don't want to go into short film territory. I think 5 hours is plenty, honestly. I had a pretty good time. I wanted to watch those just because I needed to check it off my list of stuff. Maybe next time I do this, I'll do the I'll go back to the well and watch the Doug Walker movies. I could watch that horrible I could watch that horrible The Wall review that everyone talks about, that I've seen like reviews of. I just don't think I could make it all the way through. I think it's too cringy. I don't know. I give it a shot though. It just sounds terrible. I don't really want to rewatch Kick-Assia and Suburban Nights. I don't know. I wouldn't really have much to say, as I kind of like those movies. Well, I mean, in a lot of cases, those movies are a little... I don't know. It's weird because sometimes I think I react differently on stream than I would if I was just watching it, because I feel like I have to talk about things on stream and I'm not paying attention to the movie. Will I go back and watch Atop the Fourth Wall and another Cinema Snob movie by myself? No. Because nothing grabbed me. There was nothing quirky or quaint about either movie. It's just, I don't know. Or maybe I'm just not attached to those characters as I used to be. But I don't know. I'll figure out something for another stream, something else to watch. I think I'm just going to stick with the whole watching shit stream. That way I don't fall apart and crumple into a fucking depressive nightmare of just staring at other people streaming. I'll keep a format this time. Why not? But I really got to piss. It's been almost 5 hours. I think I'm going to call it. if you're interested in watching that, watching me watch the Lewis Lovehog Atop the Fourth Wall movie, just back up the stream to the beginning. You'll have to get past the website banter, but that's like a half an hour. Somewhere around the 40-minute mark is where I think I started the movie. But anyway, thanks a lot. Thanks for tuning in, watching the stream. I appreciate it. And I'll see you some other time.